I declare open this public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we meet today has been the meeting place of the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri peoples for thousands of years. I would like to pay my respects to elders past and present, and also acknowledge the cultures of any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people present with us today. This hearing will be broadcast on Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's webpage. I'd now like to welcome Geoscience Australia. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and capacity which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. Marie Wilson, Chief of Place and Communities Division at Geoscience Australia.
Marina Costello, Branchhead Mineral Systems Branch, Geoscience Australia.
Christina Anastasi, Branchhead Advice, Investment Attraction and Analysis Branch in Geoscience Australia.
John Dawson, Branchhead Community Safety at Geoscience Australia.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input into this inquiry. Geoscience Australia is the government's technical advisor on Australia's geology and geography. Within this remit, Geoscience Australia provides authoritative, trusted and actionable natural disaster risk information to government, business and the public to better understand the consequences of hazard events, to make decisions on how to be better prepared for disasters and to take action to reduce risk. We provide unique services and advice on a range of natural hazards that include earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, extreme wind events, solar storms and bushfires. Geoscience Australia operates the Australian National Seismograph Network, consisting of over 100 independent seismic sensors that monitor ground vibrations from domestic and global earthquakes. Geoscience Australia produces the National Seismic Hazard Assessment for Australia, a product that is used for policy and regulatory settings and contributes to engineering design practice, risk modelling, insurance underwriting, community safety and resilience planning. As part of our ongoing resources program, Geoscience Australia provides geological information and advice on Australia's mineral and energy resources, including uranium, such as the status and production of operating mines and new developments related to exploration. Geoscience Australia reports Australia's uranium resources in 2 annual publications, being Australia's Identified Mineral Resources and the Australian Energy Resource Assessment. Geoscience Australia is a member of the Joint Uranium Group of the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development Nuclear Energy Agency and International Atomic Energy Agency. This group coordinates biennial assessments of the world's supply of uranium, including supply capabilities and future demand, and produces the internationally recognised publication Uranium Resources Production and Demand, which is commonly known and referred to as the Red Book. We look forward to answering your questions relevant to our expertise.
Thank you. I note in your website, using the earthquakes at GA feature, there was a 2.7 magnitude earthquake in my community in Muswellbrook on Saturday at around 5 p.m. This continues a series of tremors felt in the area over the last 60 plus days. We've had over 45, I think it's 47 to be exact, but over 45, with the largest one being 4.7 on the Richter scale. Can you talk us through this earthquake activity, please?
I'll be pleased to provide some answers. So on the 23rd of August 2024, that 4.7 earthquake occurred. We received over 3,600 felt reports from that main shock, and as you know, it was widely felt as far as Wollongong, Tamworth, Dubbo. A series of sort of moderate-sized aftershocks have occurred since, and as you noted, as recently as yesterday, there was a 2.7. This is a series of events that we're tracking. We have installed 6 additional stations in the vicinity of these earthquakes, and we are locating them as they are occurring. They are relatively small earthquakes.
So relatively small, you say, 4.7 though, it still caused a fair bit of damage around the area. There was also quite a few injuries from that, in workplace injuries around the place there as well. So I understand you say it's quite small, but it's quite big in our area, especially around the topic of nuclear power as well, of the Liddell Power Station being a site. Does Australia experience large earthquakes every 1 to 2 years within the country?
Yes, Australia would magnitude 5 would occur on an average of every 1 to 2 years, and a magnitude 6 every 10 years or so. So earthquakes can occur anywhere in the country and do occur anywhere. And Geoscience Australia's seismic network is established to effectively locate and characterise those events.
Okay, thank you. In an article with the ABC, Dr. Tamara King from your agency says that faults with demonstrated or suspected history of generating large earthquakes would require a detailed study to determine if they pose a risk to infrastructure in the near future or longer term, and that all sites must have detailed site-specific studies to assess the viability of nuclear power plants. Do you stand by these comments, and can you elaborate on them a bit more, please?
Yes, we stand by those. So Geoscience Australia produces a series of products that supports an understanding of the national seismic hazard. So from our national seismic network, as I said, we characterise earthquakes. We then produce a product, the National Seismic Hazard Assessment, which provides a model of the probability of shaking from earthquakes. That is spatially variable. There are regions of the country that have experienced more earthquakes than others. And it's true that our products are designed to provide national coverage and some regional information. It does not support localised studies. So I concur with the comments that any facilities of interest, additional local scale studies would be undertaken.
Thank you. And so if a nuclear power station was to be put at Liddell, do you think it would need extra time and studies done in that area, considering the seismic activity that we've had in the last 60 days?
I think all facilities of significance, including nuclear power stations, would require detailed geophysical and geotechnical study before the final design of that infrastructure was determined. So yes.
And how long would that take to get those studies done?
International experience would indicate that the studies would take probably in the order of 2 years, depending on the complexity of the specific facility.
Well, I'd say that one's pretty complex because of the seismic activity that's been happening there already. And would extra studies have to be done if waste was stored on site there as well, nuclear waste?
I think that's outside of my expertise. That's a question for others in the industry. GA can probably only comment on the overarching seismic hazard.
No worries. Thank you, Dr. Dawson. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for confirming in particular that the geotechnical studies may require around 2 years, as that falls well within the Coalition's timeline for such site characterisation studies to take place. I appreciate that affirmation. Can you maybe comment on how seismically stable Australia is compared to other nations, such as Japan, South Korea, France, the US and Canada?
So let me start. So Australia is its own tectonic plate. We have no tectonic boundaries that intersect with the continent. On a global scale, the seismicity of Australia is considered low. We are a relatively low seismic hazard environment. Certainly in comparison to other areas such as Japan and California, we are extremely low.
So, so you mentioned Japan as the first one there. So just to be clear, and given particularly Japan, for example, has 54 nuclear reactors. To be clear, you're saying that Australia's earthquake risk is far lower than a nation like Japan, is that correct?
It's comparatively low in comparison to Japan.
To your mind, is Australia every bit as capable of developing safety standards as has been done in the countries I listed and indeed around the world to operate zero emissions nuclear power plants, protecting these plants from harms of earthquakes?
I can't answer that. That's outside of my expertise. I can only comment on the general hazard environment of the country.
From an earthquake risk perspective, do you see any reason why Australia would not be able to build nuclear power plants, which are next of a kind and therefore mature plants, within the construction codes to withstand seismic events? Is there any reason why, in your mind, Australia would not be able to satisfy that?
My impression is Australia has the expertise. They might be challenged by the scale of what's proposed, but we certainly do have a number of world eminent experts in this area.
Can you maybe explain Australia's endowment of uranium, please?
Christina Anastasi, thank you for that question. Of course I can. Australia has the world's largest known resource of uranium, and in 2022 we were the 4th largest producer.
4th largest producer,
Yep.
largest reserves.
So did you want me to go into details? I can
Yeah,
talk
why don't you
about...
go for a couple more minutes? if that's
Okay, so for our EDR, that's Economic Demonstrated Reserves, we got 1,260 kilotons. Accessible Economic Demonstrated Reserves, we got 1,257. And in total, this includes those that are sort of termed as sub-economic, so they may or may not be able to be produced, as well as inferred. In total, we've got 1,960 kilotons of U.
And from a practical mining perspective, can you explain the relationship between copper and uranium for how it's extracted from the earth here in Australia, maybe also gold and uranium, just so people can have an understanding of how we actually access uranium?
Thank you for the question, Marina Costello here. Mineral systems are often formed in unique environments, and many different minerals, elements, metals are included in that. And an analogy that we often use is a bit like baking a cake, so that you need eggs, flour, raising agents, and that's how a mineral system forms. You need the right conditions, and then the elements and minerals that get collected into that mineral system are often companion minerals. So, for example, Olympic Dam is an iron oxide copper gold rare element deposit, very complex and old deposit, but the relationship between the minerals due to the baking process or the mineral systems process.
Right. So, for example, where you might hear some people say, oh, I'm not sure if we really should be digging up uranium. In layman's terms, well, if we're digging up copper, we're digging up uranium. Is that right?
Absolutely. In some mineral systems, for example, Olympic Dam, we're digging up the copper and the uranium is a byproduct. There is also a uranium mine called 4 Mile where we don't dig the uranium up, that the uranium is leached in the ground and then extracted.
No, I'll leave it there, Chair, but I've got more if we've got time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing evidence today. I just wanted to quickly go back to sites of significance and the timeline that you spoke about being around 2 years. So is that to do all 7 proposed sites under the Coalition's proposal, or is that per site?
That is the indicative time period per site.
Per site?
Yeah.
Right. So does that mean for 7 sites, 14 years to do the site surveys in detail, or can you talk me through that process, please?
Well, I guess presumably it would depend on the observations that would need to be made. So just to be clear, this might be a range of geotechnical surveys, seismic surveys, potentially drilling on site, and a range of things. And those things, need not be. They could be done concurrently if you had the appropriate resources to do so.
So are you implying that there isn't the appropriate resources to undertake a study of that size if you were to do all 7 concurrently?
I couldn't comment on that because, but I don't know. But I suspect that will be a challenge of the program.
Is that something that you can take on notice?
I'm not sure we're in a position to assess what the capability in the private sector is.
So you, if you don't mind, Mr. Burnell, what you would have to do is you would look at each site individually. Initially, you would do a bit of a desktop review to understand what has already occurred, what do we know of each of those sites. You would undertake a bit of a gap analysis as well, and then you would determine what type of further geotechnical work you would need to do. Some you may be able to do concurrently, some you may need to, take on individually. So I think, as my colleague Mr. Dawson has said, if you just look at it per site, if you were starting from scratch, it could take up to 2 years, if not a bit more, if there is, depending on what's there or not. So, it's a question we wouldn't be able to answer or even take on notice because we would still have to undertake quite a bit of work to understand, say, the 7 sites that were already there.
So I'm also interested, we spoke about earthquakes earlier. As part of those undertakings, do you take into consideration things like subterranean water supply, like the artesian basin, etc.? And how significant are those impacts potentially?
So the geohazard assessment covers a range of hazards, not just earthquakes. It would consider tsunami if you had a coastal facility. It also would consider volcanic risk. And a range of other things, including if there was, as you say, a subterranean cave under the facility, that would be identified as part of the geotechnical work and may exclude a site from being possible.
And in the worst case scenario where we did have a large scale earthquake, what would be the implication of something like liquefaction of the earth surrounding a proposed site? What would happen in that sort of a scenario? Yeah,
so a large earthquake near a facility, there are a range of things that would happen. First, shaking might cause damage. If the facility was near the point where a large earthquake ruptured the surface, that would damage infrastructure immediately. And as you say, liquefaction is where sedimentary material goes from being a solid during an earthquake to behaving like a liquid, so you get damage to infrastructure associated with that.
Okay. Just my last question, if that's all right, Chair. Just for clarity, has the Deputy Chair of the committee or opposition members approached Geoscience Australia with request for assistance in site-specific studies of construction of a nuclear power plant on the site of Liddell Power Station?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr Burnell, could I just do one follow-on question from that one? Have any of the coalition came and spoke to you about any of the 7 proposed sites at all? To see if there's any... Okay,
no.
Thank you. Ms Mascarenhas?
Sorry, just unmuting. One of the things that I wanted to get an understanding of with Geoscience Australia is the ability to also include, let's say, water assessment. An important component of nuclear power stations is making sure that we actually have enough water for the steam turbines and cooling, etc. Would your analysis also undertake the quantity of water required for the coalition's proposed nuclear power station sites?
That's an interesting question. It's Christina Anastasi here. I think we would be looking at it from a geotechnical point of view about what water is available around the sites, what might be the impact. We have expertise around groundwater as well as we look at surface water, and we would, but if we are asked to look at water usage of a particular nuclear power energy source, that potentially would be a question you may want to put forward to our Australian Nuclear Science Technology Organisation.
Also with your assessments of catastrophic events that happen from time to time, would that also, like with your, do you do tsunami modelling? And with tsunami modelling, would that look at, I guess, a nuclear power station, how close it is to the coast and the potential physical impacts associated with that?
Yeah, so Geoscience Australia produces a number of national products in relation to tsunami. So we're half of the Australian tsunami warning system, so we provide information on earthquakes that then support the warning. We also do modelling of run-up of hypothetical tsunamis at the national scale. But again, as part of a site selection process, there will be very detailed modelling done around the specifics of those locations in regard to tsunami. We do national scale, but it would require local scale tsunami hazard assessment as part of that site selection process.
And do you have a sense, and the thing that I recognise with risk assessments is that we do a combination of the size of the risk versus the likelihood. Would you guys include a risk assessment component to almost categorise the risk, whether that relates to, let's say, a volcanic event versus a tsunami event? And are there any other types of events that we should be thinking about from a nuclear site assessment perspective?
Yeah, so the IAEA standards, safety standards and guidelines provide a lot of guidance on the variety of hazards. And as I mentioned, earthquakes, tsunamis and volcanoes are some of the hazards that are dealt with it. I think those guidelines are pretty comprehensive in the suite of hazards that need to be considered as part of a site selection process.
Another question is have any pro-nuclear power station advocates approached Geoscience Australia with requests for site-specific studies?
No.
Cool. I will leave it there for now.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Do you have experience in reviewing sites for nuclear power stations?
So Geoscience Australia is supporting the Australian Submarine Agency, providing independent peer review of the work that they're doing around their facilities. That work, we have peer reviewed their earthquake hazard, volcanic hazard and tsunami hazard as part of their program, so yes.
And when did that work start? When did you start building that capability in-house?
We started around six months ago. We signed
Earlier this year.
Yeah. Okay, about 6 months ago.
Yeah,
One of the experts with whom I've certainly engaged is a fellow by the name of Andrew Whitaker. He's a leading expert from the American Society of Civil Engineers and the Nuclear Standards Committee on the impacts of earthquakes specifically, originally an Australian actually. Andrew is an advisor to the White House and the Biden administration, and actually has extensive and many years of expertise in nuclear power and seismic safety. He has provided his expert advice to me and to my office. In fact, I contacted him, the Chair mentioned the Hunter experiences recently. I spoke to him specifically about that. He's assured me, based on his professional experience, that the tremors in the Hunter would be entirely inconsequential to the safe operation of a zero emissions power plant. Understanding that it's only been about 6 months or so that Geoscience has actually started to develop expertise in this field, but nevertheless, I will ask whether or not in the expertise you have built over that time, do you see any reason to hold a view that would be contrary to the view of Andrew Whitaker on this matter?
I think the earthquakes of the magnitude that we're seeing in the Hunter are such that they are able to be engineered for. I guess the concern would be, are those faults where those earthquakes are occurring capable of hosting a much larger earthquake, and that can only be determined by detailed additional site analysis.
Which I support, and thank you for also confirming that the 2 years can be done concurrently, because again that aligns with coalition policy. When it comes to the bans on uranium mining in WA and Queensland, does Geoscience see any health benefits or other benefits on keeping those bans in place?
There's no science behind that. I think it's a matter for governments to determine the policies of their jurisdictions. It's a question for the Queensland Government and Western Australian Government.
In your view, in Australia, where does the most prospective uranium mines exist?
Thank you for the question. South Australia, Olympic Dam's the largest producing mine, and Western Australia, but most of Australia, apart from Tasmania, is highly prospective.
And if that's the case, then what would be the benefits if the existing moratoria were lifted?
It's a complex question to answer. There are things like price and environmental protection assessments and things like that. Would it see a dramatic increase of uranium into the market? Possibly, but it would certainly make more available, uranium more available.
And while at this point it's hypothetical, this question, but nonetheless, does Australia have enough uranium domestically to provide for a fuel source for a fleet of zero emissions nuclear power plants?
Yes, it does.
Mm. So how much uranium exactly do we export each year? To how many countries?
So how much we actually export, sorry, I can tell you the value in terms of, in 22-23, they were valued at 812 million, and they were forecast to increase in the 23-24 year to 1.181 million. I'm just trying to see if I've got the numbers in terms of, oh, here we are. It was 4,600 kilotons of uranium. Was the total. Now, our exports are only exported to those countries where we have a national safeguards agreement with, so they're quite regulated.
Yes.
In terms of the number of countries, sorry, I haven't got it in front of me at the moment.
We might have to take that on notice.
Yeah, can I take that one on notice?
You can. You might need to take this one on notice too. I'm interested in any estimates that you might have on how many tonnes of CO2 has been displaced by Australia's uranium through use in zero emissions nuclear energy plants. Is that one also for on notice, or do you have an answer to that?
I'll take that on notice.
Yeah.
Thank you. In terms of there being any benefit that you can see in your professional experience of the existing moratorium federally against nuclear energy in Australia, can you see any benefits of keeping that moratorium in place? And if so, can you please expand your thinking as to what those benefits are of such a moratorium?
I think I'm not in a position to answer that. I think the moratoriums and whether it be on uranium or any other mining activity that a government may wish to impose on is a matter of policy and a matter for government. And as I've said before, they're matters for governments to give considerations to.
Understood. My question is from your professional opinion, though, from Geoscience Australia, putting the politics aside, do you see any merit in nuclear energy being illegal in Australia?
I don't feel like I'm in a position to answer that in terms of you'd be asking for my own personal opinion in that regard. So,
does Geoscience have any?
Geoscience Australia is an Australian government entity. We're there to support the government in delivering and meeting its policy obligations. And the government of the day has a moratorium on nuclear energy, and we support the government of the day.
Listed under your website, under the education of uranium and thorium, it is referenced that nuclear energy has been used as an energy source in some countries for 6 decades. It goes on to say nuclear is, it's a quote, is a reliable, relatively cheap energy source that can be used for baseload energy requirements. Australia does not currently use nuclear energy but exports uranium to countries that do so, and so forth. So clearly it's the view of Geoscience Australia that zero emissions nuclear energy is a cheap source of power, since it's on your website. Would you like to expand? Can you confirm that, and would you like to expand on that point?
The information on our website is based on publicly available information and factual information. So we're drawing on information and matters that have already been out in the public. Yes, nuclear energy has been in place internationally for a number of decades. And agencies like the International Atomic Energy Agency and others put information out about costs and how they do it. We are party to the uranium group. We provide input to the Red Book. So the information we do draw on our website is drawn from those publicly available information.
Thank you. You've recently been provided, Geoscience Australia has, with a $566 million funding package over a decade to develop a series of maps and tools so we can better understand the exploration opportunities in Australia. Can you please outline how this will benefit Australia, whether there are any constraints as to the priority minerals directed by the government for that purpose? Does gas or uranium fall into those categories? I don't know, sort of, I've bundled a few up there, so I'll take a pause.
That's right. I'll start from the beginning. Geoscience Australia has received the funding under the Resourcing Australia's Prosperity Initiative, which is part of the government's Future Made in Australia plan. We have been tasked by government to undertake mapping of all 36 critical minerals and strategic materials that are currently within the critical mineral strategy and the strategic materials list. We will also be undertaking a mapping and a review of Australia's groundwater, all of Australia's groundwater systems, and we will be also undertaking some deep dives. So what the deep dives are is we're going down another layer to look at those potentially highly prospective areas that are a bit underexplored and adding more pre-competitive data to encourage future considerations and investment into exploration, ultimately through to discovery and developments. Where uranium and natural gas fit into this, they are part of a multi-commodity resource considerations we'll be undertaking in deep dives, but our priorities in terms of the mapping of the minerals resources are currently focused in ensuring that we've covered all 36 critical minerals and strategic materials. You heard from my colleague earlier, Ms Costello, about mineral systems and how, you know, uranium comes through in copper and all that. As we look at and continue to deliver on that mineral systems approach, they may be, you're likely to see these being identified, but they are not a priority focus.
My last question is that Australia is often cited to be the most geologically stable continent on Earth. Is that right?
I think that's a reasonable expectation, perhaps with the exception of Antarctica, but I think that's a reasonable statement.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Mascarenhas?
The two questions. Does Geoscience Australia have specific expertise in power generation technologies, and is that a part of your core mission?
No.
No, and no, it's not part of our core mission.
And I ask that in context of the statement that was made on baseload, and one of the things that I also note is Australia is rich in critical minerals, which is an important part of the battery supply chain. Could you maybe give us a very brief overview of the critical mineral resources that we have in Australia compared to other countries, and super high level, because I know that there's a number of critical minerals that we have.
Yes.
Have you got that? Sorry. Sorry.
Marina Costello here. We have a critical minerals list that the government created a critical mineral strategy. We on the list recently, nickel was added, and there's also a strategic materials list. Critical minerals that we have in high supply and in great demand include high purity alumina, cobalt, gallium, germanium, lithium, magnesium, nickel, rare earths, and I'm not going to read them all out. We're quite well endowed with these critical minerals, and the new strategic minerals list is much shorter, so I'll read those out: copper, nickel, aluminium, phosphorus, tin and zinc. And we are in the top producing countries of at least 10 of those minerals and metals.
I'd like to add also, maybe if you have an opportunity, our website, we do make public a critical minerals operating mines map, so that might give you some insight as well as what is happening today, or in respect of where there are resource deposits as well as those being moving into development.
That sounds incredibly exciting, and it's amazing that Australia has so many amazing critical minerals right under our earth. Do you guys also look at demand for these minerals as well?
In Australia, we've looked at it internationally as well. Yes. And from your perspective, do you see a demand increasing, decreasing?
Yeah.
Yes, we see an increase in terms of, as you're saying, increase in lithium and batteries through the cars, and then you see different types of minerals and materials needed as wind turbines, into electrolysis for hydrogen and all those elements. So it's not just within Australia and Australia's uses, but across the region and internationally. The IEA had some significant figures on them, and unfortunately haven't got them in front of them. But if there were any particular ones you were interested in, happy to take on notice.
Thank you, I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you. In 1998, the Howard government, the then coalition, the government of the day, they brought in the ban on nuclear in Australia. And it's been in ever since and still continues to today. You said you work with governments of the day. The previous 10 years of the coalition government, did they come and speak to you about 7 proposed sites around Australia for a nuclear power station?
Not that we know of.
Not that I'm aware of, and not about proposed sites. I think we were a party within the considerations of the back then about opening up to the nuclear power energy. I think I've read somewhere it's one of the most reviewed and inquired into areas, uranium industry, nuclear industry and all of that. But no, we weren't approached in respect of where power sites could be, as far as I'm aware.
No worries. So there was no appetite with it with the previous government?
I can't comment on that. I'm sorry, I'm not aware.
And the Deputy Chair brought up Andrew Whittaker and all his credentials, which he sounds very impressive, may I say. Do you think it's a bit rich that he can comment from the other side of the world on what has happened in Australia without going to the site, without doing any tests or studies, or actually even doing any of what you guys do through the science, in just an opinion? Do you think that is a acceptable thing to have happen?
I think I'll go back to my previous answer. Yes, the observed seismicity is of interest, but it's insufficient to determine a basis of whether you'd site a facility there. That does require detailed investigation. So nobody could say definitively whether these sites are suitable or not at this point. That requires that additional work.
Thank you very much. And if it was to be deemed unsuitable, could you say that any engineering and timeframe could be worked with? As you said, there is other places around the world that have got more seismic activity than what we have in Australia, and Japan was one example. Does it add extra cost and extra time to projects if you have to go through those studies to do the engineering, to do the science, to do everything else behind that?
I think it would be common sense to say that if the site is complex from a hazard perspective, that would drive costs into the engineering. I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Thank you very much. And would you also say that you need to prepare for the worst in these situations? We've had 4.7 currently as our highest from the last 60 days. We do know that there was a shattering earthquake that hit Newcastle, where many people passed away, unfortunately, in that. Do you think we'd have to prepare for the worst in those areas?
The IAEA guidelines do require you to examine worst-case scenarios of very rare and catastrophic events that might be occurring, say, once every 10,000 years. So yes.
Thank you. Mr Burnell?
Thank you. I'll try and keep this short. I just wanted to go back to the comments around the AUKUS project and the site survey pertaining to the Osborne shipbuilding site. Can you just explain to me how that site-specific study would differ from a nuclear power plant site-specific study?
I'm not sure.
Sorry, just given that in the event of, well, in the case of AUKUS, we're talking about a laydown yard for installation into a submarine or a vessel before commissioning. I imagine that there's quite a big difference between that proposal and essentially setting up a large-scale nuclear reactor, or even, if the technology gets there one day, a small modular reactor.
I think we're getting into matters of engineering, but I do understand that the IAEA guidelines, the applicability of those depends on the complexity of the sites. So a nuclear power station would certainly be more complex than what is proposed for the submarine agency. So
more complex, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Burnell. Unfortunately, we've came to the end of time today, so thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If any other committee members have any other questions they'd like to put forward, please let the Secretariat know so they could forward them on. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to the transcript errors. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
I'll now suspend the meeting while the next witnesses join. Excellent. I now reopen the meeting on the Select Committee on nuclear energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation. I now welcome Smart Energy Council to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity which you appear before the committee?
John Grimes, I'm the Chief Executive of the Smart Energy Council.
Tim Lamacraft, Media Manager at the Smart Energy Council.
Thank you.
And we have one team member, Lee.
Lee Heaney, Government Relations
Can you just
Manager
unmute there, Lee? Or we're not hearing you for some reason.
I think he's okay. We just can't hear him for some reason. Is that a Hansard? Sorry, broadcasting issue? Try again, please, Lee.
Lee Heaney, Government Relations Manager at the Smart Energy Council.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussions.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Smart Energy Council is the peak industry body for the renewables industry. We have around 1,400 members. We have around 1,400 members. Sorry, Chair.
It's all right. Sorry, I just forgot one bit. Could we just, for you guys, ask to state if there are currently any former members of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries? Could you just declare a conflict of interest if you do have that, please?
Okay. So I'm sorry. The question goes to personally or anybody in the renewables industry.
Personally, with you guys. Yeah.
I'm not a member of a political party. I was briefly a member of the SDA trade union when I was about 16 years old in Adelaide, and they helped me out tremendously.
Yeah, indeed. I was a member of the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance union some years ago. No longer, never been a member of a political party.
And I'm currently a member of the Australian Labor Party. I've been a member of various unions in various capacities over the years and also acted as a union official for some of those unions.
Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you. The Smart Energy Council is the peak industry body for the renewables industry, renewable energy storage, the energy transition. We celebrate this year our 70th anniversary. We have more than 35 staff and offices in Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth and Canberra. At today's hearing, I want to talk about engineering, about economics and about the environment. But first, I want to address the question of motivation. What is the Federal Coalition's motivation in bringing on a nuclear debate? Since 2008, I've been at the front lines of the energy debate in this place. I lived it, up close and personal. This is where our members, the renewable industry, were smashed by the former coalition government's energy policies to abolish all support for large-scale renewables, for rooftop solar, to abolish the renewable energy target, to abolish ARENA and the CEFC, and most recently, active attempts to try and undermine social licence for the transition across Australia, particularly in rural Australia. Anti-renewable adherence is a core belief in the coalition. It's a bit like US Republicans who have to all believe that the 2020 Trump election was stolen. Even the most sensible bend the knee at the anti-renewables agenda. It turns out today, in 2024, that a lump of coal in Parliament is a bit, well, obvious. A more cunning plan is needed. So here we are, a nuclear proposal for Australia. Years in the making. In substance, a 2-page press release. Coalition members stay away from the nuclear detail at all cost. The game plan? Be a small target. Don't defend, don't explain, don't engage on nuclear detail. It's all about attacking renewables and boosting fossil fuels. That's why Mr Dutton tells us that there are 2 types of electrons. The strong, manly man electrons from coal and gas and nuclear, and the tepid, insipid, weak electrons from renewable energy. The only problem is an electron is an electron. In physics, there is no difference at all. This is peak anti-science, tin-foil hat brigade poppycock. Asked about the cost of nuclear, Mr Dutton and Mr Joyce always respond by attacking renewables. They say the cost of a renewable powered system is up to $1.5 trillion. AEMO knows that it's not even 10% of that figure, and it will be paid almost entirely by the private sector. But hey, what's a $1.4 trillion lie between friends? Give no details on nuclear, lie about renewables, scare the public. Next, the line is renewables can't provide baseload power. Utter rubbish. Something that I'm itching to come back to. This nuclear proposal is today's version of a lump of coal in Parliament. We heard Professor Mark Winfield from Ontario this morning on Radio National tell us that the result of Ontario's nuclear push has been an 8-fold increase in the use of fossil gas, also known as methane, a greenhouse gas that's 50 times more potent than carbon dioxide. The Coalition's energy policy is a bit like a dog, circling around and around, finally coming back to eat its own vomit. Only this time, it's nuclear flavoured. But friends, we've seen this vomit before. It's all about smashing renewables and delivering for fossil fuels. Committee Chair, we're delighted to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr Grimes. I'll start off with the Deputy Chair for this one.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your very colourful opening remarks, Mr Grimes. Just going to your disclosures, were you a director of Smart Voting?
I was. And I no longer am.
So Smart Voting, if I'm not wrong, ran that Bin Him campaign against the coalition government, is that right?
An absolutely spectacular success, Deputy Chair.
Is that, sorry, I didn't ask you for commentary about how you felt about it, but is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think that might be a relevant disclosure before you make remarks criticising the coalition, Mr Grimes?
I was asked two questions by the committee chair.
I'm asking you another question now, Mr Grimes.
Do I think that was a relevant disclosure?
Do you think that's a relevant disclosure?
No, I don't. I'm appearing in the capacity of the Chief Executive of the Smart Energy Council.
So let's talk about the Smart Energy Council. Can you confirm if you publish your top 20 largest donors so the public can have transparency as to who pays for your activities?
Excuse me, Mr O'Brien, that's not relevant to the inquiry.
Well, I think it is, Chair. I'll tell you why, because Mr Grimes has just confirmed that it might be relevant on his other disclosure, which is anti-coalition, and given his entire opening remarks were actually highly political about the coalition, I think it is relevant that we ask who is paying for Mr Grimes to be here.
It's definitely not relevant to the discussion. It's not in our terms of reference. That is not relevant, Deputy Chair.
Our terms of reference, our last terms of reference, Chair, includes other issues that might be relevant. And given Mr Grimes has himself chosen to be very political in his opening remarks, I think it is of interest to the Australian public to know the top 20 donors. Will you be prepared to publish those donors if you have not?
Mr O'Brien, the Smart Energy Council has always and will always follow the law.
I take that as a no, Mr Grimes.
No,
so
I take that as we have audited accounts that are distributed and publicly available every year.
Deputy Chair, can we please get back to the terms of reference? Questions regarding that, please.
So, Mr Grimes, taking your comments about the importance of a renewables grid and your belief that renewables can also provide baseload and so forth, Can you please tell me the total system cost of the market operator's plan to get to a net zero electricity grid?
So the really good news is that the Australian energy market operator, the experts who actually run the system, have done detailed costings to answer that precise question.
So we had, Mr Grimes, we had the operator here last week. They were unable to tell us the real cost from a total system cost perspective under their modelling, which in fact has been confirmed by the Prime Minister in the Parliament as also this government's preferred pathway for a net zero national electricity market.
Mr O'Brien, you'd need to ask them that question.
So you do not know?
Well, I know what AEMO has publicly released, and that's what I'm aware of.
So do you know if AEMO cannot tell us and you cannot tell us, given your many, many years of experience, which you kindly laid out to us in your opening remarks, can you tell us where we can find that?
Deputy Chair, do you mind if I jump in there?
Please.
Look, the ISP is pretty clear when it talks about 126 or thereabouts build costs. We have no real reason to doubt that. We think it's entirely reasonable. We've gone through the line items in there, and I think it's perfectly logical that that is probably a reasonable ballpark figure.
Last week they confirmed, in fact, that was not the real costs. But thank you for your comments. So, irrespective of which political party's plan is followed to try to decarbonise Australia's electricity grid, do you think it's fair and reasonable that Australians are told plainly and simply the cost to achieve a net zero electricity grid according to that plan?
I think the proof is in the power bill. The proof is in emissions in the atmosphere.
That wasn't my question, sir. Do you think it's fair and reasonable Australians are told plain and simple the cost?
I think that the initiatives that the government implements to get the Australian energy market operator to do detailed forecasting... Sorry,
you're not answering my question.
No, I am actually, Mr O'Brien.
Okay, finish it.
To outline those costs in the integrated system plan is a very good and necessary component that informs the energy debate in Australia, and one that we absolutely support.
Indeed, the annual Gen Cost report is something that it's a constant work in progress, as you'd well be aware.
So that wasn't my question. With all due respect, I'm asking about the total system cost. You've referenced AEMO's plan. I'm asking you whether you think it's fair and reasonable that Australians are told the real cost of getting to net zero for an electricity grid. Do you or not?
Just to repeat my response...
No, you don't need to repeat something you've already said because you haven't answered the question with all due respect, sir. Would you like to have a go?
No.
No? That's okay. If nobody would like to answer that question, that's fine. Do you support the adoption and expansion of zero emissions nuclear energy in other countries?
We absolutely do. Nuclear energy is a pinnacle of human engineering. It's actually an engineering marvel and feat. For some jurisdictions around the world, particularly those that have very limited land resources, that are in the extreme north or south of the globe, so they have very much lower solar resources or they have lower wind resources, nuclear energy will be an important part of their decarbonisation journey. That's not really what we're saying here. We're saying that for Australia, in the Australian context, at a point where Australia already delivers 40% of our electricity needs through renewable energy, where we have the best solar and wind resources in the world, where we have land, so much land, I don't know if you've flown across Australia, you can almost not give it away, co-located to great mineral resources, to energy hubs where we have been an energy exporter to North Asia and other places for 100 years. With all of those attributes and access to the world's lowest cost renewable energy, then renewable energy transition is the lowest cost path to getting to low power bills, a highly reliable engineering system, and the right environmental outcomes that the Australian government has signed up to internationally. So it is vital that that renewables plus energy storage roadmap not only continue but be accelerated, because that is the future, that is the answer for Australia.
Mr Grimes, like Australia, California has plenty of sun, plenty of onshore and offshore wind resources. Unlike Australia, of course, it can import electricity through transmission interconnections with adjacent US states when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. Recently, the US Department of Energy compared a renewables-only energy mix for California with one that had renewables and nuclear, finding that it was 37% cheaper to have that renewables plus nuclear energy mix rather than renewables only. In the event that an analysis was done that found in Australia you could have a net zero electricity grid that included nuclear energy working with renewables, that was 37% cheaper or thereabouts, would you support the Australian people having a net zero grid on those grounds?
We're motivated to get power prices as low as possible, to get an energy system that is entirely stable and
regardless of the zero emissions technology?
I'm answering the question, Mr O'Brien.
I've just asked you another one though.
I'm sorry, so give me
regardless,
the
that comment you just made, that you want the lowest cost, regardless of which low emissions technology?
Absolutely. If it stacks up, we're for it. The reality is that nuclear energy does not stack up.
No, that's okay. That's your opinion, so thank you, sir. If it stacks up, you're for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Ms Mascarenhas.
Hi. So I think you've already confirmed this, but do you think that the government of the day should back the lowest cost path to net zero emissions?
They have a duty to the Australian people to do exactly that. I think that the target of 82% renewables energy by 2030, the vision to engage in a future Made in Australia program, policies like the Capacity Investment Scheme are absolutely taking us in the right direction. They are today delivering the lowest emissions, lowest cost energy. Tasmania today is at 100% renewables with a plan to get to 200% renewables by 2040 to export as much energy, renewable energy, as they use domestically. The ACT, in fact, every light and monitor and microphone in this room is powered by 100% renewable energy. In South Australia, they're at over 70% today, and they have a plan to take them to 85% by 2026 and 100% by 2027. This is the pathway for Australia. I go back, member, to my opening remarks. Why are we having this debate? What is the motivation for this debate? The motivation is to continue to try and reduce the momentum of renewables, to put roadblocks in its way and to boost the impact of fossil fuels in a plan, years in the making, that amounts to a 2-page media release. Give us the details and I'll tell you with more certainty whether it's even in the ballpark. But I can say that I know what the motivation for this attack is. The motivation is not about trying to deliver to Australia the lowest emissions, lowest cost energy. The motivation is to attack renewables, to hold them back. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. And so this is a smokescreen and it does enormous damage to our industry, to our investments and to our economy. More than 50,000 people directly employed in our industry being once again put to the sword by policy proposals that want to roll back renewable energy.
Following on from that, can you explain why baseload is fundamentally not required in Australia's future energy grid?
Oh, fantastic. So baseload power demand fluctuates widely over time. in the middle of the day when industry's working and people, factories are working, demand is relatively high. At 3 a.m, it's almost non-existent. Our energy system of the past, because the technology we had was coal-fired power stations, meant that they can't be turned off. Now, with nuclear energy can be throttled down, but nuclear energy cannot be turned off. It's an inflexible energy source. So you've got demand changing over time. Demand also changes with the weather. Extreme cold, extreme heat. It changes with the seasons. At the moment, we've got plenty of renewable energy and low demand. And so what you need to do is match supply with demand. To stay wedded to a concept of baseload is to actually have an economic inefficiency, to have the cost of generation that does not meet the cost or the market demand. And so what that does is it raises the price of the electricity system for everybody. Baseload power is a 1950s concept that is being utterly debunked, and for the Coalition in their talking points to hang on to this because it sounds like baseload, those manly man electrons from coal and gas are going to save the day, is utter rubbish.
So baseload is basically not required.
Absolutely, because what you have is fantastic solar resources during the day and wind resources which are disproportionately high at night time. By the time you map those two resources together over a big geographic area like Australia, where our grid stretches from Cape York to the bottom of Tasmania, then you have a really fantastic match. Now, there are times where you've got to fill in little hollows that appear with energy storage. This debate, if we're serious about the energy transition, should be about how do we get low-cost energy storage into our system as quickly as humanly possible, because that unlocks the renewable energy resource. It's about flexible, dispatchable power, because that meets demand at lowest cost. That is where the debate should be. But once again, we have a federal coalition hell-bent on pushing back on the renewable transition and the fig leaf of a nuclear debate to try and distract us all. In fact, it's outrageous that I'm spending my time here talking about nuclear energy when we've got a really hard mission in front of us today to roll up our sleeves and deliver for the Australian people. That's what our industry is doing. It's outrageous that once again we're coming into this fig leaf smokescreen that is being driven and designed completely for political purposes.
Investment markets often move much quicker than governments. Can you talk about how much investment has happened in the renewable sector, but also contrast that with the Coalition's policy of using taxpayers' dollars to build nuclear power stations?
Today, around the world spends $1.5 billion every day on installing solar panels. That's just one statistic for you. That capital, not just in solar but wind, in batteries, in the whole transition, comes from private equity. There are buckets of money sloshing around the world looking for good quality projects to invest in. And the good news is Australia is right at the top of the list. We're an advanced economy, a democracy, a safe place to invest capital in the energy transition. And so access to capital is not the problem. Investors will take the risk and they'll get a market return, a financial return on an investment. The contrast is to slug the Australian people directly with the bill. Now, the Smart Energy Council has modelled the 2-page media release and finds that that cost could well be as much as $600 billion. In fact, we think it could probably be more than that. That is a cost that's going to go into the power bills of everyday Australians. If the Coalition is interested in cost of living, in electricity bills, in bringing costs down for the Australian people, this is the very last thing the government would do. It's outrageous to subsidise nuclear energy and to retard and hold back renewable rollout and investment.
And the thing that I know from a renewable energy market is that we had 10 years of 22 energy policies, mismanagement under the Coalition, and what we saw in the first 2 weeks of Parliament, we legislated out greenhouse gas reduction target of 43% by 2030. What we started to see is an unlocking of renewable energy investment in Australian markets. What would happen if the coalition was elected and we basically had this nuclear power vision? What would that mean for investment in renewable markets, but what would that also mean to power bills as well for Australians?
It's not just what would happen, but what is happening today. Attacking social licence, attacking offshore wind, stopping the rollout. The Smart Energy Council is a non-partisan organisation. We will stand with any party that has good renewables policies. We stood proudly alongside Matt Keane from the New South Wales Liberal government. I did a press conference alongside Clive Palmer from the Palmer United Party when his senators actually voted to stop the abolition of ARENA and CEFC. So this is not a partisan political thing. We're interested in an outcome. But the truth is, not only have the coalition not changed, but they've become more cunning, more sophisticated in the way they're going to try and undermine that support. That's outrageous. We called it out for a decade, and we will call it out every day going forward. We are absolutely up for this debate, and the Australian people are on our side.
Thank you, Ms Mascarenhas. In June this year, you released studies that showed that nuclear reactors that produce thousands of tonnes of nuclear waste proposed by the federal opposition will be up to $600 billion of taxpayers' dollars, whilst only providing 3.7% of the Australia's energy mix in 2050. Could you please tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we did at that time, the coalition had announced that 7 sites that had been identified that currently generate 11 gigawatts of energy. So based on CSIRO and IEMO's 2024 Gen Cost report, the capital cost of replacing those 11 gigawatt coal capacity fire stations with 5 large nuclear reactors and 2 small nuclear reactors in 2030, the proposed but unrealistic timeframe would be at a minimum $116 billion. However, the examples from around the world are much more damning than that. In the UK, the Hinkley C nuclear plant currently under construction, the cost of that is now blown out to $92 billion for a single nuclear reactor. Right. It was originally promised in 2007. Britons were told that they'd be cooking Christmas turkey with nuclear energy by 2017. It's now hoped that that project will come online not in 2017 but in 2031. This is a country that's done nuclear for a very long time. The Vogel nuclear power station, a $45 billion cost for a single reactor, 7 years late, $17 billion over budget. In Ontario, Canada, which the opposition loves to talk about, the nuclear build bankrupted the hydroelectric Ontario. It actually led to provincial government subsidies of more than $8 billion to artificially push power prices down. The public were paying. They were paying not through their power bills but through their taxes because the price has to be paid. So what we see right around the world is that the costs are enormous, the engineering risks are extreme, the timeframes blow out, and in an Australian context, we actually think that closer to $1 trillion is an absolutely defensible estimate based on what we're learning more and more. But friends, I would say this, the coalition outlines the policy, we simply model it. If the coalition has a detailed policy that they want to put forward, we will happily model that. The feedback we get from the coalition is to say those costs, that analysis is overdone. Well, I would say this, it's a bit like a child in a playground saying, well, no, my imaginary friend is way bigger than that. It's kind of schoolyard kind of debate. The debate that we're having for our energy future, our environmental future, our economic future in Australia.
Can you just let us know a bit more about how you got to the estimated costs of the nuclear power plants that will create 7 nuclear power sites around Australia and power plants that will create thousands of tonnes of nuclear waste, and how you got to as high as 600 billion, plus now you've just said $1 trillion. Can you just give us a bit more on that?
So this is based on lived experience in the UK and the US, where there's existing nuclear energy. So Mr O'Brien talked about California. California has the advantage of having done nuclear since it was invented in World War II, and an industry and a whole ecosystem around that. Australia has no such experience. So in those jurisdictions, large nuclear reactors could cost more than $60 billion each. Those reactors are unlikely to be built before 2040. And if there are additional regulatory things that we need to go through, in my own view, I think 2045 is deeply ambitious if you were to actually embrace this program today. There are no so-called small modular nuclear reactors anywhere in the world outside of Russia and China. So how are we building this, right? These nuclear reactors that don't exist.
Chair, I would also like to point out that in our analysis, obviously we're looking at some of these real-world scenarios like Hinkley C, where we're looking at $92 billion build costs. This doesn't actually factor in the running costs. Who's going to pay for emergency management? How much will emergency management cost? This doesn't take into account waste. How much is waste industry going to cost? Where's it going to go? All these factors, I think we're probably actually being very kind in our analysis and estimate of how much the industry could cost here. Of course, we could probably have more firm figures if we weren't relying on a 2-page press release.
Thank you. Would you say, because of a 2-page press release, that we haven't been given the exact details we need, and that's why we're having this inquiry now? With that being said, would you say that, because it's first of its kind in this country, to have nuclear power stations for 7 sites that are spoken about that will create thousands of tonnes of nuclear waste, would you say that that will add more cost to the project as well and extra time?
Absolutely. There is absolutely no reason to believe that thousands of tonnes of waste wouldn't be created. That is the benchmark example coming from other, real-world examples like the Vogels, like the Ontario industry, like Hinkley C, for example. There is great large amounts of waste where they still really don't know what to do anything with. I mean, right here in Australia, the last time we tried to address this issue, we had a citizens' jury in South Australia in 2016, and the unanimous finding of that citizens' jury, we don't want it. So there is nowhere where this waste will go, the thousands of tonnes of not just, the raw product, but all the ancillary, infrastructure that goes with it. And it's not just the Coke can per SMR that has been mentioned by Mr O'Brien's colleague either, Peter Dutton.
No worries, thank you. I will go over to the Deputy Chair just for a quick couple of minutes before we head over to Mr Burnell.
You were asked twice to explain your $600 billion figure and the assumptions. I note you have failed to do so. You have pointed to certain examples. So by my calculation, $600 billion, you are looking at nearly 55,000 kilowatt as a cost for nuclear. So which nuclear power plant were you using as a benchmark for your $600 billion estimate? Which nuclear power plant did you use as your benchmark?
Mr O'Brien, I'd like to table into Hansard our detailed analysis. This was circulated in June this year.
You can table it. Which power plant, sir?
And sets out. I'm very, very happy to go through this. In fact, let me do that in some detail now.
Is there an individual power plant which is your benchmark?
So what we're talking about is, Mr O'Brien, you set the policy. You outlined the policy.
I'm asking you a question. So if you don't have an answer, that's fine. With all due respect, that's all right. So let's go to another thing you mentioned in that same media release, which was 11 gigawatts of power to provide 3.7% of Australia's energy requirement. So even if AEMO's step change scenario, which talks about 360 gigawatt hours of grid generation, well, you're talking about 90 gigawatt hours of nuclear would probably fill about 25% of that. So, but you're talking about only 3.7%. So what capacity factor were you assuming for those 11 gigawatts of nuclear?
It was a 60%.
Deputy, sorry, Mr Labcroft, if you can answer the previous question from the Deputy Chair, more than happy to have that first as well.
Yeah, sure. Let's quickly just answer the one that you've just posed, Deputy Chair, and I'll then go to the one previously as well. So if you want an answer about 3.7%, that's quite easily. One of your favourite unicorns that you mentioned is the AP1000 Westinghouse. Two of those would get us to about 3.7%. SMRs, we can probably factor in there somewhere around the 400 megawatt mark, but, of course, the fact that they don't actually commercially exist makes it slightly problematic. Sure, we could go out to 38 nuclear reactors, rolled out across the country. We don't know how many it is. You've refused to tell us. Some of your, advocates will tell us.
I'm sorry, answering my latter question, it was what capacity factor did you assume? Capacity factors are expressed as a percentage, sir.
60%.
60%?
That's correct.
And then which, to my former question, that you just said you had an answer, and the Chair allowed you to provide that, which power plant did you use as your reference power plant for the $600 billion calculation?
Several. I mean, Hinkley C, which
Hinkley
is a relevant benchmark. We could also look to Vogel. We also factored in Vogel. We basically took averages of, relevant OECD countries where they've built.
So the answer is the average cost in OECD countries.
I said Hinkley C.
Hinkley C is the answer?
Yeah. Hinkley C is a reasonable benchmark, not the only benchmark, but it's certainly a benchmark that we used.
Thank you for that answer. My last question, because I know the Chair's trying to wrap me up. You mentioned several times a two-page media release of the Coalition, and thank you for reading it. I've got here a plan that was actually distributed on that day, and I've made many speeches since. It outlines our policy that on the first page talks about our broader energy mix and the long-term plan. The broader energy mix, you're happy to know, includes the importance of renewables. Second page talks about our rollout plan, starting with two establishment projects. It talks about the benefits. It talks about how the sites are located. It talks about the sites themselves. It talks about the community engagement process. Page 4, we outline the various community benefits from the multi-billion-dollar facility, integrated economic development zone, regional deals. Talk about the community partnership model that would be established. We then go through the technologies, that it's next of a kind. Your figures assumed first of a kind, by the way. We will talking about how then we would partner. We're talking about the institutional architecture. In terms of regulatory architecture, establishing an independent authority, establishing a GBE, Affordable Energy Australia. We then, on further pages, talk about the timeline, safety, waste management, environment benefits. So my question, and then we talk about the operating life and so forth. So my question is, you keep talking about just 2 pages. Has your entire evidence today ignored the substantive part of the Coalition's policy?
Mr O'Brien, that document that you have in front of you has a total of 1,200 words. 1,200 words. And following that, you appeared on Insiders and changed what the Coalition stands for. You said
Such as? Give me an example.
Well, you said that there would be multiple reactors built at each site.
No, multiple units per site.
And so
can you point to where that contradicts this?
We are utterly confused.
You just made an accusation, sir. Can you point to where a multiple unit site contradicts our plan? Because that has always been our policy, and I stand by it.
A plan in 1,200 words. We have absolutely studied that plan in detail.
No, I just asked you a question. You just accused me of contradicting myself on national television. Please explain that, sir.
Mr O'Brien, what I'm saying is that we're getting more detail in little snippets and bites. As
you just made an accusation. Can you prove that or not? Well, Chair, I asked him to be given time to explain the accusation. Otherwise, withdraw it.
Chair, I'm happy to withdraw that comment.
Thank you.
But the substantive point remains that detail is coming out in dribs and drabs. We don't have a clear vision. When we do, we'd be happy to detail and redo that exercise.
Mr Burnell.
Thank you. I know that the Deputy Chair's unhappy with some of the assumptions being made, but why did you have to make those assumptions?
Well, because it goes to the question of motivation, and that's where I started my evidence today. What is the motivation for the coalition putting up this proposal? If it is a motivation in good faith, to really outline what is a genuine, reasonable, solid proposal for Australia's energy future, that would be one thing. But it's not. It's designed to reduce investor confidence, to push back the rollout of renewables, to attack renewables whenever asked about nuclear policy. And so we are in a really outrageous position where we need to come back, because if we let this stand, if it goes unquestioned, if we don't shine a spotlight onto this, then they'll get away with it. And we've been in the trenches now for I've been in the trenches now for almost 16 years doing this job. I've seen this firsthand, and I can tell you when your industry and personally you're at the end of those missiles for almost a decade of a coalition government, you understand the battlefield really, really well. We understand this battlefield. We know what the motivation is, and that's why we're calling it out.
Can I just go to... there was a line of questioning earlier, and Mr Lummercraft, you started to talk about basing your costings on OECD examples for likely costs to be experienced here if we were to undertake a nuclear power program in Australia. Why is it important to use OECD examples compared to other countries? I just want to understand why that's front of mind for you when you look at your costings.
Sure. Comparable governments, comparable democratic systems, comparable workforce issues. It should be a bit of a no-brainer that we would look to Britain for the way that our power generation and infrastructure is rolled out. We've mirrored it for many, many decades, if not centuries. So it seems entirely reasonable to look to countries like Canada, the USA and Britain that have democratic institutions rather than perhaps, for example, the UAE, which is an autocracy and which has absolutely no transparency over its processes as compared to, for example, again, Canada, UK, USA. So this is why we look to like for like, sort of examples of democratic countries which we would look to for our expertise.
Well, that makes sense to me. Just my last question, and I know we're very short on time. If we were to change government at the next election, we pursue a pathway to nuclear power, energy solutions in this country, is it reasonable to expect that we can meet our commitments under our emission reductions that we have put forward?
Mr Burnell, one of the key issues that we haven't got to yet and which is not answered in the 1,200 words so-called policy outlined by Mr O'Brien is actual realistic timelines. There is no way we will have a nuclear industry in this country within 20 years. Maybe 25 to be, to be really realistic. And Mr O'Brien and his party, I don't think, have provided any credible example of how we will do that before 25 years. So no, we will not meet net zero. Net zero is a fig leaf being presented by the coalition that really is actually just a plan to keep more coal and gas in the system, which they're not even denying anymore, by the way. I mean, the reality is there's still 10 unanswered questions from the coalition on its so-called nuclear proposal. How much will it cost? How many nuclear reactors will be built? Where will the waste go? Will the community have a say? Where is the realistic schedule for construction? How much energy will nuclear generate? How much solar will it turn off? We estimate about 3 million Australian solar households will have their nuclear turned off at least at some time of the year thanks to nuclear. Where the water come from? How will our food and fibre and farmers who produce alongside reactors be compensated? Just two more. How will you overturn state and federal bans? Who will provide emergency management for the nuclear industry? How many kilometres of new transmission lines? This is just the 10 unanswered questions. In reality, There are far, far more.
So the response that was no?
We will not meet net zero under nuclear.
Thank you.
We've got to come to a close. Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that the response to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If we have any committee members that would like to pose any other questions to the witnesses, please let the Secretariat know. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcript errors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Committee.
Thank you.
I now welcome the Electrical Trades Union to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Michael Wright, National Secretary of the Electrical Trades Union of Australia.
This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. This evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you are a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industry?
I am a member of the Electrical Trades Union and have been proudly for nearly 20 years. I am also a member of the Australian Labor Party.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to make a brief opening statement before we go to discussions.
Thank you, Chair, and my sincere apologies for not being able to attend in person in Canberra. By way of explanation of who the Electrical Trades Union is, we represent close to 70,000 workers across the country, principally electrical workers. Now, our members can be found in every corner of society, every corner of the economy, including in the building of grid-scale solar, grid-scale wind, and also in the oil and gas sector, the resource sector more generally, coal mining, coal-fired generations, and everywhere in between. In the context of the energy transition which Australia is going through, the electrical trades are unique. At every point, from the Tesla to the turbine, from the power point to the power plant, you will find an electrician. The importance of this energy transition is well known to all. There's a bipartisan agreement on reaching net zero by 2050. Now, unfortunately, how we get there has become something of a political football. For us, electricity can be positive or negative. It cannot be left or right. Now, with the increasing load on the grid that comes from this energy transition, whichever path we follow, there is a forecast shortfall or a forecast growth of employment for electricians alone of 40,000 by 2030, expanding out to nearly 100,000 by 2050. The increasing load on our grid comes, of course, from electric vehicles, from domestic heating and cooking, industry electrification, and not to downplay the role of the data centre build-out. So in this context, I come to the committee today to express our opposition to nuclear. Now, my union has had a long-standing opposition to nuclear, dating back to when some of our members returned from their experiences in the Second World War, having witnessed firsthand what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Over time, our position has evolved and changed, as have the circumstances. But throughout that all, we have maintained a consistent position that we do not support nuclear generation in Australia, with the exception of facilities such as Lucas Heights for medical research. This long-standing commitment has to be contrasted against our acute concern with the proposal to build out nuclear generation in Australia now. What this has done is sowed chaos into our sector. We have no understanding, nor does, as I take it, broader industry have any understanding of the generation capacity, the cost, nor realistically what the timing is. And we particularly have no understanding of how the proposal for nuclear generation interacts with the rest of the grid. I know that there is some modelling that says that the proposal would generate less than 4% of Australia's electricity needs. I appreciate that that's contested. A 4% nuclear feed-in has a different impact and a different flow-on effects to the transmission, to the renewables, to the offshore wind industry than a greater percentage. But the fact that we don't know what is going on, the fact that investors, that employers don't know, means that we are already seeing projects getting delayed. Now, for so many of our members who are in the construction sector, continuity of work is how they have employment security. It takes 26 years to build through to net zero from today, but no job is going to take 26 years, particularly not one that's finishing by 2050. So having that continuity of work, that security of future employment is how we turn itinerant careers into secure lives. So to have this nuclear intervention come in at this stage, when we finally have a plan, is incredibly unwelcome. Now, no one would accuse Australia of having consistent energy policy over the last 20 years. The price of that to the workers in this sector has been uncertainty, has been not knowing where their future lies. And that's what we are coming here today to ask to end. We are crying out for certainty. We are crying out for consistency. Because consistency in policy is what allows for these projects to take off and then employ ETU members, and workers in the regions, workers throughout Australia more generally. We are at the beginning of what should be a jobs boom, but it has the risk of, with this uncertainty, with this chaos, turning into yet another jobs drought. But Chair, that's all I had for my opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I represent the community of the Hunter. Our community has been powering Australia for generations, but we also know that coal-fired power stations are coming to their end of life. The ETU have represented those workers for decades. Can you please be honest with us here today? Does nuclear represent a viable jobs future for our community in the Hunter?
The short answer, Chair, to that is no. To the best of our understanding, the best of when we look into international comparisons, no worker engaged at a coal-fired generator anywhere in the Hunter or more broadly in Australia would be able to transition straight to a nuclear generator. It is simply not conceivable. When I think about Western Australia and Collie and Moodge's forecast to close in 2029, there is not going to be work for those. There is not going to be a nuclear plant, whatever the government's wishes, of the government of the day's wishes, may be, that those workers can transition to. It will not happen.
Why is that, Mr. Wright?
The timeframes involved in building nuclear. So it is possible to, as we've seen with Eraring, extend out the lifetime of existing coal-fired generation by a year or two. It is possible, but it is also, no one planned for Callide B to explode. No one planned for 2 units at Bayswater to go down. This is ageing infrastructure. Our members are doing the best they can to keep it going, but without significant capital investment which we are simply not seeing from the owners of that plant, then the reliability of these plants is simply uncertain. Anyone who gives this committee a commitment that we can pad out coal-fired generation indefinitely without significant capital investment is simply lying.
And so, Mr. Wright, AGL, who you and your members deal with frequently, they look after Liddell and Bayswater power stations. They have thousands of jobs planned for the Liddell site. What would happen to those jobs and that workforce in the Hunter if nuclear was to actually happen at the Liddell site?
Fundamentally, Chair, we don't know. It would all be thrown into doubt again. It would all be thrown up in the air. So all of the work that communities, that unions, that workers have been doing, that the government's been doing, trying to build a future for these workers, at best gets put on hold, at worst gets put in the bin.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mr. Wright. I note that the ETU has released a report, Nuclear energy report. You probably can't see it by camera, but if you can, on page 18, you talk about the risk of a nuclear energy industry magnifying adverse impacts on land, including prime agricultural land. Given its fuel density, I note that for every megawatt hour of electricity produced, wind requires 360 times more land than nuclear, and solar 75 times, than nuclear, and solar 75 times more land than nuclear. So wind, 360 times more than nuclear, solar 75 times more. How do you therefore justify an argument in the Australian public that nuclear poses a threat to prime agricultural land compared to what it is you are proposing?
There's obviously the long tail risk of nuclear and nuclear waste, and the and the catastrophic consequence and long-term consequence of a meltdown or the like. On a more specific, on a more day-to-day basis, it's the capacity for wind, for solar to coexist with agriculture. There is no significant exclusion zone that exists around wind or around a solar panel. And again, if nuclear is to be meaningfully contribute to the Australian grid, it will need to be built out far more than the 7 sites that have currently been identified. So that is, and each of those sites will have considerable exclusion zones around them, as is typically the case in countries around the world which have extant regulatory regimes, unlike Australia. So that's the basis of that claim.
So on page 20 of the report, you argue, again with respect to nuclear, that, and I quote, pursuing public investment in high emissions, inefficient, costly and high risk energy sources, et cetera, would be reckless and irresponsible. Do you not recognise nuclear as a zero emissions clean energy source?
The generation side of it is zero emissions. The extraction of uranium is obviously not.
So the embedded emissions,
embedded costs.
The embedded emissions through a nuclear energy plant, you are saying, far exceeds the embedded emissions through alternate wind and solar. Is that right? Is that your argument?
It is.
Do you have any evidence to that end?
Presently with me, no, but I'm happy to provide.
If you can take that on notice. And what about your argument that it's inefficient? That's the first time I've ever actually heard an argument that nuclear energy compared to variable renewable sources is inefficient.
The inefficiency, as I understand it, comes from the reliability and the need for planned maintenance, which is not a factor anywhere near to the same degree with wind or with solar. They are generating more often than nuclear can reliably be. And this is in particular.
Sorry. Just a point of clarity, because I'm not sure if I heard you correctly. Did you say wind and solar generate electricity more often? So they run more
consistently and more consistently and more predictably, as opposed to nuclear, which we've seen in France, where they've had to shut down reactors when there's been drought, and then those generators were producing zero. And that was not predicted. That was not. We can plan for sunset. We can forecast sunset centuries in advance. We can't forecast drought when drought has a direct consequence for these sites being able to generate new energy.
So just on that argument that actually variable renewable sources of energy are more predictable and reliable than 24/7 baseload power provided through a nuclear power plant, have you surveyed your members on that point who have real hands-on experience in the electricity system? Do you believe you speak for your members in making the claim you have just made?
The variability that we find...
I'm asking about whether or not you surveyed your members, and do you represent them in these views, do you believe?
I absolutely represent our
Have you
members.
surveyed them, sir?
And I have not... We rely on the advice on experts and reports and international and energy regulators around the world.
On
that
page,
is what we rely on to form our...
Thank you. On page 6 of the same report, you argue that existing nuclear nations, and you cite China and the US, are choosing renewables, I quote, renewables over nuclear. I don't know whether you have travelled to those countries and spoken to them directly about nuclear energy. I have. Isn't it true that they are in fact choosing nuclear and renewables? They are choosing a path of both. They are growing the capacity of both renewables and nuclear, as opposed to what your report says, that they are choosing one over the other.
Nuclear in each of those jurisdictions is a declining share of the grid. So it is true that in some of those jurisdictions they may be building up replacement, and in some limited situations, some limited situations, an expansion of nuclear energy.
When you say limited, sorry, just to clarify, you're talking about the United States, that they've made announcements about tripling their capacity of nuclear. What do you mean?
That as a share of the overall grid, it is still declining relative to renewables.
So on page 8 of the report, you quote Ziggy Switkowski some years ago with a negative quote about nuclear energy. And I note this report was only recently released, the last month or so. Is that right? So is that right?
Correct. Sorry, Chair.
So if you're going to be quoting somebody as esteemed as Dr. Switkowski in a report specific to the Coalition's nuclear plan, why have you not gone to his quotes more recently and subsequent to the Coalition's release of its policy, where he says, and I quote, "Not having nuclear in the mix and relying ostensibly on renewables with all sorts of smaller contributors will produce a less cost-effective and less flexible and, frankly, economically poorer decision." Why did you not include more
context for Mr. Switkowski's quote? I'm afraid I can't respond to that. But it's having nuclear in the mix is not something that's presently on the table for Australia, and conceivably won't be on the table for nuclear energy to actually be contributing to the grid for at least 20 years. So I'm not sure the basis on which the world in which, or the timeline on which Mr. Switkowski is referring to there.
So
without having the context, I can't respond properly.
So one last question, Chair, because I'm conscious others should have a go here, but in the AEMO ISP, when it looks at workforce opportunities, it talks about the enormous requirement of the electrical engineering workforce might need to rise by threefold in 5 years. I know the ETU has very publicly been talking about its concern of, is it 17,000 or 18,000?
32,000 electricians by 2030.
Sorry, how many?
Between 32 and 42,000 is a predicted growth in the electrical workforce electrician workforce by 2030.
That's an enormous number. How confident are you that's actually going to happen? Do you truly believe that is happening on the current trajectory? Are you confident that will be delivered?
Chair, we are doing everything we can to provide these opportunities because they are fantastic jobs and great careers for people to come into.
That wasn't my question.
There is an enormous amount of work that needs to go in. And over the last 2 years, we've seen a significant increase in the commencements. Sitting in 2024, it is unambiguously, as you say, Deputy Chair, a big challenge to train that many people, to have that many qualified extra electricians. It is a challenge that we are happy to take on.
Was my question about whether or not you're happy to take on a challenge. So you were talking about what, did you say 32 to 40,000 additional people to deliver Labor's plan by 2030, which you think is a really good idea? What guarantee do you give the Australian people as the ETU leader that that workforce will be delivered?
Sorry, if I can, Deputy Chair, it is not my. It is not the. It does not fall on the ETU to deliver 32,000.
What confidence do you have?
That was your final question, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, we're going to get there or we'll be caught trying. These are good jobs. These are great futures that we are trying to build for people here. And so the opportunity, this shouldn't be seen as a threat. This should be seen as a massive opportunity that we are talking about 40,000 extra jobs that have long-term career security, notwithstanding that it probably won't be with the same employer the whole time. That this is a good challenge for the country to have, and one that the ETU is all too happy to help rise to meet.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing evidence today, Mr Wright. I'm interested to know your thoughts on the job makeup, or actually I'll go back one step. Under the current proposal right now, there's essentially hasn't been a social study undertaken. I think you mentioned in your opening statement, it might have been the previous witness, sorry, let's get back to where I was going though. The difference between I'm a layman, I've never worked at a coal-fired power station. What's the difference between a job at a coal-fired power station and the jobs that potentially could be at a nuclear power station? I'm not familiar with what the transition or complication becomes when you look at transferring skill sets across into the nuclear side of power generation in this country.
So if I can be, to start with, as I said earlier, thank you for the question, Mr Burnett. As I said earlier, we don't see a situation where anyone currently working in a coal-fired generator will have the opportunity to work in a nuclear generator, simply because of closure dates and build times. So it's to an extent, it is something that won't arise. But to answer the question on a theoretical basis, there is some overlap, certainly in terms of maintenance electricians. There will need to be some, obviously, gap training, as yet unknown. The additional nuclear safety procedures, etc., currently undeveloped, will need to be gone through. And as for transitioning, say, an operator in a coal-fired generator to an operator in a nuclear power station, absent knowing what the regulatory regime is, really, really hard to say. No doubt that they would be, in theory, they would be ahead of the pack in being able to transfer over. There would be a lot of transferable skills, but there would still be, one would presume, a lot of upskilling. And it's our understanding from talking with our kindred unions internationally that there is not much transfer between coal-fired generated operators in coal-fired generators and operators in nuclear. That's something that I'm happy to take on and confirm for the committee if it would be of use. Okay.
So I just want to go back to some of the answers you provided earlier around the uplift to 32 to 42,000 workers. So that is on the existing pathway for renewable energy uptake and other job opportunities across the country outside of nuclear, correct? Is that right?
That's correct. That's on the basis of current government settings, policy settings. The reason for the variability, I should say this comes out of Jobs and Skills Australia's Clean Energy Generation Report, which was released in October 2023. So it's whole of economy, and the reason for 32 to 42 is that the 42 is premised on the renewable energy superpower scenario, whereas the 32 is the base. So with the announcement of the Future Made in Australia policy, which pushes us much more towards that renewable energy superpower, that pushes us towards the 42,000 end of the spectrum versus the base of creating an extra 32,000 electrical jobs in Australia.
And I imagine that this also takes into account attrition through qualified tradies leaving industry due to a change of career or retirement as they age out.
That's correct, Mr. Burnett. So we are seeing the electrification of everything. So with the increasing load that the EVs, that electric vehicles place on the grid, there is an increased need for electricians in the home to install EV chargers, for grid augmentation, to upgrade our distribution lines. There is the transmission line build out. At every step of this way, and including grid-scale solar, grid-scale wind, rooftop solar, etc., at every step, you're finding more and more electricians.
Right, so the question I want to pose to you then is, if that's the trajectory that we're on under the current plan of our government of the day, to switch tact and pursue a nuclear energy pathway, what would that do to the level of workforce confidence? Are we likely to see a significant drop-off from tradies, electricians, seeking alternate employment and then putting additional pressure on our existing coal-fired power operations in the country? Because I'm thinking, like, my own personal experience, when in the past, I transitioned out of the oil and gas industry because of a significant downturn in industry and wanted to get ahead of the curve and seek an alternate pathway of employment and re-skilled. Is it reasonable to expect that if workers at the Liddell coal-fired power station, for example, were feeling like their jobs are not going to be there and a transition to a renewable pathway opportunity is not there, I would imagine that has a significant impact on workforce confidence?
Oh, absolutely. There is already a lot of doubt and a lot of uncertainty in some of the regions. In some regions, this would simply would put it on steroids. To be honest, if the position of the Commonwealth Government were to change so that it was committed to an unknown amount of electricity generation coming from nuclear at an unknown cost to be borne by taxpayers, we would, as night follows day, there would be an investment drought in the renewable sector, which would then lead to a jobs drought. It's as simple as that, and that would remain until there was some sort of clarity, which is why it is, the plea from us is for a bipartisan energy policy, because one that's not going to change with the government of the day, because as it flips back and forth, it costs my members jobs. So sticking with a plan creates jobs, allows us to unlock this 32,000 extra opportunities for Australians. Whereas to flip-flop over to nuclear for a while, who knows if that remains a Commonwealth? It will take multiple successive governments to actually deliver it. So who knows if that commitment remains? All the while, the projects that are currently on the cards, current projects that are about to be greenlit, will be put on ice, and that costs my members jobs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. Mr. Perrott, welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologise for being late. I'm jumping between committees, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, further to the Deputy Chair's question, I'm interested if you give me a quick snapshot of the work that the ETU does with industry. I seem to recall going to a facility in Pinkenba in Brisbane. It used to be in Salisbury in my electorate, but in Pinkenba that had big solar panels up there, it had wind towers. I don't think there was a small modular nuclear reactor, but it seemed to be that industry, employers and employees got together to work out how do you provide training. Could you give me a bit of a snapshot of that?
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Perrott. And I should have flagged this with the Deputy Chair's questions earlier, that this is part of how we are rising to the challenge, is that the Electric Group Training runs its Renewable Energy Centre at Pinkenba. It has 700, and that is a joint venture, if you like, on a not-for-profit basis, of course, between the Electrical Trades Union and Master Electricians Australia. Now, we have similar setups around the country, whether it's in Adelaide, whether it's in Perth, whether it's in Melbourne, and we are looking to expand these facilities. Because what I can say in my nearly 20 years with the ETU is that I have never seen industry as united on rising to the challenge of training more Australians, getting more people in, getting more women into our trades. This is probably the secret the secret sauce in all of this is that female participation in electrical trades hovers around 2 to 3%. This is an opportunity to really change. There is a whole cohort of Australians out there who have an enormous opportunity in front of them if we can get them into a training school, and that's what we are proud to deliver.
But I say, on behalf of my sister, the electrician, she concurs. You know, the modern electrician doesn't need to, carry a 100-kilogram ladder around. It seems to be that it's ideal for women. There's some low-hanging fruit there in terms of expanding some of those 40,000 jobs. So thanks, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Perrott. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Wright. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If any of the committee members have any extra questions they would like to ask Mr. Wright, could they please get them to the Secretariat as well? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to the transcript errors. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I now suspend the meeting until 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
You right, Pete?
Yeah, all right, mate, whenever you're
You all right as well? We'll just hopefully get him over here shortly. We'll now resume the public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I now welcome Centre for Independent Studies to give evidence today. For the Hansard record. Oh, sorry. Which one are we? So just Doctor. Yeah, sorry. Yep, sorry. I now welcome Dr. Patterson to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Adrian Patterson. I go by 80 for short. And I'm here in my capacity as the founder and principal of Sieva Consulting, which is a very small enterprise that operates from my home in Miranda.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussion, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industry?
Thank you. I am not currently directly involved in the nuclear energy industry, and I have no holdings in any of the nuclear companies globally or that have interests in Australia. However, I am a board director of HB11 Energy, which is a fusion startup company which is based in Australia. It has a global network and it is looking at proton boron fusion, which is likely to be commercialised in the late 2030s. Very interesting startup. On the advisory board of Global Nuclear Security Partners. It works in the area of security and safeguards. That is the other S. We have the three S's in nuclear: safety, security and safeguard. Security is the security of the sites to make sure that they are maintained properly. The security of the supply chain to make sure that material is not diverted out of the supply chain, and that is globally managed in a very reliable way. And then safeguards are the particular ways that the detailed materials transfer between countries and how that material is looked after and how it then goes to final reprocessing or to a nuclear waste facility is operated globally by the International Energy Agency in Vienna. And in that respect, we are very, very careful custodians of the materials, and I'm happy to talk about that aspect.
No worries.
I'm also chair of the board of Nuclear for Australia, which is an advocacy and quality information organisation started by Will Shackle, who is our CEO. And that provides reliable fact-based information and advocacy for nuclear energy in the country. I also am associated with some nuclear medicine startups. We've already talked about nuclear medicine and its importance. Happy to declare that if it's material.
Thank you. And not a current or former member of a political party?
I have never been a member of a political party.
Thank you. Would you like to now give a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions?
Thank you. I would like to make a brief opening statement. I am an energy generalist. I began my career in energy at the CSR in South Africa, which I joined after completing my PhD and postgraduate work in Leeds in the UK. I started working on high-temperature batteries, the sodium chloride battery, called the Zebra battery. That battery was ultimately commercialised in Switzerland. It was a sodium chloride high-temperature battery. Unfortunately, it wasn't sustainable at that time in the market, and the company failed after about 4 years. I was also involved in lithium batteries. After having worked on that project, I became the organiser and manager of a battery group. The main person in that battery group was a chap called Mike Thackeray. He developed lithium battery technology in the mid-1990s. That was patented. And I was involved in securing licenses for that patent with Toshiba in Japan. And so I have licensed lithium battery technology a number of decades ago, and I'm very familiar with the lithium battery supply chain and how batteries operate. Subsequent to that, I managed a group of 360 professionals and technical people in a combined energy and materials division. And that was an opportunity to understand how wind worked. We looked at wind plus pumped hydro projects in the eastern part of South Africa. That was the first time that I also became familiar with rural and regional energy distribution. And subsequent to that, I also became involved in a number of other projects in relation to the distribution of energy in disadvantaged communities. And the integration of energy systems. Before I came to Australia, I was involved in leading as a member of government. I moved into government, worked in the Department of Science and Technology, where I was a deputy, one tier under the head of that department. And I then orchestrated and did the South African hydrogen strategy in the Bush era hydrogen strategy. So I'm very, very familiar with hydrogen technology and happy to discuss it. And following that involvement in the hydrogen strategy, I was invited to join the board of the Pebble Bed Modular Reactor Company, which is a third generation stroke fourth generation nuclear power technology, which has been commercialized in China. I was involved in that project. Subsequently, the board asked me to join the company as the chief operating officer. And during the time that I was the chief operating officer in that company, which was ultimately closed because of the challenge of doing the economics in South Africa, I was phoned by Dr. Ziggy Switkowski, who's been mentioned already in this context, to apply for the job at ANSTO as the CEO. I competed for that job and came to Australia to take on the role of being the CEO of ANSTO. I left ANSTO a couple of years ago, having spent nearly 11 years in the organisation, taking it to a net margin producing organisation. Started with 980 people when I joined. There were 1,440 people working in nuclear technology for Australia when I left.
Thank you. I'll pass over to Mr. Burnell for the first lot of questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Patterson, for attending and providing evidence today. I just wanted to touch on your time at ANSTO to start with. We've heard previously in our last day of hearings about waste generated by the medical research reactor, that being approximately 40 kilos versus hundreds, if not thousands of tonnes of waste from a full-scale nuclear power plant. What's the inherent difference between those two?
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question. When I joined ANSTO, the Synrock technology, which was invented by Ted Ringwood, was still in the laboratory. And working with a team in ANSTO, we developed that technology to commercial scale in order to take all of the waste from the nuclear medicine that is produced at ANSTO, particularly the high-level waste, They put it in canisters of Synrock, which are about as big as my two hands held together like this.
Like about the size of a Coke can?
About the size of a Coke can, literally. And basically, the Synrock technology is ready to go. And I understand that the current government has chosen not to fund the switching on of that plant, which has been disappointing to me, given that that mandate at the time that I was involved in ANSTO was bipartisan and fully supported. And I was very thankful to governments of both sides supporting the development of that technology. It is ready to go. The plant has been built. It needs its final commissioning. And I am looking forward to the day when we cut the ribbon on the operation of that plant, which is ready to operate today. I think it is in Australia's interest as a responsible nuclear country to take the technologies that we have developed here based on inventions made here at the ANU and to put them into the marketplace so that that technology could be used all over the world in literally hundreds of places to create value for this economy. And so I'm really glad that you asked that question, because my passion at ANSTO was not to do nuclear science, but to advance nuclear technology. Nuclear science has never been difficult for Australians, but making nuclear technology work is incredibly difficult. It's disappointing that funding for final commercialisation has not been given, although I was very pleased and want to applaud the government for announcing the new nuclear medicine facility. Frankly, to be in the old facilities at ANSTO, still making nuclear medicine for so many people in Australia. Every Australian, when I arrived in Australia, would probably have one nuclear medicine treatment in their life. As a result of the developments in that field, and I'm involved in that field still, Australians will now receive probably 2, perhaps 3 nuclear medicine treatments in their lives, and an increasing number of those will be therapeutic. They directly attack the disease. So we've got a great opportunity, and I thank you for the opportunity to address the Synrock project.
So we're talking about research reactors and the waste generated by research reactors. What's the inherent difference between that, though, and a large-scale nuclear reactor?
There's no inherent difference. There are 2 pathways with waste. The fuel rods, which go into reactors, or the fuel plates which are used in research reactors, are essentially enriched to the level of, these days, about 4 to 5%, up to 19.5%, which is what we have in the Opal reactor. It's called high-assay, low-enriched uranium. So it's not highly enriched uranium, which is used in bombs and other things. That uranium is usually reprocessed. In fact, all of the uranium that was used in the HIFI reactor has been reprocessed, was reprocessed in France, it has been, and in the UK. And if you go to ANSTO today, you can stand next to the 3 casks, which are less than the height of the room that we're in. You can, in fact, hug the casks, and many politicians have done that over the years. And that intermediate level waste has been returned to Australia and could go into a repository which would fit within the central hall between the Houses of Parliament very successfully and be safely stored. So that is what happens with research reactor waste, and that was from the full lifetime of the HIFI reactor. That waste has already been reprocessed in France and brought back. The reprocessed uranium material was put into the next generation nuclear fuel in France. So I'd like to be really clear. The volumes of waste, whether it be from power reactors or whether it be from research reactors, is related to the amount of uranium you have in those reactors. The volume's actually rather small. Finland is a country which has got an underground facility, 300 metres underneath the granite in Finland. That has been commissioned. It has been certified by most authorities, and it will receive its first waste from the Finnish nuclear power plants in the next couple of years. So for the first time in an economy where the country's got a population about the same as New South Wales, they will have established a repository, which is already built. It'll be certified by international authorities, and it will receive all of the waste from their historical nuclear plants and their new nuclear plant, which is the French EPR design, which they've built and started operating. And I'm very happy to talk about the French EPR design and the fact that it was late and it cost too much. But I would like to have the opportunity to explain what happened to the price of electricity to the users in Finland of electricity from that reactor, which took too long and cost too much. I'm sure the committee would be interested in the answer to that question.
So, just for clarity, so you're saying that the research reactor at Lucas Heights, which is a 20 megawatt system, is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, yeah.
Compared to a much larger scale, around say 300-400 megawatts conservatively, maybe up to 600-700. So you're saying that it's like similar amount of waste? It doesn't make sense to me.
So the power reactors don't generate the other types of waste that we generate at ANSTO, which is the production of nuclear medicine itself produces waste in the hot cells where they produce. That doesn't happen in a power reactor. To help you with that, a power reactor's got essentially two islands. It's got a nuclear island and it's got a power producing island. The nuclear island has got the nuclear power plant, which is really creates the heat. And then the power producing island is absolutely not different to a gas plant or a coal plant and so on. So there's this regular confusion that somehow nuclear power plants are big and difficult. The important thing about a nuclear power plant is that the third and fourth generation reactors produce a higher quality of steam than you would get from conventional coal and gas plants. So to use the Finnish reactor as an example, that plant creates three types of energy. It creates the basic steam that drives the turbine that produces the electricity. It then uses some of the excess heat to do district heating. So in Australia, we could do district cooling. It's exactly the same thing. You just run the cooling system differently. It provides district heating to all of the communities around, and they get that, obviously, essentially for free. And then the other benefit is that the residual waste heat is piped underneath the pavements of the local towns to melt the snow off the pavement so they no longer have to scrape the pavements in the winter. The great benefit of nuclear power is its high energy density. It's a small footprint for the reactor, but the consequential benefits on the society and the participating communities, particularly taking a plant that cost too much and took too long, are huge. The most important fact, however, is that when they switched on the plant in a country that had invested tremendously in wind, obviously solar doesn't really work in Finland. It's like the south of South Australia. It's a very, very low capacity factor for solar. When they switched on the reactor and they'd let it stabilize, the cost of electricity to the people in Finland dropped to 30% of what it had been. And this is really important for the committee to get its head around, is that the capacity factor of a nuclear plant and the quality of the electrons is such that you really don't have to have all of the ancillary kit that you have to have with wind and solar. Now, I'm a wind and solar expert, so I'll help you with that in a minute if you ask me. But the 50 hertz wave that provides our electricity is the most beautiful thing that you can imagine. It's smooth. When you need extra power in the grid, you drop the frequency a little bit, the plants respond. When there is too much power, you do the opposite and the plants respond. The electricity grid, the eastern grid of Australia, is the most complex, most sophisticated machine in the southern hemisphere by a country mile. Fiddling with the grid with wind and solar will be devastating to the quality of electricity. because both wind and solar produce DC power, direct current. You have to have digital inverters at the fence to take that DC current and make that beautiful 50 hertz wave. But because those digital inverters put a sawtooth onto the 50 hertz wave, it is low quality electricity and it has no inertia. No grid the size of the Australian eastern grid can operate without inherent inertia. And so the market operator is already buying old plants with those rotating machines that are not making any electricity, and it's taking the digital inverter electricity and putting it in those plants to create what is called synthetic inertia. This is not discussed in any of the documents in any detail that we have before us from AEMO. It is not part of the policy framework of any party that I can see as to how we double the size of the grid, reduce its energy density, and provide reliable electricity. We know from the published peer-reviewed engineering literature that it is more expensive to do what the AEMO plan is asking us to do in the ISP than it is to build the nuclear, no matter how long it takes. I've just discussed Finland, and you know it's not a time issue and it's not a cost issue. It's about the quality of electrons we deliver to Australians. I can tell you now, based on my engineering judgment, that the system plan which we have before us will fail. It'll be catastrophic. 40% of the cost of electricity is the grid. We are going to double the size of the grid for the same number of electrons, essentially. The cost must go up. The quality must go down. And we're already starting to see the effects of that.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much, and thanks for being before us today. Just listening to your comments there, we often hear the government speak about CSIRO's Gen Cost report, CSIRO's Gen Cost report, claiming that, as the government will say, renewables are the cheapest form of energy. And they will often use the Gen Cost report from CSIRO as evidence that nuclear, as part of a balanced energy mix on an electricity grid, would in fact increase prices. That seems contrary to some of the international experience you've just laid out. Could you give us your professional opinion on that CSIRO Gen Cost report?
My first interaction with CSIRO and the Gen Cost report was during the time that I was CEO of ANSTO. It was facilitated by one of the ministers at the time. We spent half a day in a room together, and it became clear to me that the people running the Gen Cost report and the underlying assumptions were out of date and out of touch with the requirement to provide the consumer with reliable electrons. Gen cost is generation cost. It is the cost at the fence of the facility that is producing the electrons. It doesn't take into account the grid extension that we've been talking about. It doesn't take into account the artificial inertia. It doesn't take into account any of these factors. It is the generation cost. It is not possible in any way or in any energy economy or in any grid system to take the generation cost, and as I've just indicated for Finland, and to correlate it with the cost at the meter of the consumer, whether that be keeping the smelters going. There's no plausible way that our aluminium smelting and a lot of the other metals processing will survive the dilute grid that is in the plan. It's a question that should be put to AEMO and to the governance boards of AEMO and the advisory boards. They simply will not survive. In fact, at the moment, they spend quite a lot of time supporting the grid when we get this variable supply coming in, and they get paid for that. So aluminium smelting will disappear. The second problem that I have with the Gen Cost report is it is based on the levelised cost of electricity, which was invented by an organisation in the United States called Lazard. When it was invented, it became very popular. I remember meetings on that in the late 1990s and the early 2000s, and everybody was fascinated by Lazard. By the end of the first decade of the 2000s, nobody in the engineering professional industry to supply real electrons to real customers uses the levelized cost of electricity to do anything like that anymore. In fact, if you go on the Lazard site today and you look at their reports, the first 4 pages of any report has got so many caveats in it, it shows that you cannot rely on it. So the gold standard is called the levelized full system cost of electricity. That is the cost at the meter of the consumer. That is already published in the scientific literature. It is some work done by Robert Idel, I-D-E-L. It is published in the Journal of Energy in 2022. So this is not, that old, but it's fairly fresh. In that paper, which is a single author paper, it's a remarkable piece of work. I've spent hours talking to Dr. Idel. He demonstrates that for Texas and for Germany, that for Texas and Germany, working with the full integrated cost of the whole grid to the consumer, that your best choices are hydro and nuclear if you want the lowest carbon. This work is publicly available, and I'm happy to supply that to the committee, although anybody who knows how to do a reasonable literature search in the academically published engineering literature will find this paper. Much more important as well and complementary is the work of Sepulveda and his co-workers, who took 2 grids with high time resolution and modelled them for the northern part of the United States and the southern part of the United States. The one is very cold, the other is very warm. And he was able to demonstrate with this modelling that the lowest cost of electricity to the consumer for those modelled grids, much more extensive grids that were looked at than Ridel's, that it is absolutely true that hydro and nuclear are lower cost. The most important thing about that work is it's not percentages. It's many, many times more expensive to have solar and wind in a grid. In fact, in the one particular case, I think it was 50 times more expensive. Now, this is published engineering literature. It has been present. I've given talks around the country on this. And there is absolute silence from the people who still insist that the Gen Cost report is the gold standard. It's a rusty wheel on a failed machine. The Gen Cost report should not be allowed to be put out in public as a reliable indicator of what electrons will cost for Australians. It is a massive distortion, and it's not within my power to ask CSIRO to change it. But I do note that the person who anchors that report is an energy economist, not a specialist in the grid. I think he's got a master's degree. The chief person helping him is a wave power specialist. Now, wave power machines have never worked since the 1990s. I think the longest period they've lasted is 3 months until the first storm. The 2 people anchoring the production of the report on which the policy structures of the systems plan that we have no competence in the field of energy supply. And I really believe that the Gen Cost report should be terminated, and we should immediately move to Ridel's methodology of the levelised full system cost of energy. And there's no doubt in my mind that the Finland experience will be duplicated for the Australian Eastern grid and for the WA grid easily. It won't deal with the diesel grid, which I'm happy to answer questions about, which is taking electrons to the people in the north of the country and in the middle of the country, buy diesel from our ports in order to supply them with low-quality electricity at diesel-based generators in tens, if not hundreds of communities in rural and regional Australia, which is a blot on our copybook. And I've been to visit 2 of those communities, and it's not good. They could be replaced with micro nuclear reactors, which could literally be brought in on a container, loaded onto a slab, and connected to the power generation source. And these technologies are emerging and coming to the market as we speak. They're essentially similar to what we've got in the back of our submarines, but with a low level of enrichment. If we are taking our Defence Force people and putting them next to these micro-reactors and small modular reactors in the back of our submarines, I see no reason why regional and rural Australians should not benefit from the civilian version of that and the inherent safety of them for the quality of their lives. I'm shocked that the diesel grid is not a matter of deep concern to this Parliament.
I know, Dr Patterson, that around the world countries are grappling, as Australia is, with how best to decarbonise electricity grids. Can you think of a nation which is successfully managing a renewables-only grid along the lines being put forward by the current government and as reflected, for example, in the market operators ISP? You made the points before about hydro, so that's not a hydro, it's predominantly, as you know, wind and solar.
The people who've really tried to do it are Denmark, which has banned nuclear. It still has a ban, like Australia. And I would say the other one that has had a serious attempt is California. If we look at Denmark, Denmark is part of a much bigger integrated grid. It's a tiny little country. I'm not sure what its population is, but it might be a whole of New South Wales. I'm not sure. But interestingly, in Denmark, they are allowed to develop ship-based nuclear solutions. So the world's best nuclear in a boat to go and plug into Pacific Islands is based in Denmark, for example. So Denmark doesn't ban the development of nuclear technologies. It's banned the use of nuclear power in its own country. Denmark has a much higher cost. It's completely dependent on French electricity and Belgian electricity. And so Denmark is a really good example of how we, as an island, will be completely islanded in a way that Denmark is not, because pretty much 4 out of 5 days when the sun's not shining or the wind's not blowing. By the way, the capacity factor of wind, just to get it on the record, in Australia is just under 40%. It's 37.5%. I'll convert that into days. That's 2 days out of 5 the wind blows. The idea that the wind blows at night to balance solar is one of the most ridiculous statements that I've ever heard in my life. If we have a 10-day East Coast blocking low, as we've had in the last couple of years, and there's cloud over the country and the wind is not blowing, it'll be catastrophic to build the grid that we are talking about. It's really important to understand that the capacity factor of solar in South Australia is 19.7% during the winter. Okay? That's 1 day in 5. That's 1 day in 5. The systems plan that we are trying to put together is nothing other than a work of fiction dressed up in engineering clothes. It'll be shockingly dangerous for our country to build this grid. Even the grid that we've got needs massive refurbishment, as we've recently found out. And I don't have all the detailed facts at hand, so I won't speak to them. But I think it's essential for this committee to know that this plan will be deeply destructive to the quality of life of all Australians. The price of electricity, once we get to this mythical 40 to 50%, will continue to rise. This is absolutely demonstrated not only in the published literature, but by Robert Parker and Dr. Barr, who have got this detailed model. There'll be other people giving evidence here who've got detailed models. These models, which are high-resolution climate models, run with realistic representations of the actual weather conditions in Australia, demonstrate that by the time we get to 40%, which is pretty much where we are now, the price will rise monotonically until the grid fails. This plan needs to be stopped. We need to lift the bans on nuclear. We need to create an environment. I've spoken to all of the nuclear energy vendors who could come here. They have been here. After Ziggy Switkowski's plan, they came out here. They won't come again. They will not come until this ban is lifted, and they're absolutely right. You cannot be a commercial company in nuclear and deal with a parliament that refuses to see that bans are essentially a characteristic of fascist regimes, and they are not democratic instruments that should be used in a responsible society. That's a deeply held conviction. I came to Australia having a criminal record from my opposition to apartheid. I don't plan to demonstrate against what's happening out in our communities, but I have been to our communities to see what's happening to them. It's deeply distressing. I've been to the diesel grid and visited with those communities and seen their options just decaying in front of their eyes. It's deeply distressing.
Dr. Patterson, just given your international experience, can you just give us a feel for whether or not you believe the current government and the plan as reflected through the market operator reflects international best practice? And do you believe that the government has listened to experts like yourself who has such expertise and others?
The current plan is not calibrated against any place that I can identify on the planet. The closest example is Spain and Germany. Germany shut down 28 operating reactors. They've built lots and lots of solar, and they've got significant amount of wind. We are seeing the deindustrialization of Germany as we speak. We are seeing industries leave. I ask myself the question, will BMW, the Bavarian motor company, be in Bavaria in 10 years' time? They're already offshoring large parts of their production to other countries. So I think Germany is a really salient example of a nuclear country that chose not to do it. Spain is a really interesting country. They've got one nuclear power plant, which was going to be shut down, and then their massive investment in wind, which is backed up, by the way, with hydro from Portugal and the rest of the European grid. So they're also not isolated. I must say that the wind turbines along the southern European region, we now have demonstrated ecological information that the birds that fly from Africa to the north of Europe every year, those migrations that happen annually, they now do not fly across those countries. They fly around via Turkey. The wind turbines on the mountains in Europe have changed the migration patterns of birds between Europe and Africa. We are seeing similar destruction in the ridges of Queensland with the 138 kilometres of wind turbines that he put up there. People worry about the birds. Birds are slaughtered. They're slaughtered and they die. But what about the bats and the insects? 40% of our ecology is based on bats. Bats operate by echolocation. They can't even work out which is blade. The tip of a wind turbine blade, by the way, is 20% below the speed of sound. Yet they look like they're going slowly, but that tip speed is going as fast as an aircraft that you fly between different cities. And what happens to the bats is they send out their echolocation signal, they pick up that the blade is there. But of course, the blade moves before they get to it, and they get destroyed. Do you know that the ecology of those forests is highly dependent on bat defecation? What they put back into the soil from the things that they've eaten is so important. I find it distressing that people who call themselves environmentalists, not connected to ecology, to the deep structure, the webs of biology that hold this country together, would rip through 138 kilometres of beautiful forests, dynamite the ridges, bring in these wind turbines, and think that they are doing something for the planet. This is not right. This is not, I've stopped calling myself an environmentalist. I call myself an ecologist. What we are doing to the ecology of our nation. People say, oh, solar panels coexist with animals. Do they coexist with insects? Do they coexist with the food web that was different when those panels weren't there? Wind on ridges should never be allowed. Offshore wind, United States, 5 northern right whales used to die because of just natural causes on the beaches.
Excuse me, Dr. Patterson, can we just get back to the terms of reference? Because we can't say whether it should or shouldn't have happened. So can we please get back to the terms of reference?
200 whales died as a result of the establishment of offshore wind off the coast of the United States. Ecological disasters will result from the extension of dilute renewables. However, having said that, I'm an all-of-the-above person. I think there is a place. I was in the room when President Obama gave the speech about which energy source would you choose. I've worked on wind, I've worked on solar, I've worked on nuclear, I've done hydrogen. I still believe, despite my passion for nuclear, that we should look at all of them together. But once you reach 25 to 30% intermittent renewables, you have to do the rest of it with gas plus nuclear. That's the best way to transition away from coal for a low-carbon economy.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. I have some questions now. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. My questions are around time frame, the 2035 to 2037 period that the Coalition have put together, which seems to be, from our previous hearings that we've already had, seems to be very unrealistic. Can you run with us here, please, and let us know, if the Coalition were to win the next federal election, it would spend the next 2.5 years, essentially the whole term, on community consultation and site studies for its nuclear program. Do you think this is a reasonable first step? And if we can keep these answers short, please, because we are definitely running out of time.
We have an excellent regulator in the form of IPANSA. You would have to increase the people at IPANSA. It's a world-class regulator, way better than the NRC, and I've got the highest regard for them. ASNO is a world-class regulator for the security. You can beef up that regulatory structure in 6 months.
That regulatory structure is very different, though, from
it's exactly the same.
Current one that we have.
It is absolutely no difference. It's exactly the same. It is a furphy to say that the regulator, IPANSA, could not do that job. They are globally respected.
I didn't say they couldn't do the job, Dr. Patterson. I did not say that at all.
What did you say? So
what I did say was I said that they're two very different things.
No, they're not.
Small,
they are both nuclear reactors.
Yes, very different sizes, though, aren't they? And there's also state regulations that they've got to go through.
His response, sir. You're interrupting.
With the greatest
trying to get his
respect,
response.
Chair, there is no difference between the size. The risk is not related to size. The risk is related to security, safeguards, and safety, okay? Yep. The safety of modern generation 3+ nuclear plants is absolutely assured. They have been licensed around the world. If credit is given through the international licensing agencies for the licensing that has already happened to the plants that are being built, does Australia need to do it again? Is there something about the Southern Hemisphere that we don't know? When we took licensing of aircraft and we generalised it to single licensing of aircraft internationally, it reduced the cost of air travel. It was done much more rapidly. Our travel today is based on mutual recognition between respected regulators in free countries that are democratic. We are not free in respect to nuclear. And so with the greatest respect to your view that this will take a long time, if we recognise others who have done this work to the gold standard that's been established all around the world, we don't have to do the re-regulation in order to persuade ourselves that the laws of physics are different in Australia. They're identical.
Okay. So with going with that, right, let's say it's 2028 and a site has been selected. How long would it take for the studies and the preparation and planning and documents to pass through the planning process, including objections, to run to international tender for construction, to sign the contract and arrange finance, to start mobilisation and site and complete all civil works required for construction, and then to build the actual reactor and then to commission the reactor. How long do you think that would take?
It would take about 3 years longer than it took for the Opal reactor. The Opal
And how
reactor,
long was the Opal
that
reactor?
was 8 years.
8 years? So you're saying it would take 11 years to do?
Yeah, which is about as fast as the current process if it was properly regulated and ecologically controlled for a wind turbine. Okay, for a row of them.
Yep.
But the problem with the wind turbines is they're only available 2 days a week. The problem with the solar panels, they're only available 1 day a week.
So why do
what
you say...
are you going to do about the problem of 100% electricity for Aussies all the time at a reasonable cost? It cannot be done. I've told you about Rydell's work. We know from the published engineering literature, my sense of urgency is that whatever people say about renewables is true. They can do certain things, but they cannot provide, under the AEMO plan, reliable electricity to Australians. We have a plan that will fail. If we allow our engineers to work on a proper plan when the bans have been lifted, who would do a career in nuclear in Australia at the moment?
Can I just ask you, Dr. Patterson, if we go to Czechia, for instance, it's taken 16 years from tender to commercial operation for their plant to be done there, and they've been in the nuclear industry for 66 years.
Yep.
So that's 16 years for a group that has been involved in it for a long time. And let's go to a new one where they didn't have nuclear to start with, which is over at the UAE. They had 15 years and they got theirs through in that time. How would Australia get one through in that period of time, considering we don't have the workforce, considering we don't have all of the experience that Czechia had, for instance, and we also have also health and safety measures for our workforce that the UAE currently don't have around what happens with our workforce. How could we get it done in that time frame?
Yeah, so I'll start with the UAE. The UAE...
If we could just be quick on this, please, because we only got 2 minutes left, and then that's it.
So your question went for about that long, Chair. I think we should give him enough time to answer the question comprehensively.
Well, very, very good questions, and I really appreciate the chance to answer them. In the case of the UAE, they started from a zero base. They had no nuclear capacity in the country, and they needed to build up that workforce, and that workforce had to do the job effectively. They went from not having a regulator, not having any infrastructure, and they set themselves what they called the gold standard. They would meet all the international requirements fully and do it in a period of time. So if you take the setup that we wouldn't have to do, which is establish regulators, do all of that sort of stuff, which they still had to, they'd pass all those laws. Then you take the period that it actually took from first concrete to first electrons, okay? That, if you count it, depending if you use the US system or the UK system, that was either 12 years or 8 years. So from a standing start, they built Korean APR 14,000 plants with a workforce which they sourced internationally, including a whole bunch of Aussies, put them together, turned them into a machine to make nuclear reactors, and did it in that period of time. We need about the same set of skills and the same number of people just to build the grid that we have to build. The question is, how long will it take us to build the grid? If we take the people who would be employed in building the grid and give them really interesting jobs, building nuclear power plants where you don't have to go out and run up and down a new grid, where you can be close to the grid, you can get skills that you can take for the second plant and the third plant, and you have an integrated plan with everybody working together, it would be an absolute wonderful thing to do. Secondly, Czechia is really interesting. They still make cars. They understand the value of energy density. They're a small country which is highly technical. Why did it take them so long? They've got an incredible population density. Their challenge is finding a place where you can put up a plant where you can actually not bump into a whole lot of people. If you look at Czechia, the remarkable thing about them was because they decided to do it, it took a bit longer to get the social license on the ground. But because they have all of the technical capabilities in their economy, they didn't have to bring anybody in to do it. So remember that these timescales you're talking about, is 2 battery life cycles. Batteries last 9.8 years. You have to replace them every 10 years. I'm a battery expert. So every battery we build in this country that is apparently cheap, is going to save our lives, is going to be replaced every 10 years. What does that do to our workforce? What does that do to our economics? If we don't go for the best energy with the lowest carbon, with the highest reliability in the world, if we maintain the bans, I say simply to you, lift the bans, create an enabling environment, let the market do its work, and create the labour force that will benefit from working at the cutting edge of the next generation of technology for hundreds of millions of people around the world who need Australia to be the place that takes our nuclear energy into their developing nations.
Thank you, Dr. Patterson. So you're saying that we can build, just yes or no answer this one, please. You're saying that we could build 7 nuclear power plants within 11 years in this country?
If you and I sat in a room and planned it, we could do it.
Thank you, Dr. Patterson. Thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November. Please note that the responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If any of the committee members have extra questions they would like to ask, please forward them to the Secretariat. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcript. Thank you. Thank you. I now welcome Sarah Lawley to give us evidence today. Dr. Sarah Lawley, sorry. That's okay. Thank you for coming. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking of chairs, Dr. Sarah Lawley. I am an energy professional. I'll note that I also have experience in radiation protection and social licence in the uranium sector. I would also like to note that I'm the head of energy supply for Canberra data centres, but I will be speaking as an individual today, so any opinions expressed are my own.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries?
I'm none of those.
Thank you. Could you please make a brief opening statement and we'll go to questions?
Certainly, thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank this committee for the work that they're doing. It is important that as Australians we understand our energy choices, and I think this committee is bringing a lot of those things to light, so I just want to say thank you. Part of the reason these energy choices can seem complicated is that we're solving for 3 things at the same time. So we're trying to minimise the cost of electricity, ensure reliability and decarbonise with our energy choices. And these are all very important things, all of them. But of these 3, reliability in a way trumps the others in the sense that it's a non-negotiable, because if you don't match all of the collective generation coming into the grid at any moment in time with all of the consumption going out of the grid at that time, you don't have electricity. So it's absolutely critical that we have reliability. So because of this, because this one, is primary, it's a key choice for us, an energy choice, which technologies underpin the system. And when I say underpin the system, I mean, what are the technologies that are available to work continuously, even during extended periods of low renewable energy output? And broadly speaking, the options for these are nuclear power plants, coal-fired power plants, gas-fired power plants, and long-duration pumped hydro, which we're relatively limited in. So for the purpose of reliability, broadly speaking, I think what it comes down to is a choice between nuclear power and fossil fuel generation. And this is actually a choice that is playing out in a lot of jurisdictions internationally, the choice between fossil fuel generators to underpin the system and nuclear power plants to underpin the system for reliability. On cost, my personal view is that nuclear will prove to be a good investment. And I'm happy to speak more about that through the course of this. On the topic of decarbonisation, I don't think that we will get to net zero by 2050 without nuclear power. And I'm also happy to talk about why I think that. But finally, there is nothing to say that Australia can't have nuclear power. So, yes, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lawley. My question is about if Australia does decide to go down the nuclear route, if you consider the legislation required at a state and territory level, safety and environmental frameworks required, community engagement and consultation period, social licences, as you spoke about earlier, what are the expected timelines required to receive our first power from a nuclear power station in this country?
So on that question, that's a really interesting question, because that is the question of, I guess, that comes from the potential comment of takes too long. Takes too long is the basis for that. Now, we need to consider that relative to what is the other option. Is there another option that's faster than that? So as I can see it, sort of the option of having a pumped hydro-backed renewable energy system, for example, would potentially take longer because these projects are very complex. We've seen with Snowy 2.0, it's not easy to know in advance how long it will take to build a pumped hydro, and we would need a lot of it in our system if we were to do a primarily wind and solar dominated system. The reason why we'd need so much is that these sources are highly correlated, and I think before we introduce the renewable energy target in Australia, which is a target that incentivises wind and solar in particular through renewable energy certificates, before we introduced that scheme, we didn't really look at how correlated those sources were across the grid, like from Queensland all the way through to South Australia and including Tasmania. Obviously, the solar is incredibly correlated in that when the sun comes up, it basically comes up across the entire grid in that same hour. All of the panels on every rooftop and every solar farm are kind of experiencing the daylight hours at the same time. So what this leads to in terms of the grid is that you have already, what we have now, is really an oversupply of energy during solar hours. We've already got that now because it is so correlated. But what was perhaps not understood, which is unfortunate, that if we'd really looked at the wind resource properly prior to starting that scheme, we'd see that wind has the same sort of effect. It's operating over a different timescale, but basically the weather systems that move across Australia, they're quite large, and we do go through periods where it's not just a concern that there's periods where there's no renewable, there's no wind across the extent of the NEM, which we do experience those periods. It's not just those ones, and they can go on for days, by the way. It is also that we experience periods where it's windy everywhere. So the reason I've become familiar with this is early on in the piece, when I came into the electricity sector, I worked for a renewable energy company called Meridian Energy Australia, and I was an analyst at the time, came into that. And as an analyst, you get to see in real time what's going on in your portfolio, and you're very interested in that in terms of your financial outcomes. And the wind farms that we had right at the end of the grid on the Eyre Peninsula of South Australia, and wind farms in Victoria and ultimately New South Wales, there's times when none of them are producing, but there's also times when all of them are producing. And the issue with that, you might think it doesn't matter if you've got excess, you might think that's fine, but the issue with that is the commercial implications of that. Because if you build something that might end up being price cannibalised, so if everything's windy all at the same time, it really suppresses the price. So your outcome is a lower price, a suppressed, cannibalised price. But also the next step that's happened, and it's happening at a very large scale now, is that the energy starts to get curtailed, and particularly in the solar hours. So if you look at what's happening on the weekends now, and this is largely as well an implication of rooftop solar, but we're actually curtailing of the order of 8 gigawatts of utility scale wind and solar across the NEM during the solar hours. The issue with it is that there's a commercial implication, is that if you've built something that you were expecting to get a certain amount of volume of generation and potentially a certain price, that it gets harder and harder to do that if you add more and more of the same generation profile. So similar to the solar profile, the wind profile, as I mentioned, is different timescales, but it also stacks up. And so you start to see oversupply and undersupply sporadically. So, yes.
So I'll just go to another question just for a sec. There's something you said then, but I would really like to hear how long the time frame will be of when we'll have nuclear power generated in this country to be able to produce power. So, but I'll just ask another question first. So when there's an oversupply of renewables, if baseload nuclear was operating, doesn't that mean that we would have to turn off the cheapest form of energy, for instance, rooftop solar or wind turbines or anything like that? Would that mean we have to turn those off to have nuclear running?
So I think the reality is it's already happening now. We already are turning them off.
So we don't have any nuclear energy in this country? Any nuclear power stations in this country, so we're not turning them off?
Sorry,
will we have to turn them off?
Would we have to turn off which one, nuclear?
Would we turn off nuclear energy, or would we turn off our rooftop solar, or would we turn off wind, or would we turn off pumped hydro, or would we turn off?
Yeah, so rooftop solar gets to go first. That's the I guess the nature of the way that the market's set up. It's not treated as it's not bidding into the market. It's just generating. So rooftop solar goes first. Then after that, it's according to the bid stack.
So wouldn't that make our power more expensive?
It is making our power more expensive. It's making it more expensive now.
So rooftop solar is making our power more expensive now?
That's correct. We're at a stage where we've flooded the market, and so now we have, for example, multiple assets that are able to operate in the same period of time in the day, but because there's so much capacity in effect, it's not needed. So it's a duplication, yeah.
I know that my friends, I personally don't have rooftop solar at the moment yet, but I know my friends that do have it, their power bills tell a different story, that they're much more happier having it. They're not.
This is due to the arrangement of the way that we bill customers and the way that we... So it's due to the structure of the market. So we charge people for the volume of energy they consume, as opposed to charging them to have access to this reliable grid. So it is due to the way that we bill and also the way that we credit. We provide a feed-in tariff for rooftop solar. So the way it is set up at the moment, unfortunately, some people describe it as a death spiral, in that because electricity prices are high, people are motivated to add rooftop solar, and because of the structure of the way electricity is paid for and credited, there is an illusion, I guess, that this is making electricity cheaper, because the person who's installed the panels and is reducing their cost in that way is not directly seeing that overall the cost of the system is becoming higher. And I would add to this that we need to be careful with this, because if you continue to incentivise a form of generation that can't see the market, eventually it'll come at a cost to the people who are investing, because the value of their investment is being crowded out, if you like. Do you see what? Yeah.
Isn't this why storage is important, so that we can dispatch later on in the day as well?
This is exactly right.
Community batteries and things like that, and household batteries. So
on this, I think if we'd thought about it in advance, we would have realised that we would need huge volumes of storage for this amount of excess, and to shift the energy across times of the day. But now that we're in this situation, the curtailment's happening, people are even starting to potentially have their rooftop solar tripped off if there's going to be too much. For example, in Victoria, we're getting to sort of those minimum system load levels. So I think if it had been thought about in advance, we would have realised early on that in parallel with this renewable energy target, where we're incentivising all this wind and solar, we really should have been putting in vast amounts of storage if this was the path that we were going to take. But we didn't, and now we're at a point where everyone says, oh, we need storage, but the short duration storage that you're talking about, batteries, the volumes are tiny compared to the volumes of rooftop solar and the volumes available from utility and wind. So it's a scale mismatch. The batteries are really small compared to how much energy there is.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And could we just get back to now the question on time frame of when we'll actually see our first nuclear power station delivering power to customers?
So I think the sooner we start, the sooner we'll see them.
That's not a time frame.
So the reason I'm not giving a time frame on it is because I think there's a lot of different factors that feed into it. I think we might be faster than other countries for various reasons. Various countries, I should say. We should be faster. But I think the premise of the question, it essentially is saying something takes too long when what I'm seeing is an alternative that takes too long. So it's kind of a thing of saying, to use an analogy, you're at the bus stop waiting for a bus and you've realised you're going to be late for work, that bus is going to take too long. And so your friend says to you, well, don't take the bus, don't get on that bus because you're going to be too late. Wait for the helicopter.
Do you agree with Dr. Patterson's comments earlier saying that we can have 7 plants done in 11 years in this country?
7 plants in 11 years. Yes, I don't have any reason not to.
So we can be quicker than other countries that are doing this all around the world already?
I have confidence in us.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Brien?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for your time today. You made the very sensible point that it's important for a country and indeed this committee to be considering the alternate. And the alternate in this case is the current energy transition as mapped out by the market operator and as supported by the Albanese government. Can you give us your professional opinion on how practical a plan that is?
Certainly. So I think it's been good actually listening to the Australian energy market operator last week, speaking about the plan and the inputs to the plan that are very much around the targets, the government targets for renewable energy and emissions and other things. But basically the coal closure schedule in AEMO's integrated system plan is not a forecast. They've explicitly said it's not a forecast for coal closure. Rather, it is a presentation of the targets and how they look when you put them into a model. But as inputs, it defines very much the coal closure, because if you are to get to, for example, 82% renewables by 2030, that necessitates that you get to 18% fossil fuels by 2030. So in 5 years that you go from 60% down to 18% due to the targets. It's not due to any modelling as such. Hence their forecast of coal closures, their scenario of coal closures is not a forecast. There's another scenario that they put up, which was basically, not scenario, it's more of a schedule that they've shared, which is what do the operators of the coal plants, when did they say that they're going to close, or they're scheduled to close their plants? It was really interesting to hear the comment that that's not a forecast either. And I'm sure that's not a forecast. I'm sure that is a strategic kind of date where you name when your coal plant is due to close. So if neither of those is a forecast, the integrated system plan is not a forecast, when the companies say they're going to close those coal plants is not a forecast, how do you forecast when Australia's coal fleet will close? How do you actually forecast it? The way I would put it is that the way you forecast it is you take the forecast of the gas-fired power plant build, the nuclear power plant build, and the pumped hydro energy storage build, and you take the inverse of that, and that is the coal closure schedule. So that is going to be vastly different to what the integrated system plan looks like, I would think.
So just reflecting too on your experience, you were saying in your opening remarks about data centres. Can you educate us on how data centres are currently powered in Australia, including the role of diesel?
Yes. So at present, the way the data centres around the country are operated is, or the way they're powered, is they're connected into the grid largely in Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, and there are other data centres around the country as well. So they rely typically on the grid itself, but they also have, for extreme scenarios, they have multiple layers of redundancy, but including diesel backups, and actually more than 100% diesel backups in general.
So staying then with data centres, and given the multiple reports about the insatiable demand for energy from the growth of AI, can you just make some comments to educate us on the importance of that reliability factor, which I think you said was the most important of all, when it comes to the growth of AI in Australia?
I think it's the most important of all for everybody, not just data centres, but certainly for data centres, reliable supply is critical. One of the things, depending on what you're hosting in a data centre, there's all sorts of things in our lives now that are happening in data centres that we take for granted. For example, if you want to do a bank transaction or something like that, you're actually doing something in a data centre. If you are running Centrelink, running Defence Department, running whatever the case may be, the security of supply, if you like, of data services is critical to the country, and so hence the reliability of the electricity supply is as critical. So it's absolutely essential, and hence there are those layers of redundancy.
So just want to go back to your comments about the curtailment that already exists with solar in the system. Have you done any assessment, or do you have any views on the subsidies which are paid to enable more renewables on the grid?
Yes. So one of the things about it is that when you pay a subsidy for generation, so you pay a renewable energy certificate per megawatt hour, so every megawatt hour that a wind farm or a solar farm generates, they receive a renewable energy certificate. So when you're paying one type of generation additional subsidy to generate, they're incentivised to keep generating, depending on their contract position, to keep generating even into the negative spot prices. So even down to minus the renewable energy certificate price would be their floor. So what you're seeing now across the national electricity market is in all states, during particular times of the day, particularly solar hours, but also when it's windy, particularly windy in South Australia and Victoria, you're seeing negative spot prices. So, yeah, you're essentially seeing price cannibalisation, and it's accompanied by curtailment occurring at the same time, because you cannot have more generation than demand in any given moment of the day.
So this sort of takes me a little bit to prices too, right? We've had the market operator in here who couldn't tell us what the real cost would be of Labor's plan, or which is the market operator's plan.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we hear the government talk about a $275 reduction in household power bills. In your professional experience, and given your comments you've made, do you see consumer prices going up or coming down to meet that like $275 reduction?
No, I don't think that's likely. I have seen that there's a lot of misunderstanding about what makes up the price or the electricity bills that people receive, what makes up the cost, and why that has been increasing. There's a lot of misunderstanding about it. There's different components to it: the wholesale costs, the poles and wires, and the green costs. And certainly the wholesale cost is not just the average spot price or the average price. It actually, what retailers do is we scale up that wholesale cost to take into account the fact that customers use more electricity in the evenings when the spot prices are highest. So you have to factor that in when you're determining a price. So even if the prices are negative during the middle of the day, if they're very, very high in the evening, you need to scale that up accordingly as a retailer, because you're going to be charged that by the operator. You're going to be charged the spot price multiplied by whatever your customers are using in any interval is what the operator charges you. So if they're using a lot of power during the during the evening, that's going to push up your costs as a retailer, and you need to recover that. Conversely, if they're exporting power into negative prices in the middle of the day, you actually need to, as a retailer, pay the operator for that amount, and you also need to pay the customer the feed-in tariff for their solar. So this is a net loss for the retailer because they're not collecting any money in that arrangement. So they will then also have to scale up the rates that they charge to account for those losses. So in lots of different ways, retailers have to ensure that they're charging enough to recover those different increasing costs in the wholesale part. In the poles and wires part, if you're building vast amounts of transmission, it's pretty obvious that those costs are going to go up as well.
So given those comments, what do you think the relevance is of the CSIRO's Gen Cost conclusions about the cost of different technologies, the relevance of their conclusions to the real world prices paid by consumers?
Right, so I think you can do a calculation called levelized cost of energy, which I think CSIRO either do those calculations or collect the calculations of others, which is a standalone calc which has its own meaning. So levelized cost of energy for a form of generation is useful for particular tasks, but doesn't tell you anything about the costs of different systems. In effect, how much something costs depends on the overall system, not just adding up the individual sources. So, for example, if you have too many solar farms in a system and they are 50% curtailed, in relative terms, their levelized cost of energy is double because they're only producing half of what they should be able to produce, as an example. But more comprehensively, a system is not just the individual generation sources, it's the transmission and the other elements that you might need to add in to make it all work. I don't think the CSIRO calculation captured the different possible systems that they perhaps we would like them to have captured, because there was no modelling done by AEMO, for example, on systems that include nuclear power plants. They've said they didn't do any modelling because they're banned. So, for example, there's nothing from which CSIRO could have taken information to work out a system cost, or AEMO. Neither of them have done a comparison. So the meaning of whatever the calculation that CSIRO have done that they are saying or have said in the past that a system with nuclear would be more expensive than one without, I don't think that that is on a reasonable basis. I don't think that that is a complete calculation.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Bennell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for providing evidence today. So I just want to go back to the coal closure times and if we were to accept your view about targets driving coal closure times in the last ISP, can you explain why the 2022 ISP was developed which was developed under the last government, or the 2020 ISP, again developed under a previous government? Well, those documents had similar closure times under a government with no 2040 renewable targets.
So why did AEMO have closure times that were earlier than what's likely to happen?
That was reflective of what's been projected.
So that's probably a good question for AEMO. One of the things that I think may have driven some of the thinking is that if I scroll back a few years, a lot of people were saying, look how suppressed the electricity prices are due to as you add in more renewables, if you don't take anything out, you see those negative prices and you see sort of spot price cannibalisation. And a lot of the discussion was, oh, this won't be commercial for coal plants because they won't be earning enough money, and therefore they will close because it's not commercial. So some of those schedules were around what would individual coal plant operators think is in their commercial interests. But of course, when you actually come to the issue of you're approaching a closure date for a coal plant, like say for example Eraring, if a state government sees that reliability is under threat, in effect it's not going to end up closing because reliability is so important that it would be negligent of a state government to just allow a coal plant to go in that way when there's nothing being built to replace it. So those early schedules, I believe, what may have, I can't, I would have to take it on notice, as they say, to go back and look at the detail. But I know a lot of the thinking around that time was it won't be commercial for coal plants and so they will exit early.
Okay, even with a lack of a 2040 renewable target. Just to move on, still in the theme of coal-fired power stations. So you're saying it's the market pressure that's forcing the closure, not the fact that these assets are coming to end of life?
No. Okay. So I'm saying that was informing the closure dates that operators provide.
Right.
So they're saying, I'm under pressure, I'm going to have to close early. But then when you, as I mentioned, when you come to a closure date, so say for example, this situation is now playing out in Victoria right now, is that Yallourn coal-fired power plant is due to close in 2028. But at the moment, there's no equivalent, this is 1.5 or 1.4 gigawatts or so of coal, but there's no equivalent firm generation in the pipeline. So as you approach these closure dates, state governments have to make rational, sensible, pragmatic decisions because nothing else has been built.
So how do you explain more downtime through unscheduled maintenance then in some of these plants?
How do I explain it?
Yeah, like what's causing the
downtime
with unscheduled maintenance?
So obviously the coal fleet is getting older, although I would argue that some of the commentary on it all being old and about to fail is unreasonable. It's kind of rhetoric because there are some coal plants, say for example, take Loy Yang A, that actually have a lot of life left in them. So we're tarring them with the same brush if we say, oh, they're about to go. However, one thing that I have observed with particularly over the last 10 years, as we were adding more wind and solar into the grid, particularly solar, is that the coal plants have learned and have become actually very flexible relative to how they were in the past. They're operated far more flexibly to avoid negative prices. But in the process, some of this operational change potentially has impacted on the plant because those were designed to run 24/7. Because at the time, that was the logical way to run them at the time. So that was how they were originally designed. They weren't designed to ramp up and down. And now they have become quite flexible, but in some cases I think that has impacted on the plant.
Right. So this is my last question on coal-fired power stations. AGL, who've got Liddell and also Loy Yang A, they've indicated that they aren't prepared to go nuclear. Is it your view that the government of the day should compulsory acquire those sites then? If the companies that own these sites, like these are the proposed sites, so if the energy company's saying no, do we compulsory acquire them? sort of at a
I
loss.
think with these things, it depends on the situation, because if you think about it, if companies oppose things, or even if people oppose various generation sources, that there is a point at which you have to be pragmatic. That do you like, let's say, for example, everyone in the Hunter Valley decided, that's it, we've had enough of coal generation, we all want to just shut tomorrow. Let's say that we've had enough, we're sick of this. Would that be fair on Sydney to sort of say, okay, well, you can't have electricity anymore because this community doesn't want to run their coal plants anymore? It's with social licence, I think it's a complex thing, because there are people who are against everything. There are people who are against wind, people who are against gas. It's a really it's a matter of, ultimately you have to look after your population. So yeah, so I wouldn't comment on any individual cases, but if I was in a state government, I would be thinking about my whole population and how do I ensure they have reliable electricity.
Thank you for that response. I'm just picking up on your last comments there around social licence and the complexity of that. And I know that you've got expertise in social licence for the mining of uranium. I'm interested to get your thoughts on how difficult getting social licence for nuclear power generation in this country would be, given that that's a completely different ask of the general population compared to mining uranium from the ground. It was something that we've done for quite a long time. But those two concepts seem inherently different.
So to give a little bit of context, some of the work I did in uranium exploration was actually in Tanzania, so over in Africa, and they hadn't had uranium mining or uranium exploration even. And one of the things about when it's something new, when it's a new thing that we're considering, part of the social licence element of it is normalisation. So I don't know, if we travel overseas, say, you know, the classic example, you travel to France or you travel to the UK, or I lived in the US for a year, not far from a nuclear power plant. When it is around you, when it is normalised, the social licence element of it, it changes, it shifts, and I think that's true of most new technologies. Once it's normalised, you know, you become very comfortable with it, and those countries are very comfortable with it. I can see that our population can be as well.
But my question is...
Final question, Mr. Bedell.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, how difficult would it be to get social licence here in Australia? We don't have an existing nuclear energy industry here outside of a medical research reactor. This is a very new industry that we've got to try and take 26 million people on a journey with. Like, you're telling me that that's not that hard?
So no, I'm not saying that, but I think this is again where you have to think about the alternative as well, and I draw attention to the case in Victoria again. In Victoria, we haven't, I live in Victoria, we don't have anything coming in the pipeline to replace your lawn at the moment because there's so much opposition to gas. And so if you oppose gas and you oppose nuclear, what do? You extend coal. So there's kind of a process by which people come to see the consequences as well of opposing different firm sources of generation.
But we could deliver nuclear power stations inside of 11 years, or within 11 years, as we heard earlier, that you supported.
So I would look at this as a distribution of outcomes. There's perhaps the most probable timeframe, and then there's earlier ones, later ones. There's a distribution of outcomes. I think that this is true of, say, for example, how long will it take for us to build if we decided to do gas instead of nuclear, how long would it take for us to build 20 gigawatts of gas? How long will that take? I can't give an answer for that either. There's a probable outcome, and then there's higher and lower.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bedell. Thank you, Mr. Lawley. I think if you're at time today, if you have been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If any other committee members have any questions they would like to propose to her, because we've run out of time, please send it through the Secretariat. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcript errors. Thank you very much, Ms. Lawley.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome Mr. Stephen Wilson to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity which you appear before the committee in?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stephen Wilson. I appear in the capacity of a visiting fellow of the IPA alongside my colleague, Mr. Dan Wild. I am also an adjunct professor at the University of Queensland. Would you like me to give a brief introduction, or?
We'll get to that in a sec. Could we just have your colleague introduce himself, please?
Daniel Wild, Deputy Executive Director, Institute of Public Affairs.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussion, would you please state if you are a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries?
I am not and have never been a member of any political party or any union. Together with some colleagues, we are investing some of our own resources in looking at opportunities for modern nuclear technology around the world, not so much just focused on Australia.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we move on to discussions.
So thank you, Chair, and thank you for the invitation to appear today. I was originally trained as a mechanical engineer at the University of Melbourne. The majority of my career has been in energy markets and economics, and I've also studied economics in London. I've worked across all parts of the energy sector. I started in energy efficiency, and I've worked through electricity and gas networks to generation, storage and primary resources in about 30 countries around the world, in consulting in a major mining corporation, and also in university teaching and research as a full-time professor there for 3.5 years previously, and as I mentioned more recently, looking at technology development. I do want to just confess here on the record, I myself used to be anti-nuclear. It took me about 35 years to fully change my mind. Writing the report on the UQ study that I led was the final phase. I just want to say no nuclear person has ever laughed at me for those views, and I've always found nuclear people to be very good and kind people, and I'd encourage everyone to engage with them. I heard a plea from a witness this morning for a bipartisan energy policy, and I think this is indeed where Australia needs to get to. The Americans have already managed to do that. It took them about a decade. And just to wrap up, I think it's notable that some very prominent senior figures on the left of the political spectrum in Australia are already saying publicly that we need to have our minds open to nuclear energy. So I think this is a public policy debate, not a political debate, and that's why I'm delighted to be here with the IPA talking about why we can create these real options, and step one in that, of course, is removing the bans.
Thank you. Mr Wilson, the IPA describes itself as dedicated to preserving and strengthening the foundations of economic and political freedom. The IPA supports the free flow of capital and a limited and efficient government. Mr Wilson, given these principles, do you support a massive investment from the state to construct government-owned and operated nuclear power stations across the country?
That's a really good question, and that is something that we at the IPA discuss and debate in depth. I might actually ask Dan if you'd like to comment on that question, and then I can pick up any extra threads.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the short answer is we don't have a functioning market in the energy market anymore. We've got bans on gas, bans on nuclear, and bans on essentially new coal getting into the system. So in the absence of a proper functioning market, you're going to have the government underwriting baseload power of some kind to fix up the situation that we're currently in. That'll mean, there's already the underwriting. Premier of New South Wales, where you're from, Chris Minns, took the nation-first decision to keep Eraring going. Even the Victorian government is subsidising coal there because they know the lights are going to go out if they don't do that. The Premier of South Australia has said you can't do net zero without nuclear. So the reality is that the government's going to have to step in to get baseload power into the system, whether that's through coal or whether that's through nuclear.
Can I just ask a question on that, where you said there's no federal ban on gas? What's the federal ban on gas?
At state levels, there are restrictions on gas exploration. For example, in Victoria, there's extensive restrictions on gas getting into the system. That's a problem nationally because we have a national energy market. So the restrictions of any one government in any one state is going to have nationwide implications, which is exactly what we're seeing across the entire eastern seaboard.
So just to confirm, that's a state government issue, not a federal government issue. Is that correct?
Sure, but it's all relevant to this current issue, right? Yep. Because we have the national energy market, and that served our country very well. One of my concerns is that if we don't get more baseload into the system, that you will see the return of parochialism, where states will say, look, we're having to supply other states with our baseload power supplies, which means prices for our customers in our states are going up. So you need federal leadership, to make sure that we've got a proper functioning energy system.
Yeah, can I just add a small comment, Chair? Yeah, this is the crucial issue I've been talking about for 8 years now, that the markets are falling apart. And I don't believe any country, any government of any country in the world, including the government, whoever's in government in our country, would ever allow things to fall completely apart. And so governments will step in.
Thank you. Mr Wilson, do you believe that burning of fossil fuels is contributing to dangerous climate change and must be mitigated?
Oh, there's a variety of opinions on that. I've been involved in that debate for many years, probably I would say for my whole career. I was very strongly of that view earlier in my younger days. I've moderated and adjusted my view on that, but I've also come to the view that trying to have that debate in a very simplistic black and white way is really unhelpful to everybody, and it's really unhelpful to our energy security, it's unhelpful to cost, and it's unhelpful to the coherence of society. So I tend to approach the question in a more nuanced way these days.
Okay, thank you. I will ask a question now around timelines. If Australia decides to go down the path of nuclear, if you consider the legislation required, the state and territory level, at both state and territory level, safety and environment framework required, community engagement and construction period, what are the expected timelines required to receive the first power from a nuclear power station? In regards to what we were just talking about, with the states having bans on things, let's specifically flush out that one because the states currently have bans.
Yeah, so we addressed this issue. So in the study that I led and the report that I was lead author on that the university published back in 2021, we addressed that issue, and I'd refer you to figure 7 on page 9 of that report. It's been in the public domain for 3 years. So that lays out the kind of timeline you'd expect to develop nuclear power plants, and we give a range of times for each stage of that process. So this particular study was a concept study, a preliminary concept study. So then we say we've got to do scoping, pre-feasibility and feasibility, and we come to financing. Now at the moment, the problem at the moment is because of the legal bans in place, it's very hard for companies to commit capital to doing a scoping study, let alone doing pre-feasibility and feasibility. So That's the first point. But then once those things could be, the legal bans could be cleared away quite quickly, I believe, once we get that coherence and consensus. And then we can move more rapidly through those processes and in parallel strengthen up our regulatory agencies and get to financing. And once we're at financing, you know, our estimate is you're talking up to a year for financing and 3 to 5 years for construction and commissioning, and then you've got electrons on the grid. So that's, you know, 4 to 6 years for that piece. So if we get our skates on and we get serious and we start doing the prep work, which is all that was recommended here, create the real options, remove the ban, create the real options, be open-minded, do the prep work. And even if you or anyone else thinks we don't need this technology, I don't think that'll be a waste of time. Then we'll be in a position to deliver a sensible program in an efficient, a time-efficient way. And if we don't, I think what we'll find is we'll just keep incrementally life extending the coal plants.
Thank you for that response. Last week we heard from the AER, Claire Savage, around the legislative framework that needs to be done to do this. And in her opinion, it's going to take 8 to 10 years just to get that framework sorted before we even start consultation period.
Yeah, my personal view on that, my judgment on that is that's a terribly pessimistic view. You know, time definitely is an important issue. I think there's a lot of artificial urgency created in part of this debate about how we've got to save the planet by, you know, some artificially, you know, usually some round number year ending in a 0 or a 5. But I think on the time question, what really matters is the attitude of the people that are coming to the discussion. So we're all good Australians. I'm assuming we're all good Australians. We love our country. We all want the best. We're just disagreeing on how to get there. But I'm going to characterise this as the good, the bad and the ugly, right? So the good is asking ourselves the question, what can we do to ensure that nuclear energy doesn't take any longer than necessary? And that won't be taking 8 to 10 years as for those things you mentioned. The bad is those people who want it to take too long but won't publicly admit it. And the ugly is those people who will do everything they can to make sure that it takes too long and preferably never gets implemented. So, you know, there's regulatory, there's planning and preparation, as I've mentioned, and then there's construction and commissioning. And we should be looking at what can we do in parallel so it's not all done in series. So the mantra is don't rush, don't procrastinate, don't procrastinate, don't rush.
All right, so there's a lot of what-ifs there, and there's a lot of what-ifs in this whole thing. So one of the what-ifs is if this can actually be done, what the coalition's proposing to be done by 2035, 2037, if that can actually be done where it's producing power by that stage. And then we hear from some other experts in the field as well of saying that it could be done within 11 years. As we heard earlier, that we could have 7 plants done within 11 years. We've heard from other experts saying that we're not going to see these out to 2040, 2045, 2050. My question is to you now, what do we do on the what if of if the coalition side doesn't get their stuff done for 2035, 2037, and if the other side is correct, what happens to power in between there? Because the coal-fired power stations are coming offline, 90% of them are coming offline around that 2035 mark, and that hasn't been said by any governments, that's been said by the owners of those coal-fired power stations.
Yeah, so these are good questions. I would encourage everyone around the country to, you know, to ask people we're engaging with, what's your attitude on this question? I think that's vital. People should put their cards on the table. And my attitude is, you know, what can we do? On the coal-fired retirement question, this is an issue of vital importance. I've been raising this with my hair on fire for 8 years now, and I'm glad people are starting to take notice, right? We're going towards the top of the cliff, and that cliff is collapsing towards us. Now, I think we should also be very careful how we interpret the announced closure schedules of these assets by privately owned players, because there's a game here. There's a strategic commercial game being played, okay, about when these announcements will or won't happen. And the way that plays out affects their commercial position in the market, and we've already seen that the game is now switching to a game of getting government subsidy. So it's like, we'll close early if you compensate us, and then it's flipping to, we'll keep going longer if you compensate us. This is part of my thesis for 8 years, that the market's broken,
Thank you. And just going to ask a question I had already asked because you did give a good non-answer as such.
Okay.
Do you believe that burning fossil fuels is the primary driver of dangerous climate change? Yes or no?
I think it doesn't matter at all what I think, and it doesn't matter what anybody thinks individually. This is a collective. Issue we've got to come to terms with. My personal view actually is it's not the catastrophe that is being made out. Yep. So I'm actually quite aligned with my friends at the IPA on this, but I have to say that, you know, just continuing to beat our heads against each other is going to cause a catastrophe of its own, and that's the conclusion the Americans have come to. So they can hardly agree on anything between left and right, but they do agree that, okay, if we want to go towards dramatic emission reductions, we are going to need nuclear energy.
And do you think that's a coincidence that many pro-nuclear groups are also very sceptical on man-made climate change that actually happened from us?
Yeah, so I think this is a really important point. So and my example for this, I think the example we should follow is the two Roberts. You know, Robert Barr, who's more climate sceptical, and Robert Parker, who's a real believer in climate change. They both agree we need nuclear energy. They remain good friends and continue to talk to each other and discuss and debate these issues. And I think that's a model for the whole country. We shouldn't be going off into separate rooms and not talking to each other about this issue. We should be agreeing that that the practical importance of reliable, affordable electricity for the population is our civilisational support system, and we need to find a way to get to a place of agreement.
And will that reliable energy that you're talking about, with what the coalition have put forward in their nuclear plan, will it be ready by 2035?
If we want it to be, we can make it ready.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your time today. The Chair mentioned that 90% of coal will be out of the system by 2035 based on the decision of coal plant owners. The market operators' own data says otherwise. It says that come 2034, 35, there's actually an assumption in their ISP, Integrated System Plan, that 10.8 gigawatts of coal closes before coal plant owners have scheduled them to close. Yeah. That being the case, based on your experience and analysis, when do you think coal really exits the system in the real world in the national electricity market?
I think the short answer to that, Deputy Chair, is that coal really exits the system in the real world when there is a complete substitute for what it currently provides to the market. So until there are real assets in the system able to do the job that is currently being done by those assets, it won't be able to exit, and neither state nor federal governments will allow it to exit.
Chair,
yeah, please go ahead.
No, just a quick one. So in terms of the decisions by the coal operators to close down, I think we also need to be aware that it's obviously taking place in the context of a policy environment that's, you know, pretty much said that there's not going to be any new coal that's going to come onto the system. So we just need to be aware that when we're saying, and what the Chair said as well in terms of these decisions are essentially being taken independent of government, I don't think it's quite a fair assessment of the situation. Like, they're exiting because they know that there's not much of a future for them under the current policy arrangements. We can keep coal going for longer if governments decide that that's a future that the country should have.
I think if I can just
check one thing.
Sure.
Mr. Wild, could I just get you to let us know whether you state, please, whether you're a current or former member of a political party, or a union, or an investor, or in the renewable or nuclear energy, because you didn't do that on your one.
Yeah, I'm a member of the Liberal Party.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Continue, Chair.
Continue, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Wilson, going to your previous comments about timeline, last week we heard from various people that affirmed the coalition's policy assumption because in particular it aligns with the International Atomic Energy Agency's advice on timeline as well as international practice. But we did hear, alarmingly, the suggestion of that 8 to 10 year timeframe that the Chair had suggested. I heard in your response to the Chair's question that such a timeline ignores the ability and indeed probably the standard practice of doing different work streams in parallel, which reduces the time. So thank you, and that again confirms our own policy. Which leads me to a question then on the back of the former advice that we heard about the need to be comparing here. How long do you think it will take under the current government's plan, which is the market operator's plan, to roll out the industrial scale renewable projects and transmission lines required?
I think the short answer to that, and we're seeing it in front of our eyes already, is longer than people have assumed or hoped. The scale of that rollout is enormous. I think, I've seen some of that, but I think my colleague here has probably seen more of the issues of that than I have out on the ground. Did you want to comment on that, Dan?
Yeah, sure. So I know you've been out as well, Deputy Chair, to a lot of these communities, and we visited about 65 communities across the country over the last 2 years who are what we call ground zero for this net zero without baseload rollout, which is the renewables only, renewables everywhere policy in terms of the solar panels, wind turbines and high tension, high voltage transmission lines. And, we've had a discussion today about social licence for nuclear, which is obviously critically important. But I can tell you on the ground there's absolutely no social licence for what's happening with these renewable energy companies and the behaviour that they're engaging in. Basically the incursion onto private farmland, how this is affecting and dividing those communities, the stories that they have, not just of their livelihoods, but of their families and the multi-generational farming and landowners that goes on. So, I think the rollout that we have is, I don't think, ever going to actually get done when you look at how much community resistance there is, whether it's Port Stephens offshore wind, whether it's in the Wimmera of Victoria. There's a lot of communities that are vehemently opposed to what is happening, in large part, not because they oppose the idea of renewables can't play a role, but because of how they're being treated. And they're expected to essentially carry the can for the rest of the country without having been asked or consulted if that's what they want in their community. So I think under the current situation, I don't think the current approach will ever get done.
So given those comments, we heard this morning from the ETU they need, I think, up to 40,000 additional electricians by 2030, let alone 2035. And we also, with the market operator, spoke last week about challenges around supply chain constraints, material costs. You raised the issue of social licence. Dr Wilson, going back to you, given...
Deputy Chair, I should say, it's you can call me Stephen, or it's adjunct professor.
Okay. Yeah. Stephen's shorter, if that's okay.
That's okay.
So, Stephen, with your background, you're saying both economics and engineering then, given all signs are, including with coal being extended, that this current government's plan is not working to the timeline it wants, and all those other risks I've outlined, what does that mean from a cost perspective? What is the relationship between time slippage here of the current plan and cost?
Yeah, well, the time to do projects always has a cost implication. So in my view, the time question, the it takes too long question, and the cost question are not really two issues. They're really two sides of the same coin. So for anyone developing any project that experiences delays, they will experience an uplift in costs. And just, by the way, because it is relevant to this hearing, that has been a core tactic of the anti-nuclear movement in other countries for decades, has been to cause delays in order to drive up costs. So we need to be aware of that. But I think when we look at the bigger picture for Australia, I do believe that we won't see the targets being met because of the challenges that are being confronted, the kind of community resistance that Mr. Wild has mentioned, and also the technical issues of saturation of the system. Oversaturation means it's getting harder and harder for the system to accept the output from these assets. And I'm of the view that when we look back in 10, 20, 30 years, we'll actually be relieved that we were not able to roll out this plan, which I don't believe will work at a technical level, at the breakneck pace that is being attempted.
So just on the technical issues then, some anti-nuclear commentators suggest that nuclear power plants can only operate in 100% baseload mode, and they lack flexibility. Do you have you done any assessment in this regard, and what are the facts?
So I'll make an additional admission here, just as I used to be anti-nuclear. I used to believe that nuclear plants could only operate in constant 100% output mode. I then came to understand that's not the case. They can be operated more flexibly. I then thought that they needed to operate all the time at maximum output in order to be economic. One of the things that surprised me in some research work that I supervised, which was PhD level research work, was the extent to which you can back off the output from a nuclear plant and accommodate a certain amount of wind and solar in a system before it becomes uneconomic. So based on the facts and the evidence that I've seen, the famous quote from Lord Keynes is, "When the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do, sir?" So I've updated my views on that.
Now, in one of your reports, The Ruinous Cost of Free Energy, that report, you outline that a renewables-only system would be 5 to 6 times more expensive than the energy system we have today. Can you just talk through the root causes of such a substantial increase in cost? And in doing so, give us some commentary on what the impact would be on energy prices for both consumers and businesses.
Yeah, so the root cause of the very high cost of systems that are trying to rely just on wind, solar power and storage, the intermittency, so the part-time nature of the primary resource at the input side, and also the very low energy density of that energy, and also its location. So it's not near the load, it's further and further away from the load. It's very low density and it's part-time. And what that means is you end up building assets that have very low utilisation factor. They're very part-time. And so that just ripples right through the whole system. And you don't notice it at first when you've got low share. You can actually accommodate economically a small proportion of these resources, but once you get to about the level we're at now, if you keep forcing them in, you just see a dramatic escalation and bloating of physical assets and bloating of costs, and you end up, doubling and doubling again, and probably going up to 5 and 6 times the cost of where we used to be.
That's alarming. Can we just talk then about the consecutive reports we read from the market operator about the electricity grid becoming more unreliable, threats of blackouts and brownouts and so forth. As baseload energy is removed from the system and it is replaced with variable renewables, what happens to reliability? And further to that, what then happens to costs and therefore prices?
So I think you see the risk is you see a collapse in reliability. I think we have to look at the detail of what's actually happening, but I think the Broken Hill islanding and the inability to keep that system alive while the transmission line is not able to support it, is a microcosm of what I expect we'll see on a larger scale. If you try and fight the reliability problem, if you try and sustain, you're trying to deliver 99.998% reliability to the consumer, and you're trying to do it only with assets that are available sort of 20, 25, 30, 35% of the time, bridging that gap, that probability gap, just becomes harder and harder as you increase the share of those resources on the system. And as you try to fight it by throwing more and more batteries and more pumped hydro and this, that and the other. And by the way, the ISP seems to still have a lot of gas in the system, even in the out years in 2050. You know, is it natural gas? Is it hydrogen? But that's the get out of jail free card. You just see the costs escalate, and all of your assets on this system end up having lower and lower and lower utilisation. But those fixed capital costs have to be recovered somehow.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. So would you support no more renewable investment beyond today's levels?
I think it would be very wise to stop forcing more renewables in, which is being done with ever-increasing subsidies, yes. Okay. We need to take a breath, I think, and take stock.
To Mr Wild, earlier you criticised what you perceive as a lack of adequate consultation for renewable developments. Do you think it's appropriate that the 7 sites, nuclear sites, for nuclear power were chosen by the Coalition without any consultation?
I think there's a process around the,
yes or no?
the consultation. So,
sorry,
I think the process has been appropriate. You know, and I'd be happy to show you around some of the regional communities that we visited as well, so you can hear their stories of what's been happening.
No, sorry, hang on. Sorry, Mr Wild. I asked the question about the choice of the 7 locations without consultation, because there has been no consultation prior to the announcement.
If you're talking about the coalition policy, just by clarity, Matt, are you talking about the 2.5 years of community consultation planned as part of coalition policy?
No. When you made the announcement, you identified 7 key sites across the country, in your paper here, we have identified 7 locations. These are the only locations in scope, and the Coalition has ruled out all other locations.
Correct.
So
my question is just a clarity, because I need to listen to the answer. Are you talking about the Coalition's plan for a 2.5-year community consultation process or something else?
No. What I'm saying is that prior to consultation, 7 locations have been identified as the only locations, as all other locations have been ruled out.
With whom consultation would be held?
Over the next 2.5 years. Right.
Can I respond?
That's a policy.
Can I respond on the issue? Is it possible?
But there was a statement made by Mr Wild earlier about a criticism around renewable developments and a lack of consultation. Do you think it's fair that 7 locations are identified without consultation?
Well, there's a 2.5-year consultation process around that.
That hasn't started yet.
Yeah, but then
technically that hasn't started
yet. These communities with I don't know.
No. I'm trying to get to the crux of this.
You're drawing a false parallel, right? So if you, I don't know.
So
how
you
many
think that that's okay?
I don't know how many of these communities you visited, but they actually have this renewable energy infrastructure there right now. So there is no nuclear station that exists in any of these communities right now. So to suggest that what is happening in these regional communities where they have can I finish the answer? Okay. They've got these, masses of solar panels, wind turbines and transmission lines. They've not been consulted on the actual, what is actually there right now. There are no nuclear power plants that exist. Any nuclear power plant that would exist in the future would be on the back of a consultation process. So that it's a false parallel that you're drawing.
Can I comment, Chair, on this issue? Because this is an issue that we looked at when we were asked the question what would be required for nuclear energy plants to be operating in Australia from the 2030s. So it's one of 8 topics, and it's under the heading Society, and the subheading is establishing community confidence is vital. Now, I don't want to comment on the approach of one or another political party to this question, but as a public policy question, there are processes for engaging with communities, and we described our findings from our research on how that needs to be done and the importance of that, and that relates back to the question of timing and where that fits in the process. So for where we are today in the process in Australia, we're ready to start doing this engagement. And actually the conversation has happened. When I wrote this report, I wondered, how do we get the conversation going? But clearly the conversation is often running by itself.
I would just like to make a quick comment here, as I'm a federal member of one of these locations. And the conversation is definitely going. The conversation got going because the coalition decided to announce their so-called nuclear policy in Sydney instead of coming 2 hours up the road to the Hunter Valley to make that announcement in the Hunter.
I think I was there. Since you're making a statement and not asking a question, Chair, I was in the Hunter, if not the day after, it'd be 2 days after. I've been there multiple times. I held forums there, public forums. I met with people, spoke to the mayor and so forth. What are you suggesting? I'm
just saying that there's people that are interested in nuclear energy, there's people that are not interested in nuclear energy, and then there's people in the middle that actually want to hear what it's about, and that's what this inquiry is about.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. So back to you.
I'll just make one small comment, is that with the young people in this country, this conversation's been going on since before I realised, and that was one of the things that I learned from the students at the University of Queensland in 2018, was they'd already been thinking about this and forming, to my great shock and surprise, positive views.
Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, Mr. Wilson, have you accepted donations from the fossil fuel industry to fund your research on energy?
No, I've not.
Okay, thank you. I have read your report. I've got it here, and it's quite an interesting read, to be honest. I do want to clarify. This report talks about small modular reactors, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's the concept of the research paper predominantly?
The sponsor of the study, who's a retired alumnus of the university, had a very strong personal interest in looking at the potential for that technology class, yes.
And it was my takeaway from that research paper that it heavily focused on the NuScale project?
So it actually makes very clear in this study that we decided that rather than speak in the abstract, it would be much more meaningful to readers to choose a particular concrete example and then talk about that. So we talk about the range of different designs and vendors, and then we say we've chosen to look at one in particular. And the reason we chose that one was because it had already got to the point of receiving a design licence from the regulatory authority in the US.
Correct, but subsequently, what's happened to the NuScale project?
Well, so the NuScale, you say the NuScale project. So the NuScale design is a reactor design.
Yeah, sorry.
They worked with a particular customer that was interested in deploying that design, which is a collection of rural cooperatives in the United States made up of many, many tiny members, which in my view is commercially a very, very challenging customer to work with on a first-of-a-kind design. And as it happened, they got to the point where that customer backed out because on the customer side, as I understand it, they were not able to gather up enough collective megawatts to sign the contracts that would be needed to build the plant. But that company is continuing with the technology, and they're working with other customers for its deployment in, I think, more than one country around the world.
Thank you. I just want to go to the management part of it. That's on page 8.
Yeah.
So you've reported in there the 10 keys to successful nuclear projects. High-cost nuclear projects can draw down 3 or more times the capital of similar low-cost projects. And then as you go down the page, there's your 10 listed things. And I'm interested by the use of low-cost and highly productive labour. What do you mean by that?
Well, in countries that achieve very low costs, one of the inputs would be lower cost labour. Probably the UAE might be an example of that.
Okay.
So In Australia, we tend not to have very low-cost labour, so we need to think about how we can achieve low-cost project delivery by being really smart on the other factors.
Yeah, and locate multiple units at a single site. So more than one reactor unit on a site?
Yeah, you tend to. You want to get learning effects from the deployment of similar units on the same site. That's been well understood as a key to cost reduction.
And so that's easier to achieve on the concept of small modular reactors versus large scale.
That's one of the key logical elements of the idea of SMRs. Yes.
I've got a lot of questions, but I'm just mindful we're running out of time. It then goes on to talk about the use of decision stage gates for de-risking, and down the bottom of that, on same page 8,
yep.
The process takes time, and noting the importance of community support and national strategy for nuclear power, in the 2006, the Switkowski review estimated 10, 15 or 20 years to operation as accelerated, average or slow timelines for the process to commissioning. Only large plants were considered.
That's right.
So if we were to go down the SMR time, that's where I'm a little bit lost, because we're talking about SMRs, but then we're not talking about SMRs. Is that because there's realistically no SMRs that are
it was just
in the system working efficiently?
The reason we cited that, I think it was important to cite the work of serious people previously, and also just to explain to the reader that at that time the emphasis was on large reactors only,
right.
and then to just explain that in the context of smaller scale technology, you could and should be aiming to do a more accelerated deployment, just because of the physical size of the technology.
So just to confirm, then, what you're saying to me is that a country that doesn't have a nuclear power energy industry currently existing is going to be able to deliver 7 reactor sites within 11 years after a change of government, if that was to occur?
If we put our mind to it, we build the social support and we get ourselves organised, we could do that. We've built many other large bits of large engineering projects in this country,
Right.
and that's what we should be looking to do.
I'm a little bit confused by that, given that we had a coalition government for 9 years that failed to deliver a single energy plan over that 9-year period. There's a big disconnection between what's been proposed as deliverable within inside 11 years, and we saw basically no movement on energy over 9 years of government of those in the opposition.
Chair, that was a statement, not a question. And the statement related.
I'll withdraw
and the statement
that.
related to the former coalition government. Okay. Which he withdrawn it. He withdrew it because it was inaccurate.
I apologise for that.
He has withdrawn it. That's a smart thing to do.
Mr O'Brien, sorry.
Any other questions, Mr Bennett?
I think I'll provide some more on notice.
Thank you, guys, for coming in. Thank you for your time. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If any other committee members have any questions they'd like to pose, please get that to the Secretariat. You'll be sent a copy of the transcripts of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have the opportunity to request corrections to the transcript errors. Thank you very much for appearing before us.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I now suspend the meeting. Thank you. We will now resume the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I now welcome the Australian Institute. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Rod Campbell. I'm the Research Director at the Australian Institute.
Thank you, Mr Campbell. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to a discussion, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industry, please?
I'm personally a member of the Victorian Greens. I'm a member of the ASU. I assume through my super fund, I'm an investor in all kinds of energy.
Yep, excellent. Thank you. Would you like to make a brief opening statement, then we'll proceed to questions?
Sure. At the Australia Institute, we're big fans and followers of parliamentary procedure. And so we understand what an enormous privilege it is to appear before a parliamentary committee like this one. But it was quite a surprise to be invited here at this stage of the political cycle by a government-led committee to give my opinion on the opposition's energy policy, particularly a policy that's been investigated essentially so many times before. Anyhow, here we are, and here's my opinion. Nuclear energy is not suitable for Australia. Starting at the end, there is no permanent solution for disposing of nuclear waste. I had considerable involvement in the South Australian Royal Commission and associated processes, and it became very clear during that time that it costs a lot of money to permanently store nuclear waste. Nobody wants it on their land, and this adds considerably to the costs of nuclear power. Speaking of costs, let's move to the start. The upfront costs of nuclear energy are very, very large and very, very uncertain. This is fundamentally why no investors are keen to build it in Australia, and even Australia's main electricity consumers, like the Tomago aluminium smelter, don't want to see it built here. As somebody who's spent a lot of time looking at economic modelling and critiquing other people's modelling, including levelised cost calculations, I've been somewhat bemused by the attention that levelised cost calculations have attracted in the last year or so. No amount of fiddling around with levelised cost formulas is going to change the fact that the capital costs of nuclear are very, very high and very, very uncertain. So if we've done the end with the waste and the start with the capital costs, the middle is also pretty problematic for nuclear energy. It's unsuitable for the Australian electricity market, which is characterised by peaks and troughs rather than movement around a stable baseline. Of course, leaving the economics aside, nuclear energy is banned in Australia, and the ban on nuclear developments is extremely good public policy. It prevents huge amounts of rent-seeking and money-wasting projects and proposals being funded and wasting the public's time and resources. If only we had a similar ban on carbon capture and storage investigations or hydrogen export projects, the Australian public would be vastly better served. So I said it was a surprise to be invited here, which got me thinking of why have we been invited here? Clearly, the government likes talking about nuclear energy and it likes talking about the opposition's policy. Why does the government like this so much? Because I think the government would far rather talk about the opposition's energy policy than its own policy failings. Last year, fossil fuel subsidies cost Australians $14.5 billion. We've seen the approval of new coal and gas projects in recent times, despite the overwhelming opinions and evidence from the International Energy Agency, climate scientists and other bodies that no new coal and gas projects should be developed. Yet just last week we had the resource minister in Japan promoting new gas projects. I think the government would rather talk about the opposition's policy than the various offset scandals.
Excuse me, Mr Campbell, I'd like you to refer back to the terms of reference, please, because this is not on the terms of reference. So if you could please refer back to those with your commentary, that would be much appreciated.
Very well. Well, to finish up, I think both major parties would rather have a straw man fight about nuclear versus renewable rather than really concentrating on phasing out fossil fuels, which is what climate science demands.
Thank you there, Mr Campbell, for your opening remarks. You brought up earlier around the fact that you've made an inquiry before into another inquiry that was on into nuclear power. In 2018, the Australian Institute submitted to the previous inquiry into nuclear power of the House, chaired by the now Deputy Chair, in that you said that if nuclear power operators were made to adequately insure against the risk of nuclear accidents, the insurance premiums would make nuclear power completely uneconomical. Could you please elaborate on those comments?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, insurance as an industry and as an economic function is about pooling risk and about assessing known risks and spreading that risk around a community. And the small likelihood of catastrophic failure of nuclear facilities is something that insurance companies globally have had a lot of problems with. So insuring nuclear facilities is clearly problematic.
Would that be an issue for residents around that area too, say farms or people residing close to that nuclear power station, do you think?
I haven't researched this myself in detail, but any facility that's not adequately insured potentially imposes a risk on its neighbours and other affected parties.
No worries, thank you. In an article from September, Matt Saunders from the Australian Institute says that the increased use of renewables in supplying electricity is not the cause of higher retail electricity prices, and it is clear that more renewables will lead to lower prices. Could the Institute please expand on this, on these comments?
So, in the time we have available, what most directly affects retail electricity prices in Australia is retailers. Retailers and distribution of energy makes up the bulk of electricity prices paid by households. To the extent that increasing supply of electricity in the wholesale market pushes down retail prices, it's fairly. It seems that increasing renewable supply or increasing any kind of supply, assuming that it's competitive within the market, will help to, as they say, apply downward pressure on prices. But there's a lot more to the energy price sausage than just wholesale market prices.
What's the Australian Institute's view on how long it will take if Australia decides to go down the nuclear pathway? If you consider the legislation required at a state and territory level, safety and environmental frameworks required, community engagement and construction period, what are the expected timelines of seeing a nuclear facility that can produce power in this country?
Yeah, I haven't done research onto that myself. I don't have a particular number in mind. But it'd certainly be a long time. I've seen estimates, and I've earlier seen the committee discussing various estimates. We're looking at least a decade and probably into the 2040s. I mean, to be honest, I don't think it'll ever happen. So nailing down a particular number is difficult.
Can I just ask why you don't think it'll actually happen?
Because I don't think this is a genuine proposal, and there's. I think the proposal to build nuclear power in Australia is fundamentally politically driven. There's no appetite for it from investors. You don't see the major electricity companies in Australia lining up to build nuclear power. You don't see the major international nuclear companies wanting to enter Australia. They don't want to do that because of the nature of the Australian electricity market, because it is characterised by peaks and troughs that nuclear reactors have difficulty responding to. So with no real investor demand and I would argue really politically driven proposals behind the policy positions that we're seeing here, I don't really see this as a genuine effort to build nuclear power stations in Australia. I see this as a distraction from genuine action on climate and energy.
So the Australian Institute thinks this is just smoke and mirrors?
Yeah,
pretty much. Thank you for your time, Mr Campbell. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for being here today. Under Labor and the market operators' plan for a net zero electricity grid, as reflected in the market operators' integrated system plan, what is the total system cost of getting to net zero based on that renewables only plan?
I don't know, I haven't researched that.
But aren't you arguing that including nuclear as part of the mix would be more expensive than that?
It would be more expensive. Adding nuclear generation into the Australian electricity market would be more expensive than equivalent capacity from other technologies.
You're talking coal and gas?
Talking anything.
So renewables. So you haven't.
Statement.
So the Australian Institute, you actually haven't studied the real cost of the existing plan being implemented in Australia to get to a net zero grid. Is that right?
I mean, the Australian Institute has published various bits of research. I mean, we haven't published the ISP. That's AEMO.
That wasn't my question. You started off.
What is your question?
You started off explaining that you've spent a lot of time doing modelling. So, do you know what the total system cost is for Labor's plan to get to net zero by 2050?
No, I've never modelled that.
Okay. So, yet you're confident that a renewables-only grid will bring prices down. Well, what then, going back to your, in your words, spending lots of time modelling, take me through the economic modelling you've done to demonstrate that a renewables-only grid will bring prices down.
So I've done a lot of economic modelling through my career. I haven't done much of it on the NEM itself and the ISP.
How have you drawn that conclusion then if you haven't?
Because, as I said at the top, you don't need to do a lot of modelling to see that capital costs of nuclear energy are really high and really uncertain. And because of the uncertainty around them, nobody wants to finance them in Australia.
So what premium do you put on uncertainty in your economic models for such assets?
So I don't build such economic models.
I thought you said you do a lot of economic modelling.
I do, and that's why I've looked at these debates over is nuclear power expensive or not, with some degree of bemusement. It absolutely is expensive. The capital costs are huge, and they're uncertain.
What other factors go into a total system cost analysis over and above capital cost up front?
So just to finish my answer here, capital costs are big.
You're not providing an answer to a question I've asked, sir.
No, I'm trying to finish.
You've made your point that you think there are high upfront capital costs.
And there's high decommissioning costs.
So my question is, when you do a total system cost analysis, which ultimately impacts the price paid by consumers and businesses in Australia, what other variables do you take into account based on your many years of economic modelling?
So all the years of economic modelling in the world don't change the fundamental fact that
wasn't my question, sir. What other variables? Can you name one other variable, sir? One other variable of doing an economic model for an electricity grid.
Deputy Chair, please let him answer his question too. You've asked
So
it 4 times.
you seriously want me to sit here and talk about what are particular line items and what goes into an economic model around around electricity prices?
What I'm trying to understand, to answer your question for clarity, Mr. Campbell, is you've come in here today and said the Australia Institute believes that a renewables-only grid is going to get prices down. You've based that on your opening remarks of how much economic modelling you've done in your life, but you cannot tell me how much it's going to cost under the existing plan to get to net zero by the market operator. You have not studied that, and now you can't even tell me the variables that would even go into such an economic model. So I'm questioning on what basis you stand here today, or you sit here now, saying the prices are going to go down. And so here's a question for you. So under questioning last week in a Senate hearing, Daniel Westerman, who's the head of the Australian energy market operator, he couldn't guarantee that energy prices would be lower under the current energy roadmap, which is, of course, described as a renewables-only one. So you obviously have a very different view from the market operator, but you haven't actually done the economic modelling. So can you just explain why your view is different from the market operators?
I'm not sure. I didn't listen to the testimony from the market operator, and I'm not sure that our views are actually particularly different. All the modelling trickery in the world can't change the fact that no one wants to build nuclear in Australia. No one wants to build nuclear in Australia because of its upfront costs, its inability to compete in the national electricity market as it's currently set up, and the huge decommissioning costs. No one. We don't need to go through complicated economic modelling to get to this point. It's pretty simple.
Let me ask a question if I can. In other countries where nuclear energy is not illegal, there is an increase in appetite for building nuclear energy plants. And in fact, a recent report by the United States Department of Energy showed that compared to a renewables-only grid, a grid that has renewables plus nuclear actually is cheaper, to the tune of about 37%. And they did that in the context of California. So do you believe that your economic theory on this applies to the rest of the world, or just Australia where it's illegal?
I'm not familiar with the study you're talking about, but the fundamental problem in Australia is nuclear is expensive to build, can't compete in the market, and expensive to decommission.
Do you agree that nuclear is a clean energy source?
I mean, the word clean's doing a lot of work there. I mean, it produces waste for which there's...
Is it a zero emissions nuclear energy source?
Well, it's not a zero emissions energy source. Considerable emissions go into the...
Compared to, let's say, wind and solar, for example.
Considerable emissions are generated in the construction...
Compared to wind and solar.
Considerable emissions are generated in the construction and the construction of nuclear power plants, the mining and processing and transport of fuels and decommissioning, etc. But
compared to wind and solar. Sorry, so I've asked you a question.
Can you please let him finish his question, Deputy Chair?
Well, I need him to answer the question, not provide questions, Chair.
The original question was, do I think nuclear is a clean energy source? Let's go with one-word answers, no.
So, if indeed under your plan and the market operator's plan...
I don't have a plan, Deputy Chair.
So do you support the market operator's plan?
I don't support or not support. I'm not here to comment on. This isn't an inquiry into the market operator's plan.
What are you here for?
Well, you asked me here. You tell me.
So you don't have a plan. You don't know the market operator's plan. So you actually don't know the current energy transition underway in Australia. You claim to be an economic modeller, but you've done none of the economic modelling. You haven't even looked at the market operator's economic modelling.
So I'm not going to waste my time looking at going deep into the weeds of various economic models when the question is a simple one. Is nuclear energy expensive and unsuitable for the Australian energy market and for the Australian energy policy situation? It is unsuitable.
So
that's
does the Australia Institute...
That's the conclusion of inquiries that you've chaired, inquiries...
With due respect, it's
Royal
not.
Commission in South Australia...
It's not, but I appreciate your opinion, sir. So does the Australia Institute, which clearly supports the ongoing rollout of renewables, renewables-only grid, by all modelling provided, including the market operator, which is supported by the current government, that's going to rely heavily on fossil fuels to support long periods of low wind and sun. So do you support the use of fossil fuels to complement and firm up renewables?
Oh, I support a phase-out of fossil fuel.
That was my question.
I mean, do I support it today? Yes, absolutely I do. Do I support it for 2050? No, I'd rather not see fossil fuels being a part of the Australian energy mix in 2050.
So even
will there be a phase out?
So even though, sorry, you're asking
Yes.
yourself your own questions, if you don't mind, sir. So even those who support the basic premise of renewables-only grid, like you, they concede Australia is going to need a lot more gas, which is a fossil fuel.
No, I don't.
And so,
I certainly don't agree with that at all.
You don't agree, but you've never done any economic modelling on it, have you?
Have you got
Have you got an energy sector background? I'm just trying to wonder at what angle I can come and ask you questions.
Yeah, I'm a resource economist by background.
Resource economist, okay. So if even the market operator's wrong about the need for more gas as you bring in more renewables, what's the solution? Well, what do you do?
Storage.
Right. So please explain how that would work, that we wouldn't actually have any more gas.
Yeah, so when it's not raining outside, our taps still turn on water because we store water in dams.
And how many dams would we need in Australia holding what sort of capacity of water? Understanding you may not know the specifics, but just broadly speaking.
That was an analogy, Deputy Chair.
I'm sorry.
When it's not raining, our water taps still work. When the sun is not shining and the wind is not blowing, with energy storage, our electricity plugs will still work.
And given this is my last question, and you started on your background doing lots of economic modelling, if there is no gas and you're reliant entirely on storage, what would be the impact on the cost of the system and therefore the price to consumers and businesses?
So today, tomorrow, next week, of course there'll be gas in the system.
No, that wasn't my question, sir.
Yeah, but
I didn't ask you whether there's going to be gas in the system today or tomorrow.
So you're talking in 15, 20 years' time when gas has been phased out of the system?
Let's say 2050. Let's say 2050. So under your view, there is no gas, there is no nuclear, there is only renewables and storage.
Yeah, that's what I think, and that's what climate science demands.
I asked you a question, sir. What would be the likely impact on cost and therefore the price impact for consumers and for businesses based on what you are putting forward as the solution?
But compared to what? Compared to a world where we had developed the 7 coal-fired power stations that were proposed for the Latrobe Valley, or
what do we say compared to? You asked me a question to clarify, and I'll clarify for you. Why don't we say compared to Labor's current plan, which assumes gas?
So, what would the difference be to? I mean, I think your questions are disingenuous in asking for specific dollar figures around specific.
Indicative is fine.
Specific hypothetical future
Indicative is fine,
comparisons.
given you've put forward an alternate solution to the Labor Party's approach. you want to see no fossil fuels.
Anyone who's serious about climate change wants to see no fossil fuels.
So are you going to answer the question? What is the cost impact, therefore the impact on prices for consumers and businesses?
Of what relative to what?
Of the proposal you put forward, where there is no gas, only storage, compared to the Australian Energy Market Operators Plan, which still includes gas come 2050. Again, I don't want a specific dollar figure, just talk in terms of generalities. Is it more expensive, less expensive? Therefore, would the impact on consumers be higher prices or lower prices? Just at that level, given your many years of economic modelling.
Given my many years of economic modelling, I know how fraught predictions are in 2024 about hypothetical situations in 2050. It's a fool's errand to be making such predictions. And look at how technology has been changing and improving around battery storage. I'd like to highlight some great research we've done on the ability of buildings to store energy and the potential for off-peak hot water to be used to store energy. There's been so many improvements happening in energy storage that the idea of sitting here in 2024 and having these hypothetical, what does one proposal differ, how does that differ from another, it's not useful. Energy storage is advancing rapidly. Nuclear energy has not declined in cost or utility, and I really think this whole discussion's a distraction from talking about the need to phase out fossil fuel subsidies and fossil fuel expansion in Australia.
Thank you, Mr Campbell, and thank you, Deputy Chair. We're going in circles here. Mr Perrott.
Thank you very much, Mr Campbell. I'm sorry I missed part of your presentation. Well, I was just interested if the Australian Institute had any information on private capital investing in nuclear around the world. You seem to suggest that it wasn't. I just wondered if that was based on anything. And surely if nuclear is delivers a steady income stream, I thought it would be a haven for private capital seeking that long-term investment. Do you have any information on that at all?
You talk about why is private capital reluctant to invest in nuclear energy in Australia? I think private capital would tend to be a bit more nimble than governments. Is my proposition. And so why isn't it going where there is a good steady return? What does it know that the opposition doesn't? Yeah, I think it's the high capital costs, the uncertainty around capital costs, the uncertainty as to how and if nuclear power can compete within any electricity market, really, with renewable energy becoming much cheaper and altering the amount of electricity that's demanded at different times of the day. So uncertainty around costs, uncertainty around demand, uncertainty around rehabilitation and decommissioning costs, I think is the reason why you don't see a lot of investors in Australia lining up to build nuclear energy.
Can you I know your title says Australian Institute, but do you have any data on the global movement towards investing in nuclear for comparison purposes? And I know our grid is unique to this continent. We're a large continent with a small population and all the extra challenges that come with our electricity network, or our electricity networks, can I say?
Yeah. Look, I haven't done a lot of research on international investment patterns, no.
No, okay. No, I just thought you might have come across it. And I think I've been lobbied by the nuclear industry. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Uranium industry. I've been an MP since 2007. I have been lobbied by the uranium industry in the past, but I don't think seems to be much. I don't think I've ever been lobbied by the nuclear industry. you haven't come across them in your travels?
I've looked at quite a few uranium mine proposals, which have generally not proceeded. They've generally needed pretty high uranium prices to go ahead. I haven't looked at this for a while, but I think a lot of them needed $60 a pound over the long term, which until recently certainly hadn't been on the cards.
So that jurisdictions where it is legal to have uranium, there's not many parts.
Those projects are in Western Australia that I looked at and haven't gone ahead. I think
they weren't illegal, but they just weren't able to. The capital cost didn't justify digging it out of the ground.
Yeah, that's right. The uranium price wasn't high enough to proceed with those projects. And I think one point I would make, it's often claimed that Australia has a large proportion of the world's uranium and therefore Australia should use it. I think what's overlooked is Australia doesn't have a large proportion of the cheap and easy to get out uranium in the world, and that's why we haven't really seen a lot of uranium mining go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Any comment? Sorry, Chair, can I just ask, in terms of Australian mining operations, I got the impression it was a unique combination of resources that made it economically viable rather than like a normal mines in, say, Africa.
Sorry, I just missed the question there.
I thought like you can have a copper mine that produces uranium rather than a uranium mine producing uranium in terms of being economically viable in Australia, in terms of a large earth-moving operation,
Yeah, so I know the examples that leap to mind are Olympic Dam in South Australia, which produces some amount of uranium, copper, and I think a range of other products as well. Whereas the projects I've looked at in the past were more pure uranium projects in Western Australia.
Okay, all right. And that's your area of expertise initially in terms of resources economics, is that what you said?
Mining, coal mining, major project assessment, cost-benefit analysis are more my background.
Yeah, all right. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Perrott. Mr Burnell.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got a few questions, and I do want to say thank you, Mr Campbell, for providing evidence today.
Thank you.
Is a proposed nuclear plan consistent with meeting net zero emissions by 2050?
Entirely in isolation, it shouldn't really make a difference. But of course it makes a difference because economists love to say, ceteris paribus, other things being equal. If everything else was equal, then it shouldn't matter. But other things aren't equal. Other parts of the energy industry, other parts of Australia's policy community will of course respond to a decision to build a nuclear reactor. Hypothetically, if a decision was taken to build a nuclear reactor in Australia and that was taken with some degree of certainty, that would definitely affect the rollout of renewable energy and the phase out of fossil fuels in Australia. There's no shortage of people who've remarked on that, and I think including the parts of the energy industry and the coal industry have made that pretty clear. So in that sense, no, it is not consistent with a zero emissions future in Australia.
Is that one reason why the private capital may be reluctant to invest in nuclear, given both major parties say they are committed to net zero emissions by 2050 and that target is legislated in Australia?
I think that's one reason, but I think the overwhelming economic case against nuclear energy in Australia... sorry, let me phrase that a different way. The economic case against nuclear energy in Australia is so overwhelming that I think climate considerations would be secondary.
Okay. I want to take you back to your opening statement and specifically the end that was at the start. So when you were talking about permanent storage of waste, you made mention of the citizens' jury in South Australia as part of the broader nuclear waste discussion. Can you just step me through some of the complications that came up through that process as far as social licence was considered with the South Australian public?
Yeah, so I certainly don't speak for the South Australian public, and certainly not the South Australian Indigenous community. But one thing, as an outsider who visited South Australia several times and was involved in those citizens' juries, one thing that struck me was the absolute unanimity of First Nations people against proposals for nuclear waste disposal on their traditional lands. And I also remember one young woman at the end of one session in the citizens' jury saying to me, so basically this is all about the money. We'd only do this for the money. And I was like, yeah, that's right. South Australia would only import the rest of the world's nuclear waste if there was vast amounts of money in it for South Australia. There was no benefit in terms of energy production or jobs or royalties or anything like that. The proposal was based on a suggestion that there was heaps of money in it for South Australia. And my examination of the economic modelling that was commissioned by the Royal Commission showed that no, that there wasn't a lot of money there. It was based on a lot of very flawed assumptions, my favourite being that the model included a lot on what countries would send what volumes of waste to South Australia. And it included an estimate for the volume of waste that that the Ukraine might send to South Australia. And I made an appointment to go and see the Ukrainian embassy, and I asked the ambassador straight, would the Ukraine ever send nuclear waste to Australia? And he laughed and said no. And I was surprised because you don't usually get a straight answer out of diplomats. And I said, oh, why is that? And he said, because we have a very good place for nuclear waste in the Ukraine. It's called Chernobyl. And they have a waste disposal, a nuclear waste storage facility there in Chernobyl for obvious reasons. The contamination risk is already there and negated. So yeah, I spent a fair bit of time looking at the economics of nuclear waste disposal as part of that Royal Commission process. And it's difficult, it's hard, it hasn't really been done anywhere in the world. Various attempts have been made to do it, most of them have ended in tears. And it wasn't a good idea for South Australia then, and I'd say it remains not a good idea for Australia today.
When you talk about the difficulty, is that from a geological location point of view, from a build cost point of view, from social licence point of view, all of them rolled in together? What makes it so difficult to find a suitable site and actually deliver one? We've been having the debate about nuclear waste storage in this country for over 50 years and failed to land on an absolute decision. Why is it so complicated?
Look, I'm an economist, so you should really ask engineers and geologists about that. But certainly there's a facility in the US that they've had a few goes at setting up, and there's inevitably something always, well, it's not inevitable, but something always seems to crack, and the efforts are abandoned, usually at considerable cost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennell. Unfortunately, we've came to time there, Mr. Campbell. Thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to the questions on notice will be published on the website and submissions to the inquiry. If any committee members have any following questions that they would like to have sent to Mr. Campbell, please let the Secretariat know. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcript errors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Also, would you guys mind if I took off my jacket?
Yep, that's okay.
Warm in here, and I want to be able to cool and calm.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the privilege of being here and sharing the knowledge that I have on this matter.
Thank you. I now welcome Dr. David Collins to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Dr. David Collins, and I'm here in my own, if you like, representation. I don't come here representing anyone else. I'm not a member of any political party. I have been in the past. I've been a member of both Green parties and also Liberal parties, Conservative parties. And frankly, it's been part of my nature as an engineer to do things. And so I will join a party at a time when I believe something needs to be done. And I'm if you like, indifferent to the color of the party. I will do whatever is needed to get the job done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. This is a hearing. This hearing is a legal proceeding of Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to questions and discussions, you've just outlined that you're not a political party, but you have been in the past, you've been a member. Yeah. Were you also a member of any union, or are you an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries?
No, neither.
No. Thank you. I now invite you to make an opening statement and then we will go into discussions.
Good on you. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Firstly, I'm from Chicago. I have a funny accent, and I better explain that first. I came here when I was a teenager with my dad because I wanted to eat. He was feeding me at the time, and I thought, oh, this is a good idea. I'll join him. One of my brothers stayed behind, though, in Chicago, and he became a nuclear engineer for some years. But then he actually died. He got desperately ill and died at a very young age. And so think about this. He was in the nuclear industry for roughly 20 years altogether. And he died not from any nuclear-related illness, but from mesothelioma. Dan, you would know about this from your experience with the coal industry and coal-fired power stations. And like coal-fired power stations, old nuclear power stations are full of asbestos. I mean, in their day, that was the best material to use. But it was a tragedy for me, but it was also an inspiration to think, oh my gosh, I better look into these nuclear business, because obviously that's the stuff that helps you. Chicago's more than 50% powered by nuclear energy. So in effect, I'm a product of nuclear energy, which is kind of a cool idea, actually. I don't mind that at all. But where did I go to when I came to Australia? I went to UNSW and I did a mechanical engineering degree and did well, got an honors degree, got the prize in mechanical engineering for that work. I then worked as a mechanical engineer for many years, starting off at a company called ICAL. And they are huge they constructed Vales Point, Araring, Loy Yang, Newport, you name it, most of the power stations in Australia. And in that process, I worked there for 4 years and had a delightful time. I went through from design to fabrication, to construction, to operation, to commissioning. So if you have any questions on coal-fired power stations, I'm your guy. But also after then, I went and worked for aluminum companies and also automobile companies as a design engineer, research and development, and also spent a lot of time in mines, mineral processing. I would call it the sort of, the heavy industry end of Australia. And I have to say, it's with sadness that I see now that the percentage per GDP of industry in Australia, manufacturing, is now reduced by about 1/7 of what it was when I started working as an engineer. So we now have roughly about 5% of our GDP in manufacturing, where we derive 5% of GDP, whereas in the early 80s, it was more like 35%. It's a tragedy. And that's why I'm here today, to try and redress those issues, address basically what I call the real problems of Australia, which is, let's recognize, in a sense, where our priorities are, and let's get on and try and fix them. So on that note, I'm open to any questions you have. I have a lot of information I can share, and I'm happy to volunteer information if you don't have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Collins, and very sorry to hear about your brother. It's such a terrible way to go, so our hearts are with you there.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Dr. Collins, in your presentation to the Nuclear for Australia, you presented the scenario where Australia goes nuclear to get to net zero. In that scenario, how much capacity of nuclear power generation is generated by 2050?
Wow. I've done a lot of work with sewage industry in my time as an engineer. And one of the things that strikes me is that the only way to get an answer to any question like that is to ask experienced engineers who have been there and done that before. And that's why I think, in the same way as our previous speaker, Rod, mentioned, it's a bit pointless in one sense asking us these questions, because it's only once that the ban is removed and we have an opportunity to get serious quotes from experienced engineers and supply organizations that they can give us an answer to this question. So I'd be, as an engineer, I'd be foolish to answer that question. I'm sorry.
On your slides here, from that, the slides say, according to those, that there will be 66 gig of nuclear energy. Does that sound right?
Well, this is, if I may, let me give you the context for those slides.
Yep.
So that came about as a result of a phone call I had from Honourable Dr. David Gillespie. And David Gillespie, whom I'm sure you know, I didn't know him from a bar of soap, and this is back in several years ago. He said, Dave, what are you doing next month? And once he told me he was a parliamentarian, I said, I think, David, you're going to tell me. He says, yes, we're going to America together. And what are we going to be doing? He says, we're going to look at nuclear power stations. And we're going to do an assessment, because at the time he was the chair, I think, of the Friends of Uranium, I think, within the Parliament, something like that. And he was going over there, putting together a delegation. It was 3 engineers. It was myself and 2 other engineers, a civil engineer and an electrical engineer. And I said, David, why did you ask me? I don't know anything about nuclear energy. He says, that's why I called. I want an objective perspective on the idea that Australia goes nuclear. And I want to make sure that we get, frankly, if you like, a reasoned outcome. And that presentation that you've got there is a result of that visit. Okay. And it was to that end that I was trying to sort of explain not so much what I knew myself, but rather what I'd gotten from folks at MIT and at power stations. So I went to power stations in South Korea, in France, across the U.S., north, if you like, east and west, in Canada. And every place we went, the irony was that the closer you get to an operating nuclear power plant, the more support you get from people about nuclear energy, which I thought was a paradox. And it struck me this way, that if in fact that there was anything substantive in terms of health or environmental risks with nuclear energy, then that would be the other way around. The closer you got to these things, you'd think people would be more concerned, but it's not the case. And that was the thing that made me think about this. Well, hang on. And so then what I did is I was lucky enough, I was asked to go to MIT and spend some time there, and they have extraordinary wealth of knowledge there. And if I may, I can share the names of folks there. You can speak with yourselves. And if you can do this as part of this inquiry committee, is that possible? To travel, can you travel as part of this committee? Anyway, if you can, I would recommend going to MIT and speaking with folks who deal with these issues every day and understand at a very deep level the risks and the opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Could I just hone in a little bit on the 66 gig
Sure.
that you spoke about, gigawatts there? Are all your costings done on 66 gigawatts and assumptions done on 66 gigawatts of power? Or are they done on what the Coalition are proposing of around 11 gigawatts of nuclear power?
Okay. Dan, just to sort of clarify that. Oh, yeah, sure.
If I can, Chair, you just said the Coalition is proposing 11 gigawatts, is that right?
Yes.
That we have
Is it you're not proposing that?
We have
you're
not
proposing to go into the coal-fired power stations?
We have not made any such declaration, so you might want to rephrase your question.
No worries, I'll rephrase that. Thank you, Deputy Chair, for pointing that out. The 66 gigawatt that you've done your assumptions on, with the coal-fired power stations that the Coalition are saying that these 7 sites are going to be for the nuclear power stations, that will equal up to around about 11 gigawatts, roughly, of those 7 sites that they're talking about, through my calculations. So not through theirs, through my calculations. That's roughly what it will equal. Did you do your figures on that or just on the 66 gigawatts?
No. The purpose of that was to try and do some comparison with the AEMO's ISP. So they have they call it the step change scenario in their ISP. This is the 2022 version, which is that report was framed on. And so 66 is about what we're going to need by 2050 to account for electric vehicles, to account for the electrification that Saul Griffiths, and of course, I support those initiatives, of course.
So to get to the electrification, we need 66
that's to electrify
gigawatts.
Australia. Yeah, look, to be frank, it's a little bit like Rod Campbell was saying before, that's not the real number at all. That's, at the moment, it's an estimate. And so that's all it is.
Dr. Collins, do you know whether in the coalition's nuclear proposal or plan they've put forward, do you know how many gigawatts they need or want into the system?
Look, to be absolutely frank, I don't. I'm not a Liberal Party member. I'm not close to their, let's call it, their proposal at all.
And you haven't seen any information around that? Because I haven't seen it either. That's why I was just asking if you had.
No, but what I would say is that I know that I know David Gillespie, who is one of the LNP folks. I know that he was at MIT at the same time as I was there, and so he's got a lot of knowledge around what their advice would be. And the advice that I got was very simply this, is that, Dave, you're not going to get a real price until you remove the bans. And then you can start doing the detailed planning. And if you try and do it beforehand, you're going to be wasting your time and effort. And that's the truth of it, Dan. And
thank you, Dr. Collins.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you very much for that. I'll pass over to the Deputy Chair now.
Thanks very much, Chair. Dr. Collins, you mentioned before that you have looked at the Australian Energy Market Operators plan. No doubt it's step change scenario, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
So maybe if you can just give us your opinion about some of the challenges that Australia may face pursuing a renewables-only grid as per that step change scenario. What are the challenges?
Wowee. Okay, I have detailed file on that. So what I've done is I've had a look at some of these sort of questions that I might be asked today, and I've written basically I feel like a cheat sheet here to make sure I don't miss something here. And I think probably the most concerning aspect of the ISP is the issue of the uncertainty in the modeling. So that here's the problem, is that we have intermittent wind and solar. We've talked about that here today. And neither of those can be predicted. Yes, someone mentioned sometimes it's windier at night. It certainly isn't sunny at night. That's one, and I would, as an engineer, I like certainty. If the old saying, if an engineer's bridge falls down, he's failed his job big time. The same with energy. If I, as an energy engineer, can't deliver on whatever, whether it's variable or baseload or peaking, if I can't deliver on what the customer wants and needs, then, gee, haven't I failed my job there? So here's the point, is that I think that we really need to look at this in a much more holistic standpoint. At the moment, we've framed the problem, and I'm not saying it's anyone's fault, it's just the way it is. We framed the problem excluding what I call the elephant in the corner, which is nuclear. And I'm asking myself, as an engineer, objective, so I have, in a sense, I have no tickets in this match, you know what I mean? I don't have money on this. But I just think it's insanity. I've got kids, I'm about to have grandkids. So I'm really keen on getting this right. And it makes me fearful that imagine this, imagine if you're engineer at your sewage treatment plant. Can I ask this serious question? How many of you guys in the political domain have been involved in your sewage treatment plant and what technology they use for scrubbing the water or cleaning it before it goes into the river or cleaning it before you drink it? How much do you guys know about that? Do they use renewable energy or nuclear? Do you know this? Do you see my point? Is that we've taken the job that resides in the domain of professional engineers and we've created a political football out of it. In a sense, if that was the one outcome that we achieved today, which is to say, gee, fellas, we really need to stop debating this issue, and let the professional engineers who are experienced in these fields to make the decision for us and give us the advice that they have.
So, Dr. Collins, just to round that off, in the context of my question about AEMO's step change approach, the comments you just made then, am I right in saying those comments apply to that step change scenario, that you're seeing it more driven by the politics?
Yeah, forgive me, Ted. I didn't finish that point. Look, and to summarize, I think that for AEMO to have the courage, it reminds me of Yes Minister. Remember that when the Yes Minister was advised, gee, that's a courageous act, Minister. That was not a good idea. So I think AEMO has not done a good thing there. I think that they were foolish or preemptive rather, because they didn't have all of the facts in front of them, that they should have waited before that they did their current, if you like, plans. They should have included nuclear first, because to think about it like this, if now, as a result of this event here, we put nuclear back into the mix, think about how much wasted effort we've had. Gee, let's stop wasting our time and money and Australia's future on a gamble.
And so if I can be specific then on at least one area of impact, can we go to the environmental impact of a renewables-only grid and get your comments on that? And when I say renewables-only grid, again, if you contain your comments to the ISP's step change scenario, which has been confirmed by the Prime Minister as Labor's preferred approach.
So if just to summarise, I don't believe that we should be doing any of these modelling. I think it's foolish. One of the points that's very important to make is that climate change equals a changed climate. That means if we used historical data, weather data, to predict what's going to happen in the future, guess what? We're going to get it wrong. We're going to get it wrong big time, because these little things called tipping points, and I can tell you a lot more about that, but there's many different tipping points, around 10, and we don't know when they're going to occur, but we do know that some of these are going to be terrible. I mean, it's totally going to change, for instance, the circulation patterns in some of our systems here in the world, globally. Gee, you can forget about any computer modeling based upon past weather. It's going to be totally different in the future. So here's the point. When it comes to the ISP and what we should do in the future, we need to avoid, if you like, any system that's dependent upon unpredictable outcomes. I mean, everything is probabilistic in life. That's why we take risks. That's why we have insurance. We know these things. And so what does that mean? That means that if everything is probabilistic and we don't know the distribution of the future probability in the case of weather and wind and solar, then we shouldn't be using it. So the answer to your question, Dan, is we shouldn't be using wind and solar because it's uncertain in its future delivery. And as an engineer, you can't commit to something that you don't know. The bridge might fall down. That's the analogy I would give you. And that's the attraction of nuclear, because it's like coal. It's independent of wind. It's independent of the sun. It's independent of a change in climate. And so with nuclear, we can deliver continuous and reliable energy. And we can scale it too. We can put them, and obviously we've got 7 sites, I think, that the LNP are thinking about. But it could be more. It could be, for instance, remote mine sites in the case of small modular reactors. That would make sense, I think.
In terms of the way that the economic modelling is done, do you have any views on applying the levelised cost of energy approach versus a full total system cost approach?
Look, absolutely. And certainly in that regard, I think that the thing that strikes me about the current sort of wind and solar approach is that it's dependent upon having masses of storage. And we've had a few people talk about the need for storage. It's easy to say that, but if you try and do that as an engineer, it's a lot different. I'll tell you how different it is. If you wanted to, for instance, and there's a thing called in Germany called the Dunkelflute, which is basically dark and doldrums, dark doldrums, which is low wind and low sunlight. And it's a big thing in Germany. We're in the northern, latitudes. In Australia, less so, but we still have periods when we don't have much wind and we don't have much sun. That's a fact. And we have those over large areas. For instance, the East Coast lows that occur. That can occur along the major seaboard where most people reside. When that happens, what's Australia going to do if we've only got enough battery, as is the plan, or hydro, to last maybe half a day or a day? What are we going to do for the rest of the week if it happens for a week? What are we going to do if it lasts 2 weeks? Will the country shut down? Is that the risk that we want to take? And bear in mind, remember, climate change equals changed climate. We cannot, no one on this planet can predict what's going to happen. We must restrict our choices of energy to firmed and what I call dispatchable sources of energy. And what have we got? What have we got in that category? We've got coal. We can continue with that. We've got gas, and we've got nuclear. So take your choice.
Beyond using, final question, no problem. Beyond using nuclear energy for our own needs, Dr. Collins, do you see any role for Australia to play in the net zero global fuel cycle? Any leadership role, or do you believe it is only for Australia just to focus on nuclear energy as effectively a customer?
When I was in the US, I had the chance to speak to one of the former directors of the International Atomic Energy Agency, who managed nuclear proliferation issues. And Mary Hayworth is just a delightful person. And again, there's so much information overseas that your committee could garner if you had the opportunity to travel. And what did she say to me? She said, Dave, it's so difficult for us to be able to track nuclear materials, and it's critical that we are able to do so. And part of the reason is because they don't have visibility in countries that are autocratic. They have very good Australia, she says, is a guiding light, enormously helpful through ANSTO and other ARPANSA and so on. And so she was very complimentary of Australia. She said Australia is a trusted actor in this field already. If Australia, with its dominant uranium reserves and its potential for, engaging more fully in a nuclear processing, providing fuel, think about this for a moment. Imagine if Australia could do a closed-loop nuclear fuel cycle with power stations around the world. And the opportunity would be that the IAEA would have full confidence in where the nuclear fuel was. They would not be worried about proliferation because Australia was looking after it. Wouldn't that be a wonderful place? Not many countries have that capability because they just don't have the resource. Australia does.
Thanks, Dr. Collins.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr. Perrott.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your evidence, Dr. Collins. I just wanted to unpack that trip a little bit. I think you just were quoting a former member of the Atomic Energy Commission. Is that right?
Yeah, look, and if you don't mind, I will. I think you mentioned before that we can, if you like, add additional information at a later stage. I'll correct. I may not have her name correct, but it was just the experience is the important point, and I'll follow up with the details. And by all means, I'll reach out to her and ask if you're interested, so you can speak with her directly.
I was interested in did that trip in terms of did you meet any current members, current people in office in terms of dealing with atomic energy in the US? How did you select who you met? Or did Dr. Gillespie choose that? And who paid for the trip? Who funded the trip? Who chose the itinerary? Could you give us a bit of a snapshot of who curated what you heard and who you met?
Yeah, Graham, thank you for that question, and good to meet you. The answer is all of it was, I received no funding from anyone. It was only funded by myself. I did this on the strength of my convictions, using my own and my wife's. Much to my chagrin, she would rather I had not spent that money, but certainly she supports me in the endeavors of helping Australia, and it was a purposeful visit. So who did we meet with? The answer is everyone. So I had the privilege. I have a business card from the White House, Okay, I met with people, the leaders of the United States military, the way that the universities...
So you chose, Dr. Collins, who you were going to meet beforehand, your trip, and there was no coordination with Dr. or others on...
No, David Gillespie, in fact, at the time of the actual, I attended a short course there, which may be possible for you guys to do the same, a short course on nuclear energy, which lasted about a week. And David had other commitments, or I think he was ill at the time. And so he tried to attend remotely, but he couldn't even do that. So no, this was all of my own volition. And as a consequence of the relationships that I developed, I was asked to come back and work with them on some projects, which I'm still doing. And part of it is...
So you're just to clarify, your background is as a waste treatment engineer, but then you developed an interest in nuclear and went on this delegation, and after that week where was that, at Harvard, did you say, or MIT?
No, it's MIT. So Graham, just to correct that, so clearly one of my backgrounds is waste. I was for my sins. I was also for 5 or 6 years was on the Australian National Advisory Body, which advised the Environment Minister on wastes, so I've been involved in waste for a long time.
But not nuclear waste. I mean, you mean domestic waste and industrial waste.
No, we were called the intractable waste management. So intractable waste means basically everything that you want to hide under the carpet. So there's a lot of waste in Australia that are mismanaged or were mismanaged, I'm going to say. HCBs, PCBs, organochlorides, pesticides. There's a lot of really nasty waste in Australia that we don't talk about. It never gets into these hearing rooms. But there are people, in the background who take care of those things and do them well, in the same way as ANSTO handles nuclear waste there. But I did have the chance...
Put it in a drum bag.
Well, no, they don't. They store it and they manage it. It's one of the things I not discovered, but
that's literally what they do, Dr. Collins, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not quite. It depends how you look at it, Graham. So...
I've seen the drums, so it seemed to be in a drum back at ANSTO. So.
But I was here earlier on when Dr. Patterson was speaking. He mentioned that, in fact, some of the waste they sent over for reprocessing overseas, and they would recover some of the nuclear materials from that that could be reutilized. And then the waste in reduced form would then be returned to Australia for management. And it's true in the United States as well that they are still storing, I call it once used nuclear fuel on their sites. I don't know whether you've been there, Graham, but I recommend you go, because when you go, you realized, oh my God, I can't believe they're making such a fuss out of this. I've literally gone up and hugged these casks where it's stored, and this is supposedly some of the most radioactive stuff on the planet. It's right after they take it out of the hot pools at the reactor, and they put them in these containments, and you can literally hug them. If you go online, you'll see photos of people doing this. There's a pregnant woman who does it. She's making a statement, obviously, about this, but it's a.
So, in a secure nuclear facility, a pregnant woman was hugging nuclear waste.
Well, I don't know. No, I don't know where the photo was taken, Graham. That's not my responsibility. But if you look online, you'll see there are photos of this. Are you looking? Are you having a look now?
You can see a lot of things online.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at that.
You're right. You're right. But my point is that it's well managed, Graham, and that's the thing to be, I think, and for Australians to be comforted by, is that there is no mismanagement of nuclear waste. It is the most highly, if you like, executed when it comes to details of the management process, waste of any type in the world. None of that escapes. Think about the level of scrutiny that nuclear proliferation rules impose on these facilities. Nothing misses the eye.
Well, some people have raised concerns about how we lock in storage for 1,000, 2,000 years for material that's got half-lives way beyond that. Have you got any thoughts on that as someone that's used to dealing with waste? I think the term you used was sweeping it under the carpet.
Yes.
Final question, Mr. Barrett.
Needs some pretty thick carpet.
I'll be very brief on that. I think that it's not widely known that after about 1,000 years, this once used nuclear fuel has decayed to a concentration so low that it's similar to the original uranium ore that came out of the ground. So think about that for instance. We currently have across Australia, and not just in, an Olympic Dam, but across Australia, Australia is blessed with uranium. It's everywhere. I guarantee you if I had, and I was going to bring one today, but I thought better of it. I thought they'd pick it up at security. I was going to bring a Geiger counter today with me to show you how everything around us, including each of us, is radioactive. It's ubiquitous. And so the fear about, residual or small amounts of radiation is unfounded, I think.
Dr. Collins, I'm more comfortable being in a kitchen with a piece of granite.
Yes, yeah.
Than I am with a drum full of nuclear waste at ANSTO. I would suggest there is I think the Geiger counter might react slightly differently.
Well, final question, Mr. Perrott.
Yeah, look.
You can't, surely as a scientist, as an engineer that values what we can measure and can't measure, you can't say that just because a Geiger counter reacts, it's going to be the same reaction.
No, of course not. I mean, there's the dose maketh the poison so I'm also trained as an occupational hygienist. And there's a principle that's important here, is that even a high dose for a short period. So if you eat a banana, you'll get a high dose of potassium isotopes. That's not well known. Maybe have a look online on that. But my point is this, you'd have to eat a lot of bananas for that to affect you. And it's true, if you did eat a lot of bananas, you'd probably get indigestion first, I might add. But you know what I mean. You'd have to have a lot of radiation for it to hurt you, even if at a relatively high level of intensity.
So was that the last one, Chair?
Yeah, that was the last one, Mr. Perrott. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Burnell?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Collins, for coming and providing evidence today.
No problem.
I just wanted to just take you back to some comments you made earlier about AEMO should have put nuclear back into the plan. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't AEMO's role to base modelling on the government of the day's policy?
That's a good point. As engineers, and a lot of AEMO's staff are engineers, we have an ethical obligation that goes beyond what our boss tells us.
No. AEMO's, what I'm asking about is AEMO's responsibility is to model based on the government of the day's policy. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's not the case. This is my point. A professional engineer, like a professional medical doctor, is not obligated to do what their boss tells them. As a professional, we all have to do this. We have to do what we believe is correct according to our profession. In the case of engineering, there's an ethical behavior requirement that requires us to behave to the best of our abilities. And that means sometimes saying to our boss, in this case the government, no, I'm sorry, that's not the right thing to do. And by the way, I believe that happened in the case of one particular public servant who was looking after Snowy 2.0. He said no, and look what happened to him. That's not... So he did the right thing as an engineer to say to his boss, hey, look, I don't know what the details are. I'm not going to put hydrogen.
What did happen to him? I'm not sure if I...
I think, what was his name? Mr. Broad, I think his name was, and Paul Broad, was it? And he was, I believe, he lost his job because his boss didn't like the answer he gave him to a question. And so my point would be this, is AEMO's engineers should have said, no, time out, boss. We can't do that because the bridge will fall down. And that's what should have happened, truly.
So based on that theory, I'm at a loss to understand why AEMO wouldn't have done modelling on this back in 2019 when there were discussion papers being written on this subject matter.
Do you know what? I would be surprised if they have done it. If you did an FOI on AEMO, you may find them.
Yeah, the fact of the matter that it serves no purpose if the government of the day's energy policy is here, why would you be modelling on something that is not in the energy mix?
Well, the government of the day isn't the entirety of the world. I mean, you guys, as ministers, does everyone agree with you guys when you say something? I don't think so. This is what the beauty of a democracy is, isn't it?
But
so that we can talk about it.
But as elected officials under a democratic system, there is an obligation on the government of the day to provide a policy direction that would be part of the workup for government agencies. So it's not for a government agency to do as they wish, is it?
I would...
It would be a bit... I find that a little bit hard to understand how we could say that we, we've got we went to the previous election, got a mandate to pursue a certain energy policy, but then we're over here doing research and modelling on something that's not part of our mandate. Well, I don't understand why would we be employing government workers to do that work when we need work done over here to deliver policy that we committed to under an election process. That just makes no sense to me.
Look, it doesn't make sense to me either that the government would have asked them to do only a half of the job. So I wouldn't be surprised if the job has been done properly, and if you ask them, they might be able to pull it out of their bottom drawer. But you're right, it doesn't make sense, Matt. It doesn't make sense that the government would ask one of their learned institutions to do something that didn't make sense. Literally, by definition, it doesn't make sense. But that's what's happened. And now as a result, guess what? We've got a crazy answer, and we've got a crazy process that's ending in crazy problems. Why would we do it? I don't know. Welcome to politics. You know, I'm an engineer. That's out of my pay grade, as they say.
Okay. That's probably it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. I just have a quick question before I'll go over to the Deputy Chair, is around, I know you say an engineer, and I'm an engineer too, mechanical engineer.
Yep, I respect
lucky enough to be a tradie and very happy with that. But my question is around the time frame. I know you said that it's hard to make a say on it right now because there is still the ban on it. But is it realistic that we will be able to reach the Coalition's plan of 2035 to 2037 to be able to have nuclear power stations ready and delivering power for the Australian public?
The answer is I think we can do better than that. So as a foreigner, I'm a dual citizen now, but from a US perspective, one of the reasons why my dad came here was because he was impressed by the Australian character. He was in World War II, he worked with Australians in World War II, and he was very impressed by Australian soldiers. And he wanted to come here. And I also have that confidence. My son and my daughter are Australians. All we have to do, Dan, is want to do it, and then we will. And that is the truth of it. We have the evidence. So as an engineer, if I take off my dad hat and I put on my engineering hat, what do engineers do? We look at evidence. We're not scientists. There's a big gap between scientists and engineers. Scientists dream up stuff. Engineers have to make it happen. So as an engineer, we have to you know how this works. Yeah. Someone tells you to do something. You want me to do what? And you go back and you figure it out, and you figure out how to do it. Well, here's how we do it. We have a look at places that we can learn from. And the most proximate, to my mind, is the UAE. And yes, of course, it was an autocratic country. Yes, of course, it was done by South Koreans. Yes, of course, they may have had different, let's call it a cultural and a political regime, but we can still learn from them. So
with the UAE, though, Dr. Collins, it still took them 15 to 16 years to get that going and to get that operational.
Not quite. If you go to the very start.
When they first started to when it first produced power was 15 years.
I'm going to say, so I actually met with the deputy head of that organization a few weeks ago, and I can tell you what happened. The conception was, if you like, the moment of conception was in 2009, and they turned on their last unit, earlier this year. Okay. So that was
a little bit different information there.
4 units in how many years is that? 15 years?
Yeah.
4 and 15. So if you got your calculator handy, divide, 15 divided by 4, and what do you get? You get less than 4 years. Yeah, so it takes less than 3.
So it takes 4 years to produce a nuclear power station.
On average, if you want to do
average doesn't matter.
No, average matters all.
But average isn't helpful to get us to whether there'll be nuclear power in the market by 2035.
No, Dan, if I may, respectfully, averages it's exactly what we need to know. No, because you would never go out and just buy one nuclear power station. That would be dumb. UAE aren't dumb. They bought 4. They got 4 within 15 years. Australia could do that. And here's the important point. It's 4 within 15 years, and it's every 3 years a new one after that. That's the pattern. So the only reason why it takes longer for the first one is because it's the first of a kind, and you're getting your teeth, you're training folks, all the stuff we've been talking about. That's all, Dan. And by the way, UAE is another place to visit. Remarkable people, inspiring.
Just very quickly, in your view, how many nuclear power stations do you think we should build in this country? Is 7 enough or not?
No, of course it's not enough.
No, okay.
That's okay. Of course it's not. To get to 66 gigawatts, you do the maths.
Okay, thank you very much. And Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My colleague Matt was just saying before about the importance of government mandates and being committed and to deliver. This government went to the last election promising a $275 reduction in household power bills. And those reductions compared to 2021-2022 financial year, we have people in parts of Australia who are now paying up to $1,000 more than what that promise would have delivered. We're only now a couple of months away from the calendar year 2025. Do you think there's any chance of that promise being delivered? Do you think power prices will reduce by, in some places now, $1,000 within the next couple of months?
Look, the answer to the question is it's out of my pay grade, I guess, because for this reason, is that yes, they could reduce, but you'd have to do that through government subsidies. So that's the only way that they could do it, Ted.
We just heard also, thank you, evidence where we had one witness who didn't believe nuclear energy was a clean energy source. In your professional opinion, would you categorise nuclear energy as a clean energy source?
It depends how you look at it. The way I look at it, when I look at it in terms of waste, we've talked about waste, its waste impacts are negligible, much less so than sewage is by a long shot, or every landfill that we have around every city in the world. When you look at it from human health effects, and I brought along a copy, just in case you folks were interested in my dog-eared copy. So the United Nations looked at health effects, and they looked at a number of other parameters, environmental effects. They looked at water consumption, et cetera. And in every case, with the exception of water, nuclear was much better than wind and solar. In every case. And on average, nuclear facilities use less water than coal facilities. So that's the only parameter that, if you like, nuclear doesn't do as well as wind and solar. Everything else, by the way, greenhouse gas emissions, nuclear is much less than wind and solar. The embodied energies in nuclear energy is much less than wind and solar. I'm happy to leave this copy here if that helps. Please ignore the scribbles.
Would you mind, Dr. Collins, as you just have tabled that report, would you mind sending that to the Secretariat so we can have that as part of your evidence?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you for your time today, Dr. Collins. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If any other committee members have any follow-up questions, as we've run out of time, please pass them on to the Secretariat as well. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcript errors. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Dr. Collins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. I now welcome Mr. Tony Irwin to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, Would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Tony Owen, I'm Technical Director of SMR Nuclear Technology, an Australian consultancy based in Sydney.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to give a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you are a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industry, please?
I've never been a member of any political party or union. SMR Nuclear Technology is, of course, involved with the nuclear industry.
Thank you. I now ask you to give a brief opening statement and then we'll proceed to discussions.
Thank you, Chair. So I worked for more than 30 years in the UK, commissioning and operating large nuclear power plants. In 1999, I moved to Australia, joined ANSTRO, and was reactor manager for the commissioning and the early operation of the Opal reactor. I'm now an associate professor at the ANU and their principal lecturer for reactors and the nuclear fuel cycle for their master's courses. I see 4 nuclear deployment opportunities for Australia. Large reactors, large power reactors, up to 1 gigawatt, and in my opinion, not more than that, in states with large grids, so Queensland, New South Wales, and Victoria. SMRs normally defined as less than 300 megawatts, practically anywhere. Micro-reactors up to 10 megawatts for off-grid communities and mines. Generation 4 advanced reactors to provide electricity and process heat to decarbonise industry. So Australia's not starting from scratch. We've got modern reactors that are safe. We've been safely managing the waste for 70 years. And nuclear is the only low emissions technology that's reliable and independent of the weather. I'm concerned that the GENCOS report is not providing the government with the information they need to make long-term energy decisions. No one technology can give us reliable, affordable, low-emissions electricity. We need all of the above and determined investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Just one question on that. What size were the SMRs you spoke about, sorry, up to what megawatts?
So it's the international accepted definition is less than 300 megawatts electrical power.
300 megawatts, thank you. Excellent. Just a question around the large reactors and SMRs and micros, just as you've put in your statement there. Why do you say only 1 gigawatt for the large reactors?
So when you look at a power station unit connected to the grid system, you look at the amount of power in a single unit and the size of the grid system. And there's a sort of rule of thumb that a single unit shouldn't be more than 15% of the grid system. So one gigawatt works in the larger systems like Queensland, New South Wales, and Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. And what would the time frame be to produce a large reactor up to 1 gigawatt, considering the legislation required at a state and territory level, safety and environmental framework required, community engagement and consultation, construction period? What would be the expected timeline to see us using power from a nuclear power station of 1 gigawatt in this country?
Right, so there's really 2 parts to the timeline. There's all the preparation part, and then there's the construction part up to power. So the construction technically starts when you put in the first reactor concrete. And then you go through the construction process until you connect to the grid, and that's the construction and power part of it. So for a large reactor, we would expect that to now be less than 5 years, providing it was a proven design It wasn't first of a kind. We choose just one design for the country, so we don't do multiple designs. We've got a vendor with a good supply chain. And importantly, we train the operators during the construction process so that as soon as the construction's finished and the operations license is issued, they can start up the reactor. So this is the only thing that the UAE got wrong. They constructed in 6 years, but then they had a 2-year delay because their operators weren't trained and ready. So the regulator wouldn't give them the operations license. If it hadn't been for that, they would have been 2 years earlier. Now, before that, you've got the preparations. So we would prepare to the IAA milestones program. So you look at that, and there's 19 infrastructure items that you've got to go through. We tick the boxes on most of those. We set up an implementing organisation. We do the community consultation. Then you do a site licence application. So for that, you have to do an environmental impact statement, and then you get the siting licence, and then you have to go through the process of getting a construction licence. The big advantage for us is we've got a world-class regulator already. And for a proven design, it would have been licensed somewhere else in the world. And our Panzer can then collaborate with, say, the NRC or the ONR in the UK, and that speeds up the licensing process.
And so how long would that part of the process be, Mr Urban?
So that's, say, 6 years. So you can do it in less than 10 years if you want to. The Opal reactor, we went from initial announcement to full power in less than 9 years. That was an Australian project, and that was very much a first of a kind and a very complicated research reactor. So we can do it if we organise and want to.
Would you say the consultation period and social licence for a medical grade nuclear facility, which is doing amazing work, would be very different to a nuclear power station? Around 7 of them around our beautiful country?
So for Opal, it was an existing research reactor site. So it was a replacement for the existing reactor. So it was a lot easier to get the agreement for that reactor. For a power reactor on one of the sites that the coalition's identified, you've got to go through a process of letting the local community ask questions and get reassurance that it's safe and there will be benefits to the community. And that's not a quick process. So I note that in the coalition's plan, they've got 2.5 years for that. So you've got to go through a process where you talk to a community, allow them to ask questions. Australians don't like being told what to do. They like to make their minds up about things. So you've got to give them the opportunity to ask questions, think about it, and then go back again and let them ask more questions until they're satisfied.
And the Lucas Heights facility, how many hectares is that facility on?
I can't remember.
Okay, that's all right. You could take that on notice, that's okay.
I could take that on notice.
Yep. And then maybe a follow-up that you might have to take on notice too is how many hectares would be required to have a 1 gigawatt large reactor? For instance, at Liddell, as is being proposed.
Yes. So Liddell site is 100 hectares, and a large reactor would be less than 20 hectares. So it'd fit in a boardroom, Liddell. A large power reactor would fit on any coal-fired power station site. SMRs, even smaller, we're down to about 12 hectares. Again, fit on any coal-fired site.
And Mr Irwin, does that include the exclusion zone required to be around a nuclear power station?
Well, the exclusion zone depends on the regulator's assessment of the safety of the reactor. So for the SMRs they're looking at the moment, Safer, that's the first one that was licensed in the US, the NuScale reactor. They determined the exclusion zone, the emergency planning zone, was at the site boundary. Now, for big US power reactors, traditionally, it was 10 miles. Because of the safety of modern reactors, it's come down to the site boundary.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. Before I hand over to the Deputy Chair, just one final question. One of the big barriers here to getting a large reactor, 1 gigawatt reactor, and an SMR or even a micro reactor is the fact that there is bans in every state and territory on this. How would you get around that? And how long would that take?
So that's a question of policy, which is outside the scope of my.
So would you say policy is one of the biggest time constraints and barriers to getting nuclear technology into this country, nuclear power stations?
I wouldn't like to comment on that. All I'd say is that my understanding is that the Commonwealth have powers. They certainly use them in the lower level waste repository because the Waste Management Act that they put in place get them powers over South Australia to install that waste management facility. So I understand that the Commonwealth has powers that they can use.
And that facility didn't actually go ahead, did it?
No, in spite of local support, it didn't go ahead.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Irwin, thank you. Your remarks at the beginning, so you personally commissioned nuclear power plants in the UK, is that right?
Yes, I commissioned 8 of them.
8?
It was an exciting time in the UK as we went through a big nuclear power programme.
And you helped commission and operate our reactor in Australia, the Opal, is that right?
Yes. So I joined ANSTO when I came from Australia. Initially, I was in Government of Public Affairs, advising the government. I was in charge of fuel. I was project manager for spent fuel shipments to France. And then when Opal got its licence to construct, because I think of all my commissioning experience, I was appointed as commissioning reactor manager and then the first reactor manager for Opal. Well,
Mr. Irwin, it's an honour to have you giving evidence, given that background. I dare say from everyone we've spoken to date, you probably have more hands-on experience in the nuclear energy industry, both overseas but also with our own reactor. So just going then to the Opal reactor that we have ourselves at Lucas Heights, you talked before about the speed at which we were able to build that. Can you just confirm, with that reactor, was that built on time and on budget?
Yes, very much so. So it was an Argentinian designed reactor. So part of the reactor was supplied by Argentina, but most of the work was Australian content. So my understanding, remember, is about 70% was Australian content. So John Hollands did the civil work, Evan Stephens did the electrical work. So there was a lot of Australian industries involved in that whole effort. But I think importantly, we appointed the operations staff early in the construction, trained them, and then they were ready and authorised. As soon as the construction was finished, we started into the startup, because we got an operations licence straight away.
Thank you. It's probably something not spoken about as much as it should be in Australia to celebrate such success, and with a lot of people who like to complain about whether or not nuclear reactors can be built on time and on budget. You've just reminded us, well, Australia's already done just that. I can imagine people might say, well, we're talking there about a smaller sort of a reactor. Can you provide some commentary on the relative complexity, if you like? how complex it is if you're looking at the Opal reactor, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought was a first-of-a-kind research reactor, compared to what the coalition policy is, only a next-of-a-kind nuclear power plant. Can you give some commentary sort of comparing those two, please?
Yeah. So the Opal reactor is 20 megawatts thermal. A large nuclear power plant, if we went to a large one, would be up to 3,000 megawatts thermal. So the large one is physically much larger. The Opal is very complex because what you want to do with that reactor is just generate neutrons. You don't want any heat. So you generate neutrons, then you use them to produce medical isotopes. We use them for silicon irradiation for the semiconductor industry and produce neutrons for neutron beam instruments. So they look at things like battery life and recharging with all the neutron spectrums, etc. So it's complex because you're putting things in and out of it all the while. A nuclear power plant is just a steam generator. So the most popular nuclear power plant in the world is a pressurized water reactor. Over 80% of reactors operating now are pressurized water reactors. Most of the ones under construction are pressurized water reactors. So all it simply does is heat water, produce steam, which goes to a turbine, which is exactly the same as the back end of a coal-fired power station. So you've got turbines, pumps, compressors, condenser. That's all the same sort of technology. So in that way, it's a lot simpler, but it's just bigger.
Right. So am I also right in saying that Opal was a first-of-a-kind?
Yes. So there's very few research reactors worldwide. Argentina had built one in Egypt, which was somewhat similar, but Opal is unique and certainly a first of a kind. Whereas whatever we build in Australia must not be first of a kind. It must be a proven design. We don't want to spend time on finishing the design during construction.
And then, so you've spoken there about the next of a kind, which confirms the coalition policy. The timeline you laid out, incidentally, also confirms coalition policy, as well as advice we've received from most other witnesses and the International Atomic Energy Agency. Maybe a broader question which allows us to think through other aspects of the coalition policy. Given your experience commissioning nuclear power plants overseas, as well as the Opal in Australia, what are the key lessons learnt that we should learn here in Australia before embarking on a civil nuclear program?
So I think there's very good guidance from the IAEA in the milestones program. So you look at that and it tells you all the various issues. There's 19 infrastructure issues. So you've got to make sure you're ticked off on all of those. As in the UAE decision, what they did is look at all the designs worldwide and look for a vendor that could build to time, that was a proven design. So they chose the South Korean TEPCO. It's very important that the reactor is as simple as possible. So, for instance, we would not build an Hinkley Point C, an EPR in Australia. It's far too big. It's 1750 megawatts. It's very, very complex. I commissioned Hinkley B, which is the AGR, and it's sitting next to it. It's just too big. The same ones in Finland, the same ones in Flamanville. So, we rule out that sort of reactor. We want something that's as simple as possible, not more than, say, 1,000 megawatts. So, there are choices worldwide in that sort of range.
And other aspects, for example, that that are part of our plan, just get feedback on. So the coalition's concluded that when it comes to SMRs and then when it comes to the modern larger plants, Australia should ultimately choose one type rather than multiple types, so that we can build capability and also slide down the learning curve. I've spoken also about having more than one unit plants, again, to have that cluster effect and economies effect. Can you just provide any feedback on some of those assumptions we've made as part of our policy?
Absolutely right to build a fleet. And that's the big thing we got wrong in the UK. Everyone was different because we thought by having competition between the vendors, we'd get a better result, but you don't. You get the best result by choosing a design. This is what the French did. They built a whole fleet. They were commissioning a reactor every 3 months in the 1980s. And they built their whole fleet, all of them the same. So you've got to choose the right design. So this is why you've got this implementing organisation, a technical group which looks at the best designs worldwide and chooses the best design, and then you stick with that design.
And that the group that we're looking at, for example, is an independent nuclear energy coordinating authority, which we've designed that part of our policy based on the IAEA's milestone approach. We envisage that organisation doing the heavy lifting in that regard. Is that consistent with what you're recommending here, or is it something a bit different?
No, that's absolutely. The IAEA usually calls an implementing organisation, but it's exactly the same. And you'll get tremendous support from the IAEA for the whole process. They will help you all the way. They did in the UAE. They provided tremendous support to the UAE. They're always welcome to see newcomer countries, and they'll give assistance. Even during Opal construction, they came and did reviews. I was reviewed on operations practices before we even started up the Opal reactor. They came and looked at what we proposed and said, yes, what you're proposing is international best practice. Therefore, you get a tick for it. And they do the same for our nuclear power program.
And I think it's my last question. And so maybe I'll finish with a very high-level question, but you can take it any which way you like. But given your experience and your background internationally, with all the debate about whether Australia has what it takes to do this, do you believe Australia can do this?
Yeah, we demonstrated it with Opal. I've looked around industries in Australia, and there's a lot of very clever people, a lot of very good industries that given the opportunity. And what we're seeing now with AUKUS, is this big upskilling. At the ANU, we're doing extra courses. I was lecturing to government departments last week. We did a short course on reactors and fuel cycle. So there's a lot of upskilling going. AUKUS is driving part of that. It would fit really well into the nuclear power program as well.
It's an honour to have your evidence as part of this committee process. So thank you very much, Mr Irwin.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Irwin, for presenting today and providing your evidence. I was going to ask questions, slipped my mind. I'll move to something else. So, the coalition policy resembles things you've called for years, including the construction of nuclear power on coal-fired power stations or station sites. Were you consulted by the Deputy Chair and the opposition in drafting the nuclear policy?
No, we've never done any work directly for the coalition, but we did produce a paper. So there's there's an SMR nuclear paper, just transition to low emissions technology, repowering coal-fired power stations in Australia. We've done several editions of this. The latest update is this year. And a lot of people have looked at that and used this as a reference. So I can table that for the committee for now.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. If you could please table that into the Secretariat, that would be great.
I remember where I wanted to go initially. In your expert opinion, which type of reactor should be under consideration?
Well, as I said, you've got a choice of starting with a large one or an SMR. And this is the job of the implementing committee, to look at what's available worldwide, what's a proven design, what's best for the sites that you've got in mind.
I suppose I'm trying to get my head around some of these forgive me, this is all new to me, not something that I've ever researched, but like the different types that I'm aware of: heavy water reactors, light water reactors, gas-cooled fast reactors, very high temperature reactors, molten salt, sodium-cooled, lead-cooled fast reactors. Like which is the type that you go with? It's a bit confusing, all these different types of reactors, right, and what makes them uniquely different?
Right. So, as I said, the most common reactor worldwide is a pressurised water reactor. So this is a light water reactor. Over 80% of the current fleet are PWRs. Most of the reactors under construction are PWRs. It's even in the nuclear power submarine. That's a PWR as well. So their big advantage is regulators know all about PWRs. They're very good with PWRs because they're used to licensing. So the whole licensing process tends to be quicker. So you'd think that's probably a good place to start.
So is that like a Gen 1, 2, 3, 4? Like...
This is 3+, it's
right.
called. So it's the existing generation, but with all the safety features, all the latest safety features in it. So it would have survived even a Fukushima type accident.
Right. So with the SMR side of the equation, the thing that I keep struggling with is we've seen a number fail across the globe. There's potentially 2 that may be working, but no one can really give me specifics on how well. Like, are we really in a position to go all in on an SMR and just hope that we can do what no other country essentially has been able to achieve effectively?
No,
right.
we don't go in on something that's not proven. The existing ones, the Russians have used small PWRs to power icebreakers for many years, so they thought it's a good idea to put 2 on a barge and have floating nuclear power. And it's supplying the most northern city in Russia, in Pevin. So it provides heat, and heat's essential up there because it's minus 20 degrees, and it provides electricity to the community and mines. It's working very well. So it's, you know, we wouldn't buy one, but it's a good example of a technology that's working. And then the one in the China is a high temperature gas reactor, which is the generation 4 reactor that was built. China, of course, you know, are building a huge number of power reactors. But this is a Gen 4 for the small reactor that they built. And again, that's been operating since 2022, very successfully. So that's, you know, that's good to keep an eye on as well.
So if we're talking about time to deliver as urgently as we possibly can, 11-year time frame, keep hearing today, I assume SMRs will not be the pathway best taken.
Well, we're going to see very shortly because in Canada, Ontario Power Generation Darlington site are about to get a construction licence for the GE Hitachi BWRX 300 SMR, and we'll see how successful that is.
Sorry, can you just say that again? Sorry, the type.
So it's GE Hitachi, who are the boiling water reactor vendors. They've been making them for 60 years. They've got a small version called their BWRX 300 megawatts electrical output. It's going to an existing site at Darlington in Ontario. It's about to get its construction license. So we'll be able to see shortly if that's a successful sort of design. If it is, it could be an option because it's a light water reactor. It's easier to license, etc. So we're following that one closely.
And so is that a first of a kind?
It's the first of a kind. It's the first BWRX 300, but it's based on their ESBW existing licensed bigger reactors. So it's a small version of that. It uses a lot of the same technology. That's why the licensing is relatively quick for that sort of reactor.
Didn't you say just earlier, though, that first of a kind is not the optimal pathway for us to take?
No, so we're not really first of a kind. We're letting Ontario be first of a kind, demonstrate it, look at it, see if it's suitable for us.
We'd be second.
And then, we follow. We want to be a fast follower.
Okay.
We don't want to be first, we want to be a fast follower. We want to remove the ban and get preparing now. Get the implementing organisation, start looking worldwide.
I've been given the wrap-up. I've just got one last question. Just on being consulted about policy question, can I confirm that you participated in Peter Dutton's meeting with Collie leaders 2 weeks ago?
Yes, quite by accident, actually. We were down at Collie doing an information meeting for the local community, and we'd arranged to meet the Shire Council the next morning. And we're actually surprised when Peter Dutton turned up there. It wasn't organised like that, but it was very useful because they got to question him directly, but we were also there so they could ask technical questions. So they asked Dutton all the policy questions, and we answered all the technical questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Irwin. Maybe you need to think about resetting your devices at night. Maybe someone's watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennell. Mr. Perrott.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your evidence, Mr. Irwin. And just going to Mr. Bennell's question in terms of Collie, I think your evidence earlier was that any single unit shouldn't be more than 50% of the grid. Would that mean that Collie, as a site, wouldn't meet that criteria?
No, because Collie's been identified as a site for an SMR, so it would be a 300 megawatt maximum SMR on that site. So you're looking at the size of the Swiss. That's from memory about 2,500 megawatts on that. So an SMR fits easily into the Swiss. But you couldn't take a very large reactor.
Okay. And similarly, South Australia?
So South Australia, again, is a very small grid, 2,000 megawatts grid.
Okay.
You wouldn't put a large reactor on that grid. You'd be looking for a small reactor again.
And I'm just going to channel some of the enthusiasm of the Deputy Chair for your expertise. And just wanted to get a bit of that snapshot. You commissioned 8 plants in the UK. Were they all advanced gas cooled?
Well, the first one I did was at the last of nearly the last of the Magnox plants, and then the rest of them were advanced gas cooled reactors. all
Okay.
different.
So UK has been plugged into the nuclear grid for 68 years. I think at one stage it was as high as 26% of the market, now down to 16%. What is our electricity market like the UK, or are we different?
No, what happened in the UK was they found gas in the North Sea. So there was this huge dash for gas, and there was all the cheap gas. So competition in the market got really bad for nuclear. So they built the first of the pressurised water reactors, Sizewell B, and then they'd intended to build a whole fleet of them, but because of the gas, they didn't. So we ended up just having Sizewell, and we relied on gas in the UK. The gas is now running out. We're having to import it. You know, they're in a bit of a strike.
I see that Scotland still says no to any new nuclear. Is that because they want gas royalties, or because they're fundamentally opposed to nuclear? What's the story there?
Yeah, Scotland's always different. They go their own way, and you know they believe in offshore wind, but of course it's not always there. So there's 2 nuclear power plants in Scotland, Hunterston and Torness. Torness was the sister station for Heysham that I commissioned. So I know Torness.
So in terms of the grid, is Capital saying offshore wind is just so cheap, we can't compete with, nuclear can't compete with offshore wind?
No, it mainly couldn't compete with gas. That's what stopped the construction program.
Gas is running out now. They're paying, and
Yes.
gas.
So they started building nuclear again, and this is why they're building Hinkley C, and then there'll be Sizewell C will be the next one after that, and then they're looking at the Rolls-Royce small modular reactors, etc. as well. So they're getting back into nuclear slowly.
Oh, sorry, I must have different advice. I thought Scotland still said no to nuclear. I thought we were building in Somerset. So
yeah, Scotland's still saying no to nuclear. Yeah,
because of wind, or
because of offshore wind mainly, I think.
Okay, so in terms of a straight capital decision, capital is flowing to renewables up against nuclear.
Well, it's flowing to nuclear in England, and in Scotland it's flowing to wind.
Yeah. Any comment on the cost blowout for the Somerset location? What's been the problem?
It's a very big, very complex reactor. So it gets its safety by having a 4-train safety system. It's extremely complex. It would be far too big for Australia. It's not one that you would consider at all. I mean, once you've built it, it's beautiful. You know, the Finland one is complete and operating. It's supplying a large percentage of the Finland grid system now, and it's caused a drop in prices. But you know, it's not the sort of thing we would go for in Australia.
So Australia, I'm speaking to you from Queensland, which looking a bit sunny at the moment. I mean, my understanding is, you know, we've got suburbs in Brisbane that are bigger than the United Kingdom. We seem to have a lot of space that would benefit from having solar panels. Back when UK plugged into nuclear in 1956, there was no wind, apart from a couple of Dutch windmills, and no solar. So it would seem to be that we've got a natural advantage like the Scottish in terms of wind and solar that means that nuclear would not stack up obviously the best time to start nuclear was 68 years ago, not in 16 years' time, surely.
Yeah, but the second best time is now, so we ought to get on with it. I mean, I'm in Queensland at the moment. This is why I apologise for not being able to be in the Parliament, because I got this notification. I'm actually in far north Queensland on holiday at the moment.
Good on you.
I apologise for the attire.
Anyone that's staying in Queensland is okay by me, Mr. Irwin.
But the big problem with wind I've found in Queensland is the devastating the Great Dividing Range. I think the environmental impacts of wind up here are really devastating. And I'm very surprised that people aren't more concerned about this. You look at the Great Dividing Range, it's absolutely devastating. And they can continue to build. So I'm really surprised at what they're doing to Queensland.
A lot of tourists turn up to the most beautiful part of the world, Mr. Irwin. I haven't
the Great Dividing Range is being devastated.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
All right. Thanks very much for your evidence, Mr. Irwin. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I just got one final question, Mr. Irwin. Do you know what the opposition has proposed for the Gen 4 reactors that they have said? Do you know what reactors they are?
As far as I know, they haven't proposed any Gen 4 reactors. Australia, via ANSTO, is a member of the Gen 4 International Forum. We're looking particularly at two types of Gen 4 reactors, which will be useful for process heat and electricity supply in the future. That's the molten salt reactor and the very high temperature reactor that's operating in China. So Gen 4 is a bit further down the road. It's one that we're monitoring. Could be really useful for decarbonising process heating industry.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If any committee members have any follow-up questions, please get them to the Secretariat as well. You will be sent a copy of the transcripts of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcription errors if required. Thank you, Mr. Irwin.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And if we could please suspend the hearing until 4:15. We will now resume the public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I now welcome the Centre for Independent Studies to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Aidan Morrison, I'm the Director of the Energy Program at the Centre for Independent Studies.
Zoe Hilton, I'm a Senior Policy Analyst in the Energy Program at the Centre for Independent Studies.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you are a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries?
I'm not a member, current or past of any political party or union. I'm not an active investor in any renewable energy. I suspect my superannuation fund could have made such investments that I'm not aware of.
No to all of those for me too.
Thank you very much. And just before I invite you to make an opening statement, just in future, if there's going to be an extra witness coming, could you please just let us know? It's just the right thing to do so we're prepared. Thank you very much. If you'd like to make an opening statement, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a great privilege to be here representing the Centre for Independent Studies. The Centre for Independent Studies is a think tank following the tradition of classic liberalism, keen to support the values of freedom of markets and of individuals, We do, however, support the development and advocacy for good policy to and across all sides of politics. We don't regard it as normal to dismiss policy on the basis of the previous actions or motives of a political party. We're very much of the opinion that good policy belongs on all sides of politics, and are very keen to offer this evidence to the benefit of Australia, hoping that other political parties will join with the coalition for an all of the above or all options on the table approach that includes nuclear energy. Energy is a particularly important field of public policy development, but it's also very deeply technical, involves highly complex systems, and therefore it is sometimes difficult to get the policy right. It's absolutely crucial that policymakers at the parliamentary level set the values, set the objectives. What are the things that we need to value most when we come to making difficult trades in developing the optimal system? How do we define what optimal is? But there is also a crucial role for technical skills and expertise, objective deep dives to try to figure out what the optimal system actually looks like is. It's the role of well-resourced teams of experts with clear mandates to investigate what is truly the best path to achieve the objectives laid out at the political level. And they must be absolutely forthright, brutally honest about the trade-offs, and keep in mind the whole system cost and the fullness of all the objectives they're actually modelling. A key part of my recommendation here to the committee today for Australia's current government and any possible future government of all flavours and stripes is to keep options on the table until you have the very clearest and most decisive evidence from experts who've done their job to produce forthright, full and open advice about what the best solution is. The truth is that any technology can be extremely expensive, unreliable. I would recommend to be very, very wary of anything that sounds like a miracle solution, where all the other problems have been solved, making all other alternatives obsolete. It is generally not the case. Good improvements in technology and optimal system design generally involves carefully evaluated trade-offs between one thing and another. Costs do not disappear, they do not evaporate. Concerns are generally managed by making good and carefully evaluated trade-offs. Now, the nuclear industry, I think, is not immune to being to falling short of the standard, about being honest about the full system cost, about being incredibly clear and transparent about the trade-offs that are being made. This can occur in any industry, be it renewables or nuclear. For example, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that many of the nuclear projects in the Western world have been utter disasters. And I think one of the reasons and one of the learnings from that is that the failure to be absolutely clear about the rationale and reasons for making certain trade-offs, about the total system cost, can lead you into a position where you are led up a blind alley and there's no good option to recover the project and course correct onto a good path. The planned development of 2 AP1000 reactors in the United States at VC Summer is a good example of this, where 2 executives were in fact jailed. And the crime was, put simply, that they were caught hiding the true costs from the organisations that were responsible for providing them funding. This is not an approach that I would ever advocate for at all. Also, I think that there are considerable movements and progress being made within the nuclear community, and some of it's painful, to expose and challenge various mistakes and ill-calculated trades and potentially failed projects and designs in the nuclear development. I'd like to recommend to you a recent podcast that I think is an exemplar of this approach, happening just recently on the Decouple podcast, hosted by Dr. Chris Kiefer with Professor Karush Shavan from MIT. And then they expose beautifully how some of the initial ambitions in reactor designs can be let off course. Sometimes the trade-offs that are being made are not fully understood and course corrections are left too late. For example, trying to take an exciting and valuable proposition like passive safety and then extending it to passive circulation on the basis they would lose a significant complexity of machinery, when that did not turn out to be the case, added significantly to the system's size. and a cost saving morphed into a different cost addition in a different part of the system. And these sort of admissions are coming out clearly now. And this is important across absolutely industry, to have a brutally honest, all costs on the table, ready to reflect and retrospect approach to how you design your systems and propose what's worse. I think as well, the story about small modular reactors is absolutely instructive to consider how important it is to have a full understanding about the trade-offs being made. Some time ago, it was believed that SMRs would render large-scale reactors effectively obsolete, replacing them in almost all and every application. However, again, with some challenging conversations, a bit of introspection, it's turned out that's not necessarily the case, and it is more or less a trade-off. And I think a perfect summary of that comes from the US Department of Energy's Advanced Nuclear Pathways to Commercial Liftoff report, where it's stated in one of their summary slides, large reactors are cheaper, dollars per kilowatt, with narrower cost distributions, while SMRs may offer smaller overall project costs. This is an example of something that is not a miracle cure to bring costs down. It is not magic. It is simply the fact that a careful and sensible trade-off lies at the heart. It's very much like buying a bottle of milk. The valuable stuff is the milk inside, which scales with volume. The cost that you have to pay is the size of the packaging, the stuff that wraps around it. And that is true in many systems, including power system generators like nuclear reactors. And as you scale them down, you end up with relatively less of the very valuable power generating stuff compared to the supporting, containing infrastructure on the outside. And this is absolutely not to say that small modular reactors do not have an important place. Just as it's not to say that buying 1 litre of milk doesn't make sense. That can be the correct, the optimal thing to purchase in certain circumstances where that fits your needs. That is the right amount of milk to have in the fridge before it goes off. And so I'd urge wholeheartedly the nuclear community and all the advocates to be brutal and honest, confronting at every step the trade-offs that are being made, being ruthless about ensuring that the full system cost is fully assessed when they make their proposals about the value of the system. But also, I'd like to warn that it is essential this approach is also applied to renewable energy. And this is an area where I think I have grave concerns. Whilst where it's been the case that in the nuclear advocacy community and nuclear industry, sometimes these hard conversations are slow in forthcoming, it is impressive to see that we can actually have them. They are coming out. Adjustments are being made. We can course correct and adapt the strategies over the course of a year or so. In contrast, it's my contention that in the renewable energy system that is epitomised in the integrated system plan and the Labor policy to follow that we're actually doing the opposite. We are concealing the true system cost. We are bending over backwards to not be honest about the difficult trade-offs that are being made. We are not being careful about which horses we put on which courses, what the right sequence of development is. And we run a serious risk of ending up with an absolute procurement disaster that creates electricity that is far, far more expensive than we have today and far, far more expensive than it needs to be even if we continue down an exclusively renewable energy pathway. Simple examples, offshore wind. Some wind power is very cheap, offshore wind is definitely not. And it's excluded from most of the plans unless it is forced in there by policy. Snowy 2.0, extremely deep capacity storage, but a very, very high cost per gigawatt of capacity of dispatchable capacity on the grid. This is the last thing you will need to decarbonise, maybe above 90 to 95% renewable energy. We're building it as the first. These are the sort of simple realisations that we have to confront whether we are truly building the best system plan. Consumer energy resources that is being advocated as a salve for so many problems. Indeed, in the integrated system plan, it is the case that it's going to be making up 66% of the NEM's energy storage nameplate capacity. And this is in the document that is the National Consumer Energy Resources Roadmap, produced by the Energy and Climate Change Ministerial Council. That is advocated because it appears that way in the AEMO 2024 Integrated System Plan. And yet the 2024 Integrated System Plan does not cost any of that consumer energy resources as part of the system, despite it providing absolutely essential storage. We are also deeply concerned about transmission, whether we are building the right amount in the right directions at the right time. And later this afternoon, the Centre for Independent Studies will be releasing a video publicly on YouTube telling the story about how now institutions are bending over backwards and indeed bending and breaking some of their obligations and rules to assist projects advancing at a timeline that there is no good cost-benefit analysis to support. I'd like to wind up there by concluding my comments and just saying that there is no immunity from bad planning. A terrible procurement disaster can occur in any industry, and many of the cases where nuclear is cited to be far more expensive and far more slow than it can be around the world are cases where nuclear energy has not been done well. But right now, the deeper concern is the renewable energy transition is being done far worse. And when we have a clear picture and honest cost about the full system and what it will cost, then I think it will be very clear that considering nuclear energy is absolutely essential.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. I'll start by just one of the comments you said in your opening statement, hiding true costs. Are you aware of the costs of what the Coalition's nuclear plan is?
No, I don't believe they've produced that detail.
Would you say that the Coalition either is or isn't hiding those costs because they won't release them?
I believe that they are going to release them at some point. I think that it needs to be done with considerable thoughtfulness, and there are certain calculations and decisions which will mean that when that comes out, I don't expect that to be a plan in extreme precision, because there will be questions about exactly what reactor type and exactly how many of them and what size should be left to very detailed expert examination, the resources of which would look similar to those resources that we have for currently planning our renewable energy transition and producing that optimal system cost plan, which I have critiques about. But I believe that hopefully some more detail will be forthcoming. I can see a clear path from the overall prospects we have in precedents around the world, and also the information that we have in the CSIRO Gen Cost report, that there is a clear path that nuclear energy will be part of a much lower cost overall than the current plan for the integrated system plan.
No worries, thank you. Mr. Morrison, do you have any experience in the energy industry?
I have actually had some experience in the energy industry. I was working on some predictive maintenance projects when I was a data scientist, and was involved in a project at the Eraring power plant there.
Yeah, and what was that doing?
That was trying to examine the potential for using machine learning to predict better what the maintenance needs and potential outages would be. And we found it very difficult, partly because the power plant turned on and off so much that there was very little steady state material in the data that we examined. Thank you. And what are your educational qualifications there, Mr. Morrison? I have a Bachelor of Physics with first class honours from the Australian National University. And I commenced a PhD, which I left unfinished, in experimental particle physics with the University of Melbourne. So you're not actually an energy expert in this industry, is that right? You could say that, absolutely. The magical power that I seem to possess is a willingness to read past the executive summary of very long PDFs and occasionally check the footnotes. No worries, thank you. Could you also just give us a heads up on the energy group, the Centre for Independent Studies that you guys have? How many people work in that group, and how many years of electrical experience in the sector do they have? We have 4 people in the energy group at the Centre for Independent Studies, and none of us have experience as electrical engineers in the electricity sector. So nobody has any experience in the electrical industry? That's right. Okay, thank you very much. The Centre for Independent Studies describes itself as promoting free choice and individual liberty, and defends cultural freedom and the open exchange of ideas, noting that. Does the Centre support the proposal for large-scale government ownership and operation of nuclear energy assets? We have produced a report recently, which is published as an official CIS publication, and that produces several, particularly 4 key lessons that we observe from nuclear reactor construction around the world. And the fourth of those is the government should be involved. And yes, whilst it did take a considerable internal discussion at the Centre for Independent Studies, I think the CIS is not absolutist in prescribing exactly what the outcome should be based on a philosophical position to any particular policy question. And in this case, our research suggested there was very little precedent from the global experience of purely market-led embarkation into the nuclear sector. And there are, I think, are cases to suggest that nuclear power possesses properties that make it somewhat akin to other parts of the energy system, which we currently treat as regulated monopolies.
So you said there's four options, right? Government's going to have full control and full ownership of this. You support full ownership of nuclear power within Australia by government?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And does the CIS support the government ownership and operation of gas power generation, renewable generation, storage assets, transmission assets, considering you just said then that you do think it's the right thing that they should own nuclear assets?
That's right. I think that there are many different ways across different countries to organise the electricity market. And there are certainly cases, including countries that are vehemently free market, including, for example, the United States, where there is regulated ownership, so maybe privately owned, but a non-competitive market that spans across the generation, transmission and distribution centre. I would say with confidence that at the moment the degree of separation that we have, at the moment our marketplace is vertically segmented to the extent that we have private ownership of the distribution network. We also, but it's a regulated monopoly. We have separate ownership of transmission, that's also a regulated monopoly. And we have private investment only in the generation assets. That is now being deeply challenged as a viable marketplace, particularly as we transition towards a very, very high renewable energy system, because it turns out that the enabling infrastructure, which extends to transmission and distribution in particular, and to the degree that those two entities, those two parts of the energy system are now being involved in supporting storage as well, which was previously something that was not considered to be a regulated monopoly area. We now have an area where basically regulated monopolies are critical enablers of the private generation, and I think there is a strong case to suggest that they need to be considered as an integrated business case.
You said a lot of stuff there. Very impressive, right? You didn't really answer the question. Do you believe and does CSI support the government ownership and operation of gas power generation, renewable generation, storage assets and transmission assets? This is a yes or no answer. Considering you said yes for nuclear, you do?
I do. I think that there is very little chance that the market only, the mixture we currently have between regulated monopolies and the marketplace will fail to provide a decarbonisation transition that is remotely cost effective, and this is an area where markets can and do at times fail.
Thank you. I'll just go quickly to Matt Burnell. Mr. Burnell, he wants to do a follow-up question on what I asked.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Mr. Morrison, I'm at a loss. So in your opening statement, you said that you were all for classic liberalisation or liberalism and freedom of market, and now you're saying you want a nationalised grid. Yeah, did I hear that wrong?
Look, let me explain this to you a little bit further. There are alternatives. There are alternatives that might be coherent and sensible and able to bring about a very good system. For example, there could be an efficient marketplace that was able to transition to the renewable energy system that was more market oriented, and that would include, for example, us putting a simple standard on the reliability and type of electricity that we expect, okay? And I'm afraid it is the case that electrons are different. They come with different qualities about how reliable, how they fit into the oscillating frequencies of the network. So we could put standards around that, and we could tell the investors, the private market investors of renewable energy development, to pay for all the storage, transmission, and distribution network upgrades. That would be potentially a more market-oriented approach that could lead us to a far more efficient market-based renewable energy transition. However, at the moment, we can't do that because we only have some of those key enabling factors are in regulated monopolies, and we are basically creating systems in which we are getting regulated assets to basically enable and get over the line certain private generator investments. It is, put simply, a potential hotbed for cronyism and soft corruption, because we now have generators trying to sort of twist the paths of the state-regulated assets to get the transmission to come to their door. This is not an efficient or very safe marketplace which is aligned with a good outcome, an efficient outcome. What I would say, more than the need to go for either government involved or private marketplace, it is more important that the incentives are correctly aligned so that an entire coherent, reliable energy system is faced with all the costs and all the consequences in one place. At the moment, we do not have that, because we are basically getting our regulator to approve all the necessary enabling investments to make this high level of variable renewable energy possible. So I do not fundamentally oppose the idea of the market being more involved in leadership of this role, this transition, but it would require root and branch reform, because at the moment we're stuck in a halfway house between where we have the government or the consumer, a regulatory body basically trying to shift the costs of the renewable energy generators onto consumers, and it is just not working, not fit for purpose, and I think there is a very strong chance it will lead to us making terrible, out-of-sequence, sub-optimised investments that will lead us not only to a more expensive system than potentially a nuclear energy system, but a far more expensive system than the best version of the renewable energy system that we could have.
So you're pro-free market or you're pro-nationalisation?
I am pro-free market. That is a principle that I agree with very strongly, and I think that a case for exceptions from that principle should be made. And that is the case in several very serious parts of the major critical infrastructure. Okay, so I think that's something that you've heard similarly as well from the IPA, which is also very pro-free market. There are cases for exceptions. Governments believe in this, including pro-market sides of politics believe in this. We do it in various parts of the healthcare system. We do it currently in various parts of the energy system. However, I think it's most important that we figure out a coherent rationale for those exceptions we make. And what I'm telling you loud and clear, at the moment, we are stuck in a halfway house where we have a regulated asset base that is providing a whole bunch of the costs in a way that is not coordinated, not efficient to support private investments. And there needs to be root and branch reform of that marketplace to make it potentially efficient to remain a market-led transition. And I think this is evidenced, by the way, the capacity investment scheme that's been stood up by the federal government is explicitly, for no other purpose, to underwrite private investment, which is pretty much stalled in grid-scale investment. So the idea that we currently have a marketplace that's functioning to lead this transition, this is a market-led transition, is completely betrayed by the existence of the capacity investment scheme. And if you were to look at the number, and Chris Bowen has been very happy about the number of people subscribing to the auctions for the capacity investment scheme, if you compare that queue of electricity generation developers to the queue of people that are building without any subsidy support or underwriting from the capacity investment scheme, I think you will get a very clear picture of whether this is a truly market-led energy transition at the moment. So I'm advocating we have the conversation up front, we be honest about whether this is market-led, and we figure out the best way of shaping government support for a proper transition to reliable renewables. And I think in that, if that includes either nuclear or for renewable energy, for different reasons for each, I think the government will end up having a much more significant role to play if we are to do this monumental shift towards a low-carbon energy system.
With the expertise of the Centre of Independent Studies, how long will it take to produce a nuclear reactor that is producing power for the Australian market? Legislative time, consultation time, build time to market time.
I want to be very clear and direct about the things we do and don't...
I have questions, by the way.
Yeah, you're straight up next.
I want to be clear about the things that we do and don't focus our research onto. Our research achieves very specific and targeted questions. And we have looked at what the best practice around the world is and seen there's a very broad range of different outcomes. I think I would just refer to the IAEA milestones approach, which I think is generally plausible and realistic. And their suggestion is that from the considerations, the first consideration, which I think we are already part way through by virtue of this committee being done right now to consider the pros and cons and examine why and whether we embark on the nuclear journey. From that start of consideration to the commissioning and operation of a nuclear power plant is at least 10 to 15 years. I think this is broadly correct. We can still stuff it up. You have to get a number of things right to land in the front end of that estimate space. But I think it is plausible for us to have nuclear reactors operating in that 10 to 15 year window.
Thank you, Mr Morrison. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for appearing before us today. The Chair asked a question about whether or not you have seen the Coalition's economics with respect to its nuclear plan. Just to confirm, you are accurate in your response that we have committed to release that information in due course, despite only months ago releasing our nuclear plan. With that in mind, we've now had well over 2 years of the Albanese government. In that time, have you seen the government release the total system cost, the real cost of its transition to a net zero electricity grid?
No, because the integrated system plan does not include the total system cost of a transition to a renewables dominated grid. They have become now explicit in saying that. They're open about the fact that consumer energy resources, which makes up one of the largest parts of the storage by installed capacity in the future system, and one of the largest parts by installed capacity, the rooftop solar, that is not included as a cost in the integrated system plan. And to repeat an answer given earlier today, those investments do push up electricity prices. Rooftop solar reduces the volume of electricity a household consumes, but it does not remove as much cost from the whole system, which means they have to pay a higher price per unit for the remaining electricity they do consume. This is just one of a litany of clear fundamental realities that you can assess instantly if you understand the trade-offs and the transfers being made in the energy system. The integrated system plan does also not consider any upgrades to the distribution network. Despite making quite prodigious projections about how much new consumer energy resources, including an enormous uptake of electric vehicles, over 90%, they have not included any upgrades to the distribution network that would be required to facilitate that. They have, however, included assumptions about how consumers would behave with those assets that are supported by that extra additional charging infrastructure that is not costed, that provide enormous value, absolutely enormous value, to reduce their assessed system costs. In particular, I draw your attention to the appendices of the ISP that make it clear that it's projected that the overall total electricity demand will peak reliably, massively in the middle of the day. And essentially there will be additional loads which include consumers charging their cars in the middle of the day, which is currently not what they do. They currently drive them to work in the middle of the day and don't charge them. And also hydrogen industry that is not part of the cost of the integrated system plan, also turning on to soak up electrons' energy in the middle of the day to reshape the demand profile around the weather in a way that I think is not realistic, particularly given what we've learned about the actual viability of hydrogen projects. And I just don't think that it's reasonable for us to include enormous assumptions about the projections of uptake of things like electric vehicles without costing the critical enabling infrastructure to distribution networks that would make that possible to consider.
I don't know the size of the ISP document, even though I've seen it and studied it myself, but I don't know how many pages top of head, but it's a pretty comprehensive document. Given the government claims that it is the plan of government and it represents a change as big as the Industrial Revolution, does it strike you as odd that there has not been disclosure of the cost of this plan?
Yes, it does. With the efforts that are put in and the plan itself, it's now roughly a 100-page document, but there's at least 600 or 800-page appendices. There's a nearly 200-page inputs and assumptions report as well, large workbooks, generation outlook workbooks. It's very substantial. Adding up a clearer picture of what the full costs in terms of capital costs would be possible and quite easy. In particular, I think it's very surprising that things like the cost of transmission investments, which are made later on, that have a very long lifetime. The integrated system plan, the much touted $121 billion net present value figure, doesn't include most of the actual capital costs in terms of the overnight build costs of those projects, because their benefits are spread out much, much later beyond the end of the scope of that report. That's the annualised net present value. Again, there are key words here that are used to basically give a technical out to providing a number which is not useful and is frequently used to make comparisons to a project, to an alternative number that is a very, very different number. And I suppose one of those classic examples would be the evidence you hear from the Smart Energy Council this morning, using their calculation of about $116 billion for a total capital build cost compared to the net present value of the entire integrated system plan, those parts that it costs. Not even close to an apples to oranges comparison. So I'm surprised they haven't produced that, but actually the reality is that I'm not surprised they haven't tried to do a full total system cost, because some parts of the system upgrades are just simply not yet known and very, very hard to know. And in particular, the distribution network is one of those areas. We've started doing research to try to examine these costs, to try to figure out whether we can put back in the cost the integrated system plan missed. And one of the things we've found in that literature is there is an enormous range of potential costs for the upgrade of distribution network to accommodate increasing renewable energy resources to very, very high levels of photovoltaics as we see. And that range is extremely, extremely large, because it means it reflects basically some radically different choices, which I don't think that the agencies involved want to be very clear and honest about. In particular, you can do very little upgrading of the distribution network. And that will mean that you have large curtailment of rooftop solar. A smaller fraction of it actually is usefully exported, and it's unevenly distributed. So certain households in certain places might never be able to reliably export their solar power to the grid and enjoy those benefits. The most expensive versions are the ones where you do upgrade the grid to make sure that you can offer those assurances that everyone can equally participate in the grid, because sun comes in huge rushes during the day. And so that's another example of a fundamental trade-off, a simple trade-off in the systems that I think is staring in the face of any systems engineer. And I think there is a reluctance in part of the organisations such as the AEMC, the AER, AEMO, to come clean and tell us that we cannot satisfy everyone's expectations. We've been promised a whole bunch of different things which cannot be simultaneously satisfied. We can't simultaneously guarantee everyone access to the grid and have a low-cost distribution network upgrade. Those two things just won't be done simultaneously. And we've seen these cases where now there's just no willingness to confront the hard truths, as I would advocate every industry must do if you don't want to end up in a blind corner with an absolute disaster of procurement that has to be cancelled. That's what has to be done.
So notwithstanding some of those complexities and maybe uncertainties around distribution and CER, at least on the generation, the storage and the transmission, if I hear you correctly, but I just want to make sure I've got this right, the data that the market operator would have in order to build out its ISP document should be sufficient for it to advise on what the real cost would be. Is that right?
Yes, that is right. And actually, I think it's a little bit... I think there is actually information that the ISP has that is simple and easy to obtain that would give you a clearer impression of that already, of the things that have cost. For example, one such metric that would be a very simple indication of how much more this system may cost would be the shadow price of carbon. That's something that's spat out in the first stage of the modelling, and this has been discovered by the Centre for Independent Studies through Freedom of Information requests and appealing those withheld Freedom of Information documents. That has been confirmed when requested by the Department of Climate Change and Energy. They requested, have you done modelling on that shadow carbon price, which would be an excellent approximate indication of how much more expensive this system will be than not constraining it to meet the aggressive carbon reduction targets and renewable energy targets. And the market operator has told the Department of Climate Change and Energy that they are not at liberty to disclose that information, not at liberty to share it. So it's not as bad as they haven't been able to do the work, which I think they could do to give a better indication. They do have a better indication that has been calculated very easily and spat out as an automatic output of the model. And I believe there are other modelling agencies out there that work in this industry that know what those numbers are, and it has been withheld even from the Department of Climate Change and Energy. And so I hope that answers your question.
So again, so I'm getting this right. So with the shadow carbon price to which you refer, the FOI results you were able to obtain showed that the market operator refused to disclose that to the department. Is that right? I'm using my
That's
words,
right.
so I'm not sure if that's accurate.
I'll read from page 6 of an FOI document which we were able to obtain, which we're happy to share and table it. I think it is public. The question was put by the Department of Climate Change and Energy from their modelling team. Has AEMO done any analysis on the shadow price of the carbon budget constraint in each scenario? The response from AEMO was, the shadow price comes as an output of the first phase of the modelling, single-stage long-term modelling, CISP methodology. They provided a link. However, AEMO is not at liberty to share this information. Full stop.
So if we assume that the department and the minister have transparency between them, even if the market operator does not, then doesn't that suggest that when the Minister and Prime Minister suggest that their plan is the cheapest plan, cheapest pathway, low-cost pathway to get to net zero, in fact, they don't even know the assumptions underpinning the very model they wave around in the Parliament, justifying that claim?
I don't know whether they don't know the assumptions justifying that claim.
At least the shadow carbon price, the assumptions driving that. So what is the shadow carbon price?
No, the shadow carbon price is not an assumption. It's an outcome of the modelling. It is the cost of the impositions that are put in the modelling. So to ask the question, what is the shadow carbon price? It is how much did you pay per tonne of carbon abated to have the carbon budget fulfilled that you set.
Got it.
So they do have that evidence, which again would be a useful guide, an approximate guide to how much more expensive it is to abate the carbon using the plan they have modelled. And that's evidence that's in their possession, which is essentially a cost of the policy decisions and the policy impositions they have made on their system optimiser. They have that evidence and it's not been disclosed.
Understood, and well explained, by the way, thank you. So I think of my last question, if it is, Chair, then why don't I go to the impact of the ISP's step change scenario on prices for consumers and for businesses. As we know, because the Prime Minister himself has confirmed that the market operator's integrated system plan is the government's plan. And as we also know, the Prime Minister and his team went to the last election promising a $275 reduction in household power bills. Since then, power prices have only increased, which begs the question, in what direction are power prices going under this plan? I'd welcome any commentary in that regard.
I think there is no chance that power prices will fall in the medium to the long term under this plan. The degree of effort that's required in expending on capital expenditure, particularly in the transmission network and distribution network in the next few years, I think are utterly incompatible with any fall in retail or wholesale, or in retail or commercial electricity prices in the next few years.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr Perrott, to finish us off, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your evidence, Mr Morrison. And Zoe, sorry I didn't catch your name. I was just interested in your comment about the optimal system. I wondered what the Centre for Independent Studies values in terms of working out the optimal system? Is it straight price? Is it security? Is it safety? Is it generational equity and fairness in terms of the things that you consider would deliver the, the optimal system? And then I'm interested in your comments about hiding true costs and in terms of, particularly when it comes to dealing with nuclear waste and how the CIS approaches that, noting that the half-life of uranium-238 is about 4.5 billion years, UT35 703.8 million years thereabouts. So I just wondered if you could give us some comments about how future generations how we today should make decisions about those future costs.
I'll just start with the optimisation. Very broadly, I think there are multiple objectives for an energy system. Reliability, security and cost are absolutely essential. Carbon reductions, they are essential. I think that I'm not going to try to prioritise them and say that one is absolutely above the other, but they're essential. And it would be, I think, desirable as well to try to endeavour to reduce the carbon footprint of the grid. But we have been adamant.
Why is that?
Why is that?
You're a physicist, aren't you? Yeah. Why is that?
I think that is because there is some evidence that carbon emissions do affect the climate, and that that an ongoing exponential increase may have an adverse impact in the long run. So I think at reasonable cost, we should be endeavouring to find ways to lower the carbon emissions.
Precautionary principle, we should, just in case all those scientists are onto something, we should do something.
No more questions, Mr. Barrett, please.
All right, thanks, Chair. And did you want to touch on hiding true costs?
Zoe, would you like to comment on the cost of storing nuclear waste, perhaps?
So storing nuclear waste, I believe it only accounts for about 5% or less of the costs of nuclear reactors. So this is quite a small cost in the overall scheme of things.
Is that right? So that 5% now can be extrapolated out for 100 million years, and it's only 5% of current operating costs.
Yes, although it would depend on what you do with the waste, because if you recycle it later and use it as fuel in future reactors, then that would change what the costs look like. And whereas if you bury it in a long-term repository, that will be different, but it's around 5%.
We should also just mention that we actually asked, it was asked in one of the CSIRO GenCost webinars whether they include the cost of storing nuclear waste, and I think the comment was to the effect that they only consider significant costs, and the cost of storing nuclear waste was so sufficiently small that it wasn't considered as part of their calculation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrison and Ms. Hilton. Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. If the committee members have any further questions, please get them to the Secretariat to pass on. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
I now welcome Australian Nuclear Association to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
I'm John Harries. I'm Secretary of the Australian Nuclear Association.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attract parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, and then we proceed to discussion. Would you please state if you are a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
I guess 50 years ago, I might have been a member of the Liberal Party. I haven't been a member of a political party since. I'm not an investor in any energy or renewable company.
No worries. Thank you, Dr. Harris. Would you, Harry, sorry.
Harry.
Would you like to give a brief opening statement and then we'll head into discussions?
Yes, I will. I guess, first of all, about myself, I'm a physicist. I've had a 33-year career at AAEC and ANSTO, working on nuclear issues, including the physics of reactors, radioactive waste, disposal of waste, 3 years as a counsellor of nuclear in the Australian Embassy in Washington, DC. And I guess today I'm representing the Australian Nuclear Association, which is an independent, incorporated scientific institution with members from the professions, business, government and university with interest in nuclear science and technology. And I guess we're interested in the uses of nuclear for science, energy, health, like submarine propulsion, anything where the word nuclear is in the title. I guess we have a number of members and a wide range of members. Nuclear energy is widely used around the world and is a major contributor to clean energy in many countries. And in my view, and our view, I suppose, it's a viable option for Australia. Australia needs access to all available clean, zero-carbon technologies, including nuclear, to meet the dual challenge of climate change and energy security. The experience of many countries demonstrate that nuclear power increases the reliability of electricity systems and reduces carbon emissions. Australia has the expertise, the engineering, the management and the regulatory capability for a nuclear energy industry. Nuclear energy is a mature technology with over 20,000 nuclear power plant years of commercial operation since the first commercial reactor started operating in the 1950s. Worldwide, 26 new build nuclear power plants were added to the electricity grids in the last 5 years. And there are 63 large nuclear power plants under construction. Nuclear power plants are flexible and modern plants can load follow and would fit quite well into our grid. Australia has many sites potentially suitable for nuclear power generations, such as sites of retiring coal plants and remote sites for small modular reactors and micro-reactors. Putting nuclear plants at sites of retiring coal plants would have the benefits of grid connections and experienced workforce. The experience of the United Arab Emirates in building 4 South Korean-built APR 1400 reactors demonstrates that nuclear plants can be built to time and to budget. Australia can benefit from overseas experience and expertise in establishing a nuclear energy industry using vendors with proven nuclear power reactors supported by Australian engineering capability. The cost of nuclear power plants and the time taken to construct depends on the type of each and size of the reactor. And if we stick to dealing with nth of a kind reactor, we can get economic plants built. Of course, construction costs are higher, but the running costs are lower. Overall, the conclusion of the International Energy Agency was that in most countries, nuclear is economically competitive as a generator of electricity. I think the bans of nuclear energy should be removed and nuclear energy be considered on its merits. As the OECD study said, diversity of energy sources drives down total costs of energy in a low-carbon system, whereas taking options off the table, such as nuclear, creates extra costs to societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harries. The ANA, as you just said in your opening statement, that the ANA supports removal of federal and state legislative nuclear prohibitions so that nuclear energy can be considered on its merits.
Yep.
Considering we had 10 years of a coalition government, it wasn't looked at then, why should it be looked at now?
It should have been looked at then and it should be looked at now, I think.
No worries. And so why does it need to be considered on its merits there? Why can't it be looked at by investors? If there's enough push and enough interest, then they would come and see us, wouldn't they?
Well, if you're an investor and you want to come into Australia to build it, it's a major impediment that nuclear is prohibited in Australia. If I have a large amount of money, I can't see how I'm going to investigate until it's clear that there is support within Parliament to remove these bans.
No worries, thank you. I note that you support nuclear power as a way of getting to net zero emissions and tackling climate change. In your view, what level of nuclear power would be needed by 2050 to get to that level? Feel free to express your answer in either gigawatts or a percentage of the energy mix.
It's a bit arbitrary. I think nuclear is part of the whole mix. I would think it would be between 25 and 50% of the nuclear.
25 and 50%.
But it all depends on what is available at the time.
No worries, thank you. And you said about cost and time, that you wouldn't be able to tell what the cost or the time is until you'd actually known what nuclear plant was going to be produced or used. How is the coalition able to come forward with a cost or a time frame already when we don't know what nuclear power plant they intend on using? It hasn't been released in their documents.
Look, I'm not sure what was in the documents, but there are nuclear power plants available today by vendors, particularly say the South Koreans or the Americans, the AP1000s or the APR1000, which could be built now, today. Well, I suppose they're available for a contract should we go out and want to buy one.
And what would the time frame be and cost to build one of those?
Well, they're about 7 to 8 years. Because they're plants
in the construction phase of it?
Construction phase.
And does that include all the legislative framework that's got to change?
Well, I can't talk about the legislative framework because that might be a while, but we have regulators. We have a regulator being established now for small modular reactors on submarines, and that's going to be dealing with submarines, I think, by, I'm going to say 2028. Okay. So that has a regulatory process for a small PWR on a submarine in Australia, being operated by Australians.
Very good, thank you. I will now hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for your time today, Doctor. One of the comments you made was about nuclear power plants being flexible.
Yes.
We often hear people who are anti-nuclear advocates suggesting nuclear power plants are not flexible. Given you are a nuclear physicist, I'm guessing you know something about this topic. Can you just expand on that issue of nuclear power plants being flexible?
Look, I don't have the precise figures in front of me, but the French have a large number of nuclear reactors, and these reactors have to rank up and down. The newly designed reactors, current modern reactors, can vary from 100% to 50% within hours. I need to I'll confirm that, what the figures are, but there are figures on the flexibility, the load following capability. Small reactors and small modular reactors can change much quicker.
Thank you. You also, just to confirm, in response to the Chair's question about why investors may not be looking at this in Australia, did you say, these are my words, not yours, so feel free to correct me, but you're saying the primary reason is, well, there's a moratorium, so it's illegal, so they wouldn't be here looking at it for that reason. Is that the crux of it? Or
Crux of it, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if we're banned, we're not banning offshore wind, which takes a similar time, perhaps a similar price, but we don't ban that, and so the vendors around for offshore wind.
Do you see any rational reason why we should continue to have a ban on nuclear energy in Australia?
No, I don't.
When it comes to your background, can you just speak to some of our capability when it comes to nuclear science?
Well, I guess we've had a facility in Sydney, the AAEC, and then ANSTO for the last 70 years, I suppose, which has been dealing with nuclear science. It's been running a nuclear reactor for the last 60 or 70 years. we have the capability of dealing with the whole reactors. We have ASNO, which is a regulator which is dealing with nuclear materials. It regulates the export of uranium. It deals with the whole range of nuclear materials. We have a lot of interactions with the International Atomic Energy Agency, where Australia has very strong links. We have a strong nuclear capability. We have courses in universities which are now dealing with nuclear engineering. These are all areas which perhaps need some enhancement, but they're well on the way to being able to deal with a nuclear power plant.
And in your experience internationally, does Australia have a reputation when it comes to nuclear technology? And if so, what is that reputation?
We have a very good reputation with the international community. We've been the prime nuclear expertise country, I suppose, in Southeast Asia, and been involved in a lot of international collaborative processes, both within Southeast Asia and around the world.
So can you just expand on that latter point? Are you saying that Australia has played a leadership role, or
a strong role
within our immediate
different
region?
areas, particularly
so can you just
the application.
explain that a little bit more so the committee understands?
Well, I'd say
role
particularly
Australia's playing?
in relation to use of research reactors. We're dealing with quite a lot with the proliferation issues and supporting the non-proliferation stance of the international community.
And I think in your opening comments you also mentioned you have experience with nuclear waste. Can you just provide some education for us as a committee on the management of nuclear waste internationally, as well as ANSTO's expertise and reputation?
I would say that ANSTO has a very good reputation for looking after its waste. The spent fuel from the high-fire reactors has been sent overseas and radioactivity has been returned as intermediate level waste. There was a comment, I think, in the previous session about uranium being very long-lived. Of course, uranium is mined, has a half-life of 10 to the 9th years, of quite long as the Earth. And this uranium, say, Olympic Dam, has been there for 1 billion years. If it goes into a reactor, it comes out as shorter-lived radioactive waste, which can then be disposed of geologically in a very secure facility. I was involved in various attempts to assist in finding a site for a low-level waste facility around Australia, which is still struggling away, I think. But technically, that's not the issue. There is an issue of a perception. The radioactive waste is, to my view, easy to manage. It is solid, it is contained. It's radioactive, it gives off radiation. The important thing is to have some shielding around it. The hazard for waste is should it be spread around and vaporised, then people might breathe it. But as a solid in a concrete container, it's very safe.
And then just to expand beyond the Australian experience, to your knowledge, is nuclear waste, especially spent fuel, high level, well managed internationally?
In my view, it's very well managed. The spent fuel from a nuclear power reactor is a ceramic. When it first comes out of the reactor, it needs to be put into a cooling facility, which avoids overheating, and all of the reactors, existing 400 reactors around the world now, have such a cooling facility alongside them. After 10 or 20 years, the ceramic spent fuel is either taken out of that cooling pond and put into an air-cooled cask, or it's sent to reprocessing. Waste can be reprocessed or processed to remove uranium and any other particular materials, or it can be kept as the material itself. The Swedes are establishing a geological repository. The Finns have just licensed a geological repository. Really, you don't need a geological repository for about 50 years after the material comes out of the reactor, in which case, up till then, in most places, it's stored at a reactor site in a concrete concrete canisters on part of the car park. It's a very small amount of material, but it is hazardous, and it's like all intractable waste. It's got to be properly managed, but it's safely managed.
Has that on-site approach proven to be successful?
It's been proved to be very successful. You could probably point to some countries where one needs to actually move it at some point to either a geological facility or processing, and some countries are better at it than others.
And my last question, Chair, then, would be the involvement of the International Atomic Energy Agency in overseeing how nations deal with waste, and the need for nations with a civil nuclear program to comply with IAEA rules. Can you just speak to that so the committee has a good understanding of that international compliance regime?
The IAEA produces a whole range of standards on operating nuclear reactors, siting nuclear reactors, managing the waste, the standards for geological disposal or near-surface disposal. These are then translated into the local regulatory system. So a PANZA, in our case, adopts these standards, and they become regulatory standards for Australia. It's up to the local regulator. The local regulator is the one that does it, but the standards are international standards. The IAEA is also available to provide visits and do site studies, site investigations and checks, and so the regulator can seek advice from IAEA to help.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr Bennell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for providing evidence today, Dr Harris. So you've said that the optimum amount of nuclear in the mix is about 25 to 50% of the total mix.
Look, I didn't say optimal, I said perhaps, estimate.
Right.
Yes.
So I just want to, because I need to clarify, so the capacity that AEMO is projecting by 2050 is 300 gigawatts for the grid. So on those numbers earlier, 25, 50%, somewhere between 75 and 150 gigawatts. Capacity of the existing coal plants at the 7 sites that have been suggested is around 11 gigawatts. So you're saying that's, under the nuclear plan, it should be at least 7 times larger than what the opposition is proposing?
No, one has to start. I mean, I think the coalition has suggested a starting process of having, I don't know if they've actually said how many reactors they have. They have 7 potential sites.
No, we haven't, so I'd be interested if my colleague wants to make an announcement on behalf of the coalition. I'm happy to hear it today.
The 7 existing coal-fired
I think
sites,
the coal sites they're going to put them on have this number of gigawatts. But I don't think they've ever said they're going to provide all that amount of electricity, have you?
But when you look at the long-term projection of AEMO out to 2050, requiring 300 gigawatts.
Yes.
So, it's 150 gigawatts coming from nuclear power.
Look, it's possible. It's possible.
50-50.
It's quite possible. How
many reactors would that be to be able to reach that sort of
level? How big the reactors are. I suppose they're 1,500.
You're a much more educated man in this space than I am. I'm sure you can take an educated guess at how many reactors that would be.
Well, I can't. Well, it's 1.5. I mean, if you put in 1.5 gigawatts, so you're going to have, what did I say? 70 gigawatts?
Between
50?
So we're talking about 150 gigawatts in total, if it was a 50% share of the energy market.
If you're going to do 150 gigawatts, you'd be talking about 100 reactors. I mean, that's how the US currently has 200.
Okay.
So, but this is, I mean, at the present time we're talking about the next stage.
Right.
I mean, how much battery power are you going to put into this system? How many solar panels are you going to have?
I'll ask you. Sorry, I'm asking you about how many reactors we'd need to facilitate 150 gigawatts.
Look, it's pie in the sky. I think it's pie in the sky. I'm saying about 25, 50%, perhaps as a possible. Yeah. It's not a plan.
I just want to Sorry, I just want to go back to the question that the chair asked before about the projected build time on the APR 1000 or AP 1000, depending on which mode you go for. So that was for the construction phase, correct?
Once you start siting it, yes. What?
So would it be reasonable to expect that doing scoping studies, feasibility finance, legislative requirements to be changed on top of a change of government would take about 5 to 6 years, and then once the construction phase is finished, it's about 12 months to do commissioning before we see energy. So on my rudimentary maths, that's about 15 years from the commencement of the scoping studies to the actual delivery of energy into the system. Forgive me, but on my maths, that means that if we were to start from, say, I don't know, June, July next year, if we have a May election, probably July, that at the earliest means it's 2040 before the first reactor would likely come online.
2040? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's your estimate. That's your estimate. That's fair enough. That's an estimate. It could be quicker. Might be longer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennell. Mr. Perrott?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your evidence, Mr. Harris. I just wanted to, with your knowledge of what's been going on around the world, particularly those 26 reactors added globally in the last 5 years, could you just take me to some of the, maybe like with like, I suppose. I understand the UAE is not exactly the wettest place on earth. Could you just talk me through their reactors and their approach to water and what they're doing, and how the modern reactor, say the APR 1000, how that works when it comes to water?
Of course, the 4 UAE reactors are on the coast of the Gulf, so the seawater cooling.
So, seawater cooling. Okay, so I think the coalition master plan, particularly the Queensland one, where they're not on the coast, I think.
But each of these coal plants has already had a cooling water facility.
I understand, but my understanding is that nuclear facilities use water differently. Is that right, or have I missed?
No, it's very similar. I think some estimates say it might use a little bit more.
A bit more or a bit less?
A bit more, but really most of the places where there's a coal plant would already have access to cooling water. And if you don't have, and if you either have cooling water or cooling, the cooling is the same requirement as for coal plants.
Okay, so not more water or less water.
It might be. Might be slightly more, but if it's a less gigawatt, less megawatts, it'll be less. But
well, I know the Queensland one's better. So Callide and Tarong, inland, the other side of the Great Divide. Their water, Queensland every now and then, wonderful place, but we do have these things called droughts.
Sometimes.
Yeah, we've had droughts. Droughts have restricted electricity output in the past because having enough water is a problem. And you're saying that they're comparable to coal-fired power stations. If we have the benefits of the grid, we get the curse of lack of water.
Yeah, it'd be the same. It'd be a similar situation. You still need water. You might need, if you want to be more reliable, you might need more water, perhaps. But
and remind me, I'm not a Western Australian, but colleagues not exactly coastal views, from my understanding.
I don't think so. But it's near a coal mine, isn't it? So.
Yeah. I mean they're all mine mouth. All of the plants they've talked about are mine mouth, is my understanding, all Tarong within Cooey of what was once the mine mouth. Any other comment on the 26 reactors globally? And does it make any difference if it's a northern, not just northern, a colder climate? Because it gets a bit warmer at 25 degrees from the equator compared to 45 degrees from the equator, or 50 degrees from the equator.
No, it doesn't. Nearly all those reactors, nearly all those 26 reactors would have been pressurised water reactors. Some of them would have had cooling towers, some of them would be near lakes or near the sea. Be a mixture of systems.
So, but water is
being further from the equator, you have cooler water, so your cooling is more efficient.
Oh yeah, Bill Wheeler, not exactly on the equator, but some days it does feel like it. So it's the difference between the water and the atmospheric temperature. Is all you're trying to do. It's a straight radiator,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes, I mean, but basically to run your turbine, you have to have a cold source to condense your steam, so that you can get the water from wherever you can get it, or you use a cooling tower to cool the water.
And you haven't heard of those 26 reactors, a low water usage. So UAE went for the ocean, and can you talk of any other water innovation?
No, I can't give you much advice on suggestion on that.
You can't subvert the laws of physics for me?
No.
It's a straight equation. You need water to cool.
You need cooling. You need cooling.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
And each of those 26 reactors clearly had cooling of some sort. But
and I seem to remember from 3 Mile Island and Fukushima, it's a bit of a problem if you run out of coolant.
It's a problem. A problem if you have too much water or too little. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perrott. Deputy Chair, do you have any other questions?
No other questions for me. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. I'll ask a couple more then. Thank you. We had Mr. Irwin on earlier.
But you
you go first. It's all right.
you go.
Deputy Chair, you're okay. You go.
I insist, Chair. I
No
insist. You go
worries.
ahead.
Thank you.
We've got
Thank you,
15 minutes,
Deputy
20
Chair. We got plenty of time. So
Yeah, we do.
yeah. Mr. Irwin was on earlier, as you heard. You were here listening to
heard him, yep.
the hearing, and said that it would be best option for Australia to have a 1 gigawatt nuclear power plant.
Yep.
Because they're used around the world. In his opinion, they work well. They're very easy to build, compared to other ones, is what he said. So, is there examples around the world of, say, having 10 of those 1 gigawatt nuclear power plants on the one site? Because going off what you said earlier, which was 300 gigawatt is what the capacity AEMO said we'll need by 2050, and you said 25 to 50%. So let's go on the lowest side of that, which is 75 gig. Is there scope to have up to 10 on one site?
I don't see why not, but I guess the largest number around the world tends to, the last I think of is 6 or 7.
6 or 7 on the one site?
On one site.
Yep, no worries. So
and this depends on the amount of, you need cooling, enough cooling to do that.
Yep. There's been 7 sites proposed by the opposition around Australia, the coalition, of their nuclear policy. Is it feasible to have, if we need, in what you just said, we're 70 on the lower side, so we need 75 reactors spread between those 7 sites? Is that a feasible thing?
No. But that's not the way planning works, is it?
So, but would you say we need more sites around Australia then to get to what you said is what we need, which is what nuclear needs to be in the market, as you said, which is 25 to 50% of what AEMO has said, which is 300 gig of capacity by 2050?
So the question, if we're going to get to that number, there'd be more sites.
Yep. So has the opposition, in their plan they've put forward, is there enough sites to be able to reach that target?
In my view, the opposition's policy plan is for the next 10 years, isn't it? So I don't see why you're taking it out to whatever to 2050.
Sorry, you don't see why we take it out to 2050?
Sorry.
Apparently, nuclear power stations can run for 80 years.
You're saying that all the sites that the coalition has presently said, which is their plan for the next period, is the end of them. There would have to be some more sites. That's what I said.
So we would need more sites.
We need more sites.
Yep.
But not at this stage. Not at this stage.
The extra 150 gigawatt plus of power that we need, going on your 50% number, how would we get that into the market? What would be giving us that?
Look, I don't know.
Okay. Wouldn't be nuclear though?
Look, no, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, even AEMO doesn't know where it is going to be more than 10 years ahead.
Yep, okay. No worries. Thank you. And to the Deputy Chair, I'll pass over to you for the time being.
Thank you, Chair. Doctor, those questions, for the record, were not relevant to the coalition policy, but I thank you for entertaining them. Also, to be clear, I didn't hear you give evidence today that Australia needs 150 reactors. I believe you were answering a question about doing a calculation for my colleague. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
So I think it's important for anybody who's listening to this to know that those questions the Chair just put were in fact about his colleague's proposal and not the coalition's proposal. And I don't want that to be a reflection of you, and for it to be implied that you gave evidence today suggesting those numbers, which in fact came from the Labor Party members of this committee. Going to the issue then of water, and I think it's an interesting one, and my other colleague, Graham Perrott, is right in, I think, what I heard him say, that the 7 locations recommended by the coalition are former or existing coal plant sites, which aligns with your comments about the water requirements being comparable, let's say. Nevertheless, am I right in saying that there's a power plant even in the Arizona desert, which I think it uses wastewater? So there are, in fact, nuclear power plants in some pretty dry places.
There are,
is that right?
Yes, there are certainly power plants in dry places, but they get water from where they can get it.
And then just in terms of coolant systems, am I also right in assuming that beyond there being wet coolant systems, so the use of water, that there are also designs for dry? Basically sort of fan-operated type systems that draws down on the power of the plant itself.
Yeah, you can have an air tower which uses fans to cool water that's within the system, within the secondary circuit.
Yeah.
So
no, that was my understanding too.
So you certainly have the option of an air cooling process.
Thank you. Nothing more from me, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'll just pass over to Mr. Burnell. He has a follow-up question.
Dr. Harry, sorry. So just on that, just following up from the previous question from the Deputy Chair, so just for clarity, so the APR, the AP 1000, the APR 1000 can either be water-cooled or air-cooled?
Yes, yes.
Right. How much energy would you need to run cooling fans to provide that level of cooling? Are you familiar with that?
I don't know that. It's part of the internal use of electricity within a plant. So
interesting. I do want to clarify one thing as well. I put to you that AEMO has a forecast of 300 gigawatts required in the system, of which you'd put on the record earlier that between 25 and 50% of the makeup would be nuclear energy.
I didn't say it could be. I said it could be.
Sorry, could be.
And I think it depends on how you have an efficient system.
Right.
It might be 10% required to have a stable nuclear part, or 5%, to provide the security supply, which you don't get with the wind and the solar.
Okay. No, thank you.
Just going off what you said then, it could be 10% or it could be 5%.
Yep.
Is it worth spending all that money, however many billions it's going to be, for 5% of the energy mix?
Well, that's what you're spending anyway for that percent of your energy mix. If you put 5% for batteries, do you know what that costs?
Not off the top of my head, no.
It's a large amount of money.
Do you think it's larger than a nuclear power station?
Don't know.
No worries.
Could be.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Perrott?
Yes, Chair, if we've got checking. I just wanted to go to that Arizona example that the Deputy Chair spoke about. Excuse my geography, but isn't this the one with access to the Colorado River? Yeah, so it's, whilst it's a desert, it's actually got some of the biggest body of water coming into it. Is that right?
Okay.
And it's not air cooled in the summer. You can't air cool these in the middle of a Queensland summer, surely.
Through you, Chair, since Mr. Perrott was referring to something I actually referred to.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so maybe, Graham, you can talk to me about it later. But it's actually using wastewater, mate. So in terms of my questions on dry was sort of separate. It was making the point about the power plant actually being based in the desert, draws down on wastewater. But I'm not the one giving evidence, so just in fairness to Doctor, that's all.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. He wasn't the one who raised it.
Came from somewhere, not just alchemy magic or something. There must be a source for the water. Okay, no, that's all right. I didn't realise it was the Deputy Chair's evidence I was responding to.
Thank you, Mr. Perrott. Dr. Harries, thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to the transcription errors. Thank you. We'll Good afternoon. I now welcome the Department of Defence to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good afternoon. Mr Tim Hodgson, Deputy Director General Technical in the Australian Submarine Agency.
Rear Admiral Matt Buckley, Head of Nuclear Submarine Capability.
Alex Kelton, Head of Policy, Strategy and Engagement in the Australian Submarine Agency.
Sophia Blix, Head of Stewardship and Security at the Australian Submarine Agency.
Major General Jason Walker, Commander, Joint Logistics.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussion, would you please state if you are a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in renewable or nuclear industries?
Good afternoon. Tim Hodgson. No, I am not a member of a political party or an investor in the nuclear industry or a member of any union.
Thank you.
Rear Buckley. I'm not a member of a political party or a member of a union, nor do I invest in renewable energy or energy.
Alex Kelton, no.
Thank you.
Sophia Blix, no.
General Walk, no to all.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussions.
I have no wish to make an opening statement. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. I note that we have the AUKUS submarine program underway. Could you please let us know on the operational differences of running a nuclear-powered submarine versus running a civil nuclear power?
Well, primarily, the major difference is that the submarine reactors are optimised for speed, performance, and a varying approach to power, whereas a civil power plant is optimised to run at 100% power, normally generating electricity for its use. What that means is the submarine requires to be more robust. It is designed for operating in battle conditions, so the reactor is designed to very different criteria to that of a civil power unit, which is designed for efficiency and effectiveness at those high powers.
Thank you. Can you confirm that AUKUS has no implications for a nuclear power industry in Australia, i.e. the AUKUS agreement does not contemplate or require the establishment of a nuclear power industry?
I can confirm that.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks very much for being here. Just on your first answer there, or I think your introductory remarks talking about the difference between the reactors used in submarines versus power plants. Notwithstanding the primary purpose of the reactors in the submarines are for propulsion purposes, am I right in saying that you also confirmed there that they also do generate power, energy?
They do generate electrical power, but yes, primarily they're designed for propulsion.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you very much. So one of the key messages I've heard in my travels, especially in the UK and the US, our AUKUS partner countries, is that defence and civil nuclear ecosystems, if you like, the people, plant, equipment, education, are mutually supporting. They are mutually dependent, is what I've heard in my visits to those countries. Is that right?
I think it's difficult to be that explicit about the US, certainly from my perspective. From a UK perspective, which is where I've come from, the defence programme runs independently from the civil programme.
Yeah, I wasn't actually asking, sir, about whether they are run independently of each other. And I understand the historical reasons as to why it is important they are. I'm talking about rather their mutual dependence. So let me give you an example. In the United States, the amount of submariners who I would meet in the civil industry, because they've got the technical background, but they have moved from working with nuclear-propelled submarines to working with civil nuclear power plants, and it's part of their career progression. And it's the way it's been explained to me, both in the UK and the US, is that's been pretty important to ensure they're still attracting people into either defence, either Navy, or actually elsewhere throughout the industry. The fact that there is a broader industry, is that accurate?
I can't comment on the US system because I don't know the US civil programme. I would say the situation in the UK is quite different to the US, and that the model for training submariners is much more aligned around specialist nuclear specialists, or the engineers, and then the general submarine operators are less nuclear trained. The US has a model which trains everybody to the same level, so generates more nuclear specialists So I'm not sure what that would mean for future employment for the US. For the UK, it is not a fundamental issue for submariners who tend to work elsewhere in the defence industry.
Appreciate that, and that's a very interesting insight in terms of the difference between the US and the UK. But just then, when you're talking about the UK, that dealt with submariners. But those who are not submariners themselves, the training and education that they get in nuclear technology, is that transferable to the civil industry, or are you saying that actually there is no crossover at all in terms of how it works in practice?
I'm not saying there's no crossover. Tends to be the naval training tends to be absolutely, or rather, is specifically aimed at use in a submarine, and it is operating a plant in a completely different way. So while there will be basic principles, it is not it's not obvious at first sight that it is the civil industry is dependent on the defence industry. So no, I don't see it as being absolutely dependent. Clearly, there are similarities.
So if we, in proceeding with AUKUS, I'm conscious that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Australia would be the seventh nation with nuclear-propelled submarine capability. There's already an existing 6.
That's correct, yes.
Is that right? Good. Can you also confirm that all other 6 have vibrant civil nuclear programs?
I'm not sure I can absolutely confirm that. I can think of at least 6 that I'd be absolutely confident in saying do have civil programs. Whether they're vibrant or not, it would be another issue.
Fair enough. If I take away the adjective and don't seek a response in terms of your qualitative opinion about how vibrant they are, but I think you just said there you can think of 6, and there are only 6. So I'm gathering my right in.
Sorry, I meant out of the 7. Sorry, I was. I've misspoken. 5. I was excluding one of the countries I'm not certain about.
Okay, because we're the 7th.
I apologise. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Maybe you can take that on notice if that's okay, just to confirm. Would be appreciated.
And the simple question is, do they have a nuclear program? Not do they have a vibrant?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'll take that on notice. Yeah.
No, I'm sure you would resist the temptation to give your opinion in that regard. Anyway, so has the Defence Department done any future workforce analysis on the issues and risks of not having a civil nuclear sector as we proceed to AUKUS?
Deputy Chair Buckley, I'll talk to that one. So as we conceive the optimal pathway. The very basis for our pathway was that we did not have a civil nuclear program, and in fact our whole workforce analysis and training program has been about leveraging the US and UK naval nuclear propulsion programs. So that's been our principal focus on workforce development, given that was the basis for the pathway.
Has the issue of nuclear safety regulation been raised as a factor in assessing Australia's readiness to host and acquire nuclear submarines?
Nuclear safety regulation is a major part of what we're doing and is an important element to supporting the programme.
And so it has been assessed?
Yes.
Has the government received any feedback, recommendations or advice from the US or UK in relation to the risks associated with us not having a civil nuclear industry?
Do you want to take that, Alex?
Deputy Chair, I think I'd just refer to Admiral Buckley's answer beforehand. The AUKUS construct in Australia acquiring naval nuclear powered submarines was specifically done on the basis that Australia does not have a civil nuclear power industry, and so the construct of that program was about leveraging the expertise and training of our partners and how we would receive and operate the reactor, so it has not been something that we have needed to consider.
So thank you, and that confirms the basis of the AUKUS arrangement My question, though, goes to whether or not we've received any feedback, recommendations or advice from the UK and UK in relation to any risks associated with us not having a civil nuclear industry.
I'm not aware of us receiving advice, feedback from our AUKUS partners with specific reference to not having a civil nuclear power. As I said, when we entered this agreement, they are fully appraised of what Australia's nuclear foundations are and have worked very constructively with us on what our settings are around our program to make sure that, we can meet all of our requirements.
Thank you. Given we were talking about workforce before, without a civil nuclear industry here in Australia, what are the government's expectations and plans for Australians with nuclear expertise when they leave the military?
Well, Deputy Chair, I think in terms of our system of systems as we've designed it is, we will be operating a modest size submarine force, nuclear propelled submarine force. Part of that system is submarine crews and submarine support personnel that as you've suggested, we train. The plans that we have in terms of growing our whole enterprise is that some of those people, and in fact many of those as they walk out with those areas of expertise would move across into the industrial base that supports the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program. So, for example, they might go and work for our shipbuilding or sustainment partner. They might go and work within our technical base within the ASA, our civilian technical base. So, given the relatively modest size of our submarine arm as we move forward, we would expect that many of those people would remain within that ecosystem, and in fact we would need for that to occur in order to sort of grow the broader workforce. Just because our scale is relatively modest in compared to, say, our US counterparts, perhaps more similar to what the Royal Navy has, a much smaller submarine force, and as my colleague Mr Hodgson alluded to, many of those people in the UK moved from the submarine force into adjacent submarine delivery agency industry partners that either build or sustain submarines or support them. That's generally where those people would expect them to go, and it's sort of what happens in the UK system by and large.
Do our international obligations, as well as our obligations under the AUKUS agreement, require that we being the Australian government, if you like, Australia, finds a permanent storage solution for high-level radioactive waste, such as the sealed reactors from the retired nuclear submarines?
Good afternoon. So under the AUKUS agreement for cooperation relating to naval nuclear propulsion that's currently before the J. Scott Committee for consideration, there is provision in that agreement with our AUKUS partners, so with the US and the UK, that Australia will be responsible for all radioactive waste that's generated through our nuclear propulsion program.
And so you're working at the moment trying to identify potential sites for government, is that right?
So the high-level waste, which is in the form of the spent fuel, when our submarines reach end of life, that's the only time at which that form of waste will be generated. It is not expected to occur until the 2050s. That's the time frame that we're working towards. The government has been clear that that material will be stored and disposed on the current or future defence estate, and the process by which that will occur, and ensuring that we have the right settings to determine that location and the technical means by which it will be disposed is still being developed.
So given the Coalition's nuclear energy plan is consistent with best practice internationally, and we've had this conversation with others earlier today, that the spent fuel from the reactors would be stored on site, and then at a later date, of course, transferred over. If under the AUKUS arrangement, the storage of the sealed reactors from the submarines would first need to be stored in the 2050s, then that would be required for the nuclear, the storage facility would be required earlier for the nuclear submarines than for any transferred high-level waste from a nuclear power plant. Isn't that right? If we assume a nuclear power plant is designed for up to 80 years, even if you conservatively said 60 or something, that would mean you're probably talking about, 60 to 80 years from the year 2035. So the first high-level waste to be stored at a permanent storage facility on that basis would be from the nuclear-propelled submarines, not nuclear energy plants. Is that right?
I think from a technical perspective, that's a very difficult question to answer because it all depends on the level of storage and the amount of time that would be stored for both the fuel from the civil power stations or from a submarine before it went to disposal. So I think we would only be speculating to come up with an answer to that one, I'm afraid.
Either way, why don't I just confirm then, I think you were saying it would be the 2050s would be the, is that correct?
For a naval nuclear propulsion disposal facility.
No, can I be really clear? Yes. The earliest that we will be required to remove spent fuel from a nuclear submarine will be in the 2050s.
Yeah. Thank you. That's the confirmation I was after then on that. I can imagine if you were, would you be looking at a deep geological repository for that purpose, incidentally?
That is the standard practice.
I can imagine that would be quite expensive for the department to have to build such a facility to house retired nuclear submarine reactors. Do you have an indication of what sort of cost might apply for such a facility?
Not yet. It depends on the details of the actual storage mechanisms, etc. So that is still work to be done.
I'm gathering, given your background, you'd be familiar with the UK's approach to dealing with civilian and military high-level radioactive waste and the UK Nuclear Waste Services being charged with developing a geological disposal facility which will be used for the permanent disposal of energy, defence, industrial, medical and research sectors. Is that right?
Yes.
So acknowledging the need to have the most likely deep geological repository for the nuclear-propelled submarine nuclear waste, if indeed you are able to leverage the one facility to also house civilian nuclear waste disposal from no doubt a larger facility following the example of the UK, then that would imply that it would be cheaper for the department in that regard, would it not?
Without seeing the detail, I'm unable to make a definitive statement on that.
So in the absence of well-funded civilian nuclear waste disposal facility, so let's say that doesn't happen and Defence can't enjoy any economies of scale of using the same facility as per the UK's plan, how much do you think it will cost to dispose of nuclear submarine reactors in accordance with international obligations?
We're still working that, as I've already said.
Do you know when that will be known?
No, I don't, I'm afraid.
So going to the siting of a nuclear waste repository that you are currently doing for the Albanese government as per the obligations under AUKUS signed off by the government, how would you describe the current status when it comes to looking for that location? I understand the parameters which you've kindly outlined, that it will need to be on a defence facility.
So we are at the beginning of a process. We're aiming towards a time frame that is from the mid-2050s, when our first nuclear-powered submarines are scheduled to reach the end of their service life. That's the time frame that we're looking for. We're at the beginning of a process to determine the process by which we will select a location for the storage and the disposal of that material, and that will be subject to further work.
Have you received any advice from the Minister that rules out any state or territory to host a permanent waste repository for high-level nuclear waste from the submarine program?
No, we have not.
So every state and territory is in scope?
We are looking, I have to go back to my previous answer, we are looking at a process on the current or future defence estate. The parameters of that process, what it will look like and how it will be rolled out is something that we are very focused on getting right, making sure we have the right underpinnings for that and working towards the kind of quite long timeframes of the 2050s to get that rolled out.
And if you look at the defence estate, the portfolio of properties, if you like, to put it in layman's terms, how many properties are there? Again, ballpark is fine. We're talking about.
Take that on notice,
Yeah.
Deputy Chair.
Would it be right to say that there are multiple locations in each state?
We're in the early stages of doing this work. All that we can say at this stage is that it would be the current or future defence estate and the number of locations that exist in each state and territory that currently form the defence estate we can take on notice.
I understand that, and I'm not seeking, you've already answered, to say that it's early days. I get that. My question is being posed as to just the current status of defence estate, understanding that you can take on notice the specific number. My question is it right to say that defence has multiple properties, therefore multiple locations in each state in Australia, as it stands today?
Deputy Chair, General Walk. So indeed, the defence estate consists of multiple independent locations, not all of which may be suitable for radioactive waste storage, but that will be part of the assessment that has been referred to by my colleagues.
Okay. Final question, Deputy Chair. Final question, okay. As you may know, the whole purpose of this committee established by the government is to look at nuclear energy. In particular, they are interested in the coalition's plan. And we have announced 7 very specific locations for nuclear power plants in Australia. I think what I've heard from you today is that the Albanese government has taken on the responsibility to find a permanent waste repository for high-level nuclear waste, and it can be held, it can be built at a defence facility with multiple options in any state, and we have no clarity, unlike the coalition's plan, as to where. Is that right? Or is there any further clarity you'd like to give in terms of the location of the permanent waste repository for which the Albanese government has signed up to?
Deputy Chair, we would want to just reiterate that we're very early in this process.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. Before I get to questioning, Rear Admiral Buckley and Major General Walk, I'd like to thank you for your service, your ongoing contribution to this country's safety. To any other veterans that might be in this room, as well as the parliamentary co-chair of veterans, is something that I take great pride in doing with my co-chair, the member for Menzies. So thank you for your service.
Well said.
Some say that if nuclear power is good enough for the Navy in the form of AUKUS submarines, it's good enough for civilian use. Can you identify any flaws in this logic? Would you support the civilian use of all defence technologies as safe because they are used by our defence forces?
From my perspective, it would be unreasonable to make a specific statement about that without knowing the exact detail of what was being described or expected. So I think it would...
Let's pop the hypothetical out there. Do you think that a member of the public should be driving around an M1 Abraham?
Well, no, I don't.
No. Okay. I do want to talk about submarines specifically because there is an inherent difference between the proposed AUKUS program, and I actually want to get this on the Hansard record too. The AUKUS program is a bipartisan approach to delivering a new capability for our Navy, something that we take very seriously. So I do want to talk about the power generation unit. Though it's a fully encased unit, isn't it? It's not something that our men and women will be actually able to interact with physically, is it?
Well, the power unit itself, which is the way the fuel is provided, comes in a welded container that will be shipped out here and then inserted into the reactor pressure vessel. So no, there will be no direct interaction with the power within the power unit itself.
Right. So, forgive my... I know that there are complications about what can and can't be said. It comes down to open source information. But so essentially, we'll bring the fuel source down from, I believe, the UK. It'll go on the dockside once our first vessel is nearing completion, ready for installation, and the unit will be sealed up. Is that pretty much what will happen? So minimal amount of time possible on the quayside before it goes into a testing process ready for sea trials.
Yeah, and just for the record, it will go into a enclosed building rather than wait on the quayside. But yes.
So I probably should have mentioned that earlier. Yes, no, I don't think that we'd be leaving things like that lying around in a car park, would we? No, because so that then will sit inside of the submarine casing until end of life.
Correct. Submarine is fueled for life.
And then at that point, we would take that out and then we have to put that into storage.
No, the fuel will be removed from the power unit rather than take the power unit out and store the power unit. Right. So the individual fuel modules will be removed at that point and stored. Okay.
And that's what we need the waste storage facility for at that point in time.
For ultimate disposal, there will be deep geological disposal.
Can I ask, as part of the considerations around the Osborne shipyard, do we or are we considering increased security monitoring because of the presence of the nuclear submarine build program? And is that something that we would potentially replicate or need to replicate or think about replicating around a potential civilian nuclear power industry?
We are taking increased security considerations around the shipyard. The position of security-informed nuclear safety for a civilian power will be a matter for the regulatory and operators and government to decide. So it's not really for us to comment on that, but that is international practice to take security into account with siting of reactors.
So is there any interplay between a civil nuclear industry and military for the purposes of, I don't know, a potential terrorist attack on home soil? Would that be a scenario that would be role-played by our services or not?
Matt, I'll hand over to you that one.
Consideration need to be taken? Or?
Just to make sure I'm answering your question, I think there's a couple of things when we're talking about naval nuclear propulsion and submarines. So you've got the as Mr. Hodgson said, you've got the power unit, which is then inserted into the submarine, or in the case of our Virginia-class submarines, will come with the submarines. That is a particular type of technology that we need to ensure is safe and secure. And then, of course, there's all of the other technologies associated with the submarine beyond the propulsion plant itself. So there's a heightened requirement for securing, all of that technology, the whole submarine, the associated systems that go with it, not just the propulsion plant. So in the military context, of course, we're protecting everything. Not just the propulsion plant.
This is not apples with apples, is it?
Well, it's a different context. I mean, we'll have a different regulator for starters. We'll have we're protecting military technology, including the reactor itself, which is of course highly classified. Best technology from our US and UK counterparts. So our context is all about protecting that particular technology and that system of systems. Of course, if you have a civil plant, it requires protection, but you're talking about a different thing in that case.
I would also just note that the Australian Safeguards and Non-Proliferation Office has responsibility for nuclear security, and they will be a regulator that we will need to talk to as part of our program as well, both from a non-proliferation and nuclear security standpoint.
Thank you. I find it a bizarre circumstance we've ended up here. I go back to the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison's comments on the 15th of September 2021, but let me be clear, Australia is not seeking to acquire nuclear weapons or establish a civil nuclear capability, and we will continue to meet all our nuclear non-proliferation obligations. I do want to just touch on the complexities of workforce pressure. It has been something that's come up on numerous occasions in South Australia. It's approximately 20,000 workforce over the life of the build program. We're talking around 4,500 to 5,500 workers directly on the submarine build, the others as part of the construction phase process. That's a lot of workers required just for the construction phase. I'm interested to know, when we've got concerns about delivering the construction side of the workforce requirement for the Osborne shipyard, to throw in the mix potentially up to 7 proposed sites undergoing construction. That's a lot of workforce pressures at one time. Is that something that concerns you about that potential for pressure on the workforce to deliver the AUKUS program?
We consider workforce to be one of the biggest challenges that we need to solve for the AUKUS program, and we're putting an awful lot of effort with national and state colleagues in working that particular issue. What we have not done is modelled or considered in detail any form of interaction with a civil program.
Right. And would that be something that you think that you may have to undertake on the basis of where the public debate is currently at?
We would need to be guided by what the actual policy becomes, and inevitably with delivery of any of these major programs, we have to model all the potential risks and opportunities. That is good project management, and that is what we would do as events evolve.
I just wanted to go, this will be my last question, but I just wanted to go specifically to the complexities around the actual submarine build phase. Is it true that there are restrictions on who can work on the AUKUS build program?
Yes, there are restrictions which we need to manage to meet our international obligations.
Yeah. Okay. do you just mind to explain, just to elaborate on what those requirements might be?
Sophia, would you like to talk in a little more detail?
Sure. There are a number of requirements for working in a defence program of this kind. As you can imagine, it's particularly sensitive, and we are working through requirements that ensure that that workforce has the appropriate clearances, that our industry is accredited with the appropriate security requirements through our DIS program and other requirements. We are taking an approach that is informed by our US and UK partners in terms of the requirements that we need for our workforce, and we're applying those in line with what our obligations are in terms of the specific security processes and other things that they need to go to. Is fairly, similar to the sorts of processes we have in place for other defence programs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you said earlier at the stage of operation where a nuclear submarine's waste is disposed of will be in the mid-2050s or sometime in the 2050s. How long does it last for in the propulsion system of a nuclear submarine?
Do you mean what is the life?
Yeah.
Yes, 30 plus years.
30 plus years. So when do we get our first nuclear sub here?
The early 2030s, the first Australian flagged nuclear submarine.
Yep. So what waste will we be getting rid of in the 2050s?
The first submarine will be a submarine that is partway through its life after its first major maintenance period. So it will have used some of its activity before it gets handed over.
No worries, thank you. I was just racking my brain because I didn't think we were going to have anything built that quick. No. So that's good, thank you. Where will the enriched uranium fuel for nuclear submarines come from?
Well, that will be supplied for the Virginia class via the US system, and the fuel for the fuel for the SN AUKUS will be provided through the UK.
Thank you. And so for a domestic nuclear market, if we do have nuclear power stations here, is Defence concerned about transporting enriched uranium all around Australia? Getting delivered to the country, gets to the port, then from the port it gets either trucked, trained, however it gets to where it goes to. Is there genuine concern from Defence on that, with enriched uranium travelling around Australia?
Well, I mean, it really depends on specifically what the design of the power plants would be, and what level of enrichment might be there. It's a very difficult question to answer specifically, but you would have to have all the right safety and security cases in place. But no, I don't think we've done any analysis to come up with anything that would be helpful.
And the transport of the nuclear material, which primarily I think we're talking in the case of the SSN AUKUS, which will be built in Australia using the power unit that is shipped from the United Kingdom, will be done in accordance with the regulatory requirements and will be done in a way that meets our obligations with respect to safety and security and safeguards, the 3 S's.
No worries, thank you very much. And that's it.
I'll go one more.
One more? Okay, no worries, Deputy Chair.
No, just following the previous discussion we had about locations for a permanent waste repository, you've confirmed through this discussion that the Albanese government has committed to manage the high-level spent fuel nuclear waste that comes from our nuclear-propelled submarines as part of the AUKUS deal, and that a permanent deep geological repository would need to be available as early as the 2050s. You've also confirmed that the Minister has not placed any limits on where on a defence facility other than of course, it would have to be suitable, and you'll be early days, as I recognise, in looking for the right location. But you confirmed it could well be in any state.
I thought I'd just either save you the effort or not. You can tell me. I was after an indication of how many locations in the portfolio, in the estate portfolio, so we could have an idea of how many locations might be in scope for at least that first pass across the country for where the Albanese government wants this waste repository. You're going to take that on notice, but I've looked up defence.gov.au and gone to the About and Who We Are section, and there's a section for Security and Estate Group, and it says that the group performs a wide range of et cetera, et cetera. It says maintaining stewardship of over 3.8 million hectares, the largest land holding in the Commonwealth, with 70 major bases, 70 plus training ranges, and more than 800 leased or owned properties. This is all on the internet, so I'm not suggesting I'm breaching anything I shouldn't. Well, that's, what's that, 940 owned properties. Does it sound about right, that number, those numbers?
I certainly wouldn't be able to.
It's a matter for defence, Jason.
Deputy Chair, I'd say that's relatively accurate, yes.
Could you please table that to the Secretariat, Deputy Chair, as well?
I shall.
Thank you.
Before I close my internet, before I leave the room, I shall. So that's a lot of potential locations. Okay. That's the last of my questions. Thank you very much, and my colleague was right to thank you for your service and recognise the contribution, and I think also what our nation has ahead of us with our AUKUS partners is so critical to our future, and very grateful for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Monday the 25th of November 2024. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcription errors. I would like to thank committee members and witnesses, broadcasting, Hansard and the Secretariats for their time today, and declare this public hearing closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.